What's up, fellas? Welcome to the Pokemonunite Pro League Season 3 Grand Finals. My name is Shivansh Phoenix Singh, and alongside me, it's Chris, who's just going to cast the games and enjoy the games of this amazing Pokemonunite Pro League Season 3 Grand Finals. So, Chris, first of all, I'm just going to ask one question from you, and that is how much excited you are for this APAC region Pokemonunite Pro League, and how much, what are your expectations from the teams?
I'm honestly very excited to be here. I haven't casted something in a while, and these are regions that I think are pretty underdoggy as well for coming to the World Championship. I think they have a lot of potential. I truly think we're going to see some, fun matches at the World Championship. I think this is a good setting stone for like how this region will look in the future as well.
Especially we have seen some teams like Renaissance and Team Revenant who are also participating in the World Championship, and they are here in the APAC region too. Especially if we talk about Renaissance, they have been like phenomenal throughout this season. If we talk about, they are participating in the World Championship too. Plus, they are in the winners bracket, as well as they already have a very good lead from other teams, but let's focus about today's brackets, how the match is going to pan out, and what type of matches we're just going to witness today. Let's focus as the bracket. First of all, we have an interesting match between Rise New Jin versus Revengers. Then we're going to witness a match between Renaissance and AFR. Chris,
Looking good.
yeah.
Hopefully, some great games.
we might witness some great games, especially, and again, it's a BU3 format. But just want to tell my audience one thing, and that is, alongside these winners bracket match, we also have the losers bracket match, which is ongoing behind the streams, or basically between the stream, so that we like get to know which team just moving forward to the winners bracket to face these champions team. Now, the first match, it's going to be an interesting one, because if we talk about Team Renaissance, they are in the second bracket, but Team Revengers, this team like showcasing one of the best performances throughout this season. Already got a very good advantage in the first match, especially if we talk about one player, and that is Kua. He is a Serena specialist, and he had been playing like what we can say, a maniac throughout this tournament.
Looking impressive.
Certainly, he is looking impressive. But okay, let's talk about the composition. If we talk about the Indian region, we used to see like people are using Blissey, Hoopa, and Serena, but in the APAC region, the players usually focus on Venusaur and Pokemons like Snorlax. So, do you really think? Do you really like this particular composition, or you have any specific composition which you prefer in a competitive scene?
I also prefer the Blissey Hooper, I'm pretty sure. Like, personally, that's what I prefer. I think those two supports are just way too strong. But Snorlax is interesting. I mean, can be very disruptive. And the Venusaur, the hyper carry, I just think Venusaur's like sometimes lacking that kind of thing to just finish off a game with. And like that little bit of damage that, to finish off a target. And also doesn't have the best way of dealing with objectives sometimes.
Especially with the Giga Fiddle, right? Sometimes it's become
Exactly.
in certain situations. But if we talk about the ground control, sometimes it's difficult to take him down. But the important part is picking up your jungler. Like which Pokemon you're opting for the middle part, or we talk about jungle lane, right? In the Indian region, we used to see people were opting for Dragonite. Now they switched to Greninja. Sometimes like they are switching between these two Pokemons, and sometimes back in the days we witnessed Decidueye too. But without wasting any further, let's take a look at the draft. Which Pokemon teams are opting Rise New Gens versus Revengers. Here we can see an Absol, and we used to see an Absol a lot back in the days, like 1 month ago after the nerf. It just got weird. Teams are not opting for that, but Rise were like, we are just going to opt for that. Do you really like this one particular composition? Because of Venusaur might go towards the bottom lane. Sylveon also has a very good advantage towards the bottom lane, but Necro is opting for an Absol pick. What are your thoughts on that?
I think when I see a Venusaur, I'd rather have it in jungle. I think lane Venusaur is okay, but I feel like it can fall very far behind. I do like the Cramorant on the left side. I think the Cramorant is something we might see a lot. This Pokemon feels so strong right now. But honestly, right, we don't have emblems in this tournament, so it's a bit different, I guess, from the normal game. But doesn't matter what, even without it, Cramorant seems pretty strong. And the Dragonite, I think, is still one of the best Pokemon right now as well. Totally like that pick a lot.
To be honest, I personally don't like Cramorant because it's annoying in a lot of situations. You can't deal with that perfectly if you have a perfect support with the Cramorant Pokemon. Now, as you just mentioned, Dragonite and Serena, it might be a 2-2 split in which Dragonite go towards the jungle, Serena and Hoopa move towards top lane, and Cramorant Blissey will try to charge in towards the bottom lane. But a Sylveon pick and a Venusaur pick. To be honest, if we talk about the early game to mid stage, these two particular Pokemons might dish out a lot of damage, especially with the Hyper Voice of Sylveon's.
Has a very good synergy with Venusaur and Blastoise as well, whereas Sylveon reduces special defense on hitting Hyper Voices, so Venusaur does only special attack damage. Blastoise only does special attack damage, so it's very good team fighting. Helps them, the other carries to do a lot of more damage.
Okay, so here, interesting. Cramorant is opted for a potion battle item.
Yeah.
Do you really like that one particular thing, or like you could have opted for a different battle item?
I mean, potion on this Pokemon is fine, but I don't think so. I think eject button or full heal, or even X attack. I think if you have this kind of setup with like so much support, I think X attack is also totally fine. Or huge unite move damage, but yeah, I'm not the biggest potion fan, but I think it can work for sure.
Like kind of situational. First of all, if you have a Blissey, you'll never lead that potion in certain situations. But however, we talk about Execute already, suppressing their opponents and dishing out a lot of damage. And it seems like they already got the first Audrino in their favor. This is looking nice. If we talk about the top lane, the Sylveon, in fact, the Blastoise is already rotated towards the top lane. Sylveon now opting for jungle farm, might get the Ludicolo and the Buffalo in his favor. Now, if we talk about Bongo, he is on level 4, and we all know Cramorant, Sylveon, these type of Pokemons, their power spike is very lethal, especially in the early game.
Exactly, and I like that Rice is doing the, European strategy with the Sylveon.
Yeah.
I blood the Syl being around, just taking one buff and instantly pressing topside. So we have the Blissey double lane on bot side as well, but I think this arena is very, very good Pokemon right now. I really like that teams are picking it up and picking it more. I'm surprised not to see a single Lucario still. I think Lucario might still be more popular in Europe and North America, but here we don't see him. We have first kill. First KO there on top side.
It was a very good pick, especially the hyperspace hold from the side of Hoopa was perfect from both the sides. But Serena couldn't able to just charge in and get back to the top lane. Unfortunately, due to that, the players of Rise is charging in towards the top lane and already scored 51 dunk. However, oh, look at that. Hoopa again saves the day, used that hyperspace hold in his favor and just went back to the spawn.
Now he might go down.
Oh no!
Oh, again, it's just such a strong move. It saves you left and right all the time. It's absolutely crazy.
Sometimes it feels like you should nerf the Hoopa's hyperspace hold, because we have seen like Hoopa just opting for the opponent's jungle, invading opponent's jungle and securing those buffs in his favor, and especially stealing the levels too. But now it's a Hoopa fight in which both the Hoopa just disengaged from that, and they were like, okay, we're not gonna waste their time. Now we have 7 minutes 40 minutes left in the game, and we'll witness the new set of Vesicles beasts will appear. But if we talk about the objective securing, in this situation, we usually witness Revenges has a pretty good advantage in that. But right now, in this case, Rise already pushing forward and taking them down pretty easily. But despite of that fact, Dragonite secured one knockout.
And the criminal is going very, very deep right now. He has the dive unlocked, the air slash, so he has all of his power spikes now. But he might go down. He lives on the B. He goes down to the sweet queen. Insane. Snipes him away than the last out attack. But yeah, we have a Dragon Knight, right? We have Hyper Beam compared to literally no last hitting on the right side. So Race is gonna struggle with getting these compared to Hyper Beam. But Dragon Knight is not evolved yet. We still have a Dragon there. Need to get level 8 very desperately, but there we go. There's the Hyper Beam unlocked. And I think there should be, if he doesn't make a mistake, it should be going in his team's favor quite easily. So he's already going very deep. Can he get out? One more stack? No, can't get the boosted dropkick in. And there's the Hyper Beam, the 4 team fighting, and they're just getting run down actually with the Paladin, Giga Drain, Venusaur, and they just get aced.
Way. Look at
it's a full-on ace.
Yeah, the Sylveon and the Veena, the combination was perfect. Especially the Blissey was creating a lot of space due to the egg bombs, and that just helped them a lot. Team Rise focusing on the team fight very perfectly. As I just mentioned, right, Dragonite should have secured that Dreadnought, because he already had his Hyper Beam in the backpack, but it got suppressed in that situation. But if we talk about the second objective of the game, the first Rotom, it seems like Rise might get this one too, because they are again suppressing their opponents. Serena might go down, and we were talking about the Petal Dance and the Giga Blastoise. Look at that, Water Spout and Rapid Spin Blastoise annihilating the opponents.
They're just doing so much damage with the Hyper Voice Sylveon on top of it. And what a nice eject button in there. They're gonna pick up 2 more KOs. No, Blissey's too tanky. Blissey just doesn't die still in the end. But they get a huge overcap right here. That's 38 points going into their bank, and they just have such a huge point lead now. They're gonna get a Road to Misfire. They can maybe even push it in. I think they still have Blissey Unite, maybe Venusaur Unite. So they could actually look for a push. But they don't have a lot of coins on them. The energy is quite low.
Basically, they don't have any Unite left, but still, as you just mentioned, they might go for the touchdown. But despite of the fact, they're still focusing on the level disadvantage, right? They already destroyed the top tier 1 and the bottom tier 1. And right now, Cramorant was up against a fight against Venusaur. Again, you also have a distance, but you are using a dive, right? You have an escaping ability,
Yes.
but what about the damage, right? Damage is a point of concern, especially if there is a level 10 Venusaur. He can like easily dominate in every situation. But look at that, 25 seconds left on the clock. Then we will witness the second Dreadnought. But the score, it's massive. It's 216
It's so
against
massive.
9. Yeah.
And they're looking for score right now. They have a Hooper on bot, right? So they could just be top lane. They can get ported in case something happens. That's why Hooper's also still such a character you pretty much have to have in every single team. You can just be on the other side of the map and just go to the team fight instantly. But actually, Blastoise goes down on top side.
Yeah.
They're getting kills right here. Blissey also goes down. Huge mistake by Rice.
This is not good. This is not good at all. But oh, look at that!
Wow, no.
Oh, the Hoopers Unite saves the day for
What's
the
in?
CNC.
There's the Hyper Beam.
Join the Dreadnought fight, and it's just mentioned Dragonite stole the Dreadnought from the faces of players of Rise, but Venusaur and Blastoise unstoppable in every situation. These two lads, especially Venusaur. Oh my goodness, what can
The
I
Hyper
say
Beam
now?
damage. The Hyper Beam damage still takes on Venusaur. It's a crazy fight right here, but in the end, all of Revengers actually go down in this fight. But they do get Dreadnought at least, but they're still so far behind in points. They have to kind of make something happen.
The good part is, like, they got decent amount of trades, both the teams, especially the players of Rise. They are just maintaining the Pokemon advantage, and oh, the Blissey might go down. The Hyper Voice damage is ridiculous.
Sylveon doing so much damage with that. And now we have Road to spawning already, the second one. And this one could be quite crucial. If they can push this somehow in, they can maybe open up the main base, and then, you know, they might not even have to go for Zapdos. They can maybe look for Hooper play into the enemy base, or score there in case something, you know. They'll be like, we have such a good lead, we don't have to go for Zapdos. So it's looking quite bad for Rangers right now. They're like, they have to do something.
Necro, in fact, exploiting opponent's weakness, right? Just farming opponent's jungle. Plus, now here we can see the second Rotom has been appeared. Necro already fall back, teaming, creating a formation. Now, Cramorant, it seems like he didn't get a single chance yet, like, to prove his mettle. But the team fight might change the fate of Rise.
But the Blaster is doing so much damage already, and he's gonna maybe get Hooper? No, not quite. Has to run away about the Hyper Beam. He has the eject button away from it. Sarena's going very deep now, but can't commit. And there's a still good behind them. They can't really fight this. This is such a close space for Rangers to fight in. But the Hyper Beam secures Rotom yet again. There we go. There's the Dragonite value. And Zapdos is coming closer and closer.
But again, look at that. You can't defeat this amount of, damage, hyperspace. In fact, Hyper Voice plus you have Blissey and Venusaur also dishing out a lot of damage to the Rotom. They didn't got a single chance to score even a single goal after that 9 dunk. However, Team Rise still maintaining the distance, still, trying to get another objective in their favor. After the first Dreadnought and the first Rotom, Rise couldn't be able to get a single one in their favor. However, they are maintaining the distance. They are creating a good space between the players of Revengers, and they got the third Dreadnought. This might help them a lot because look at that. Every single player has their Unite available except the Serena.
Yeah, Serena has to hurry up. Very important. Serena really can't teamfight without Unite move in late game teamfights, and he has to be the one that kills the Venusaur, right?
Yeah.
He has to be the one that takes on Venusaur. And there we go. Unite move is up. You have all 10 Unite moves up, and they're just looking on top side.
Yeah.
See if they can get into the Zapdos pit.
So
Hooper's moving in very deep now.
This is not good because you are taking a lot of damage. Dragonite also charging in onto the Blastoise, cutting off his rotation, which is also a good situation, which is also a good strat.
And Rice is pulling the trigger. They use the Hooper Unbound. They want to be very aggressive now, and it gets responded with the Hooper Unbound. Both Hoopers now in their Unite moves. The teamfight's gonna happen, and there, Serena's finding the Sylveon, but Sylveon is able to Unite move. Is gonna start healing up with the extra life lead from it. And we have both Hoopers fighting each other in the backside right here. A Blastoise and the Venusaur just unkillable. Venusaur still over half HP. The Sylveon doing so much damage with the Hyper Voice. Another Rapid Spin comes through. That's 3 down for the Cell Rampages. And Zapdos will be starting good taken.
No way, no way. Necro also charging onto the Dragonite. They already takes down 4 Pokemons. There's only one left, and that is Dragonite. And he managed to take down Blastoise, but now
But
Venusaur
he's so
has to,
low.
Oh yeah. Unfortunately, you are not
Come on, do it. No, he can't. He cannot do it. The duck is too late.
Just to secure the Zapdos, but again unfortunate in that situation. But Revengers got the Zapdos, and after getting this, I'm pretty sure they will get the victory in their favor.
Oh yeah, for sure. And they're gonna score here. Blissey's gonna score. Venusaur score top lane. 427 to 9. There's gonna be another 200 points going in. This is an absolute one-sided match. They do get some counter points, counter scores, but it's over 400 points now. There is just no coming back from this point of game state. 25 seconds left. Can't even make it for a second push. They can't even make it to the goals in time. Blissey's not even respawning. And we can see Blissey did not get to Unite move off. We still see the yellow dot there. It's not able to get anything done in this team fight.
Especially like we talk about the Zapdos fight, as you just mentioned, right? Blissey hasn't used her Unite move as well as Serena's too. They might get their Unite move because after that particular Zapdos fight, you got 15 second to 20 second cooldown because you're already like more than level 10. So yeah, that matters a lot. Plus, Team Rise, already got this match in their favor. Team Revenges has to do something about their composition. But just want to ask one question from you: what do you really think? What went south for the Revengers?
Just the first Dreadnought team fight. That just snowballed the game. They got aced. They actually just got aced on the first Dreadnought fight, and after that, Rise was just in complete control. They never died. They never got caught somewhere. They just defended their goals. They had a 200-point lead, and they just kept it into the late game. Yeah. And then they just have a very strong late game team fighting, right? With the Venusaur, Blastoise, very hard to kill. Both get defensive stats. Rapid Spin gives you defense, special defense. Giga Drain gives you damage reduction, and they just don't die. They just don't have the damage to kill these two characters.
Like, just drank a potion of immobility, and Venusaur just taking down opponents one by one. Look at that, 13 total finishes in his favor, which is literally massive. Wow. We talk about Sylveon. To be honest, he is the real MVP. ZK got the MVP title, plus also, did a lot of damage in a lot of situation. If we talk about the first objective, right, it seems like Team Rise will keep forward, they will charge in onto the players of Revengers after the first Dreadnought and first Rotom. They did the same, but after the second Dreadnought and the second Rotom, I literally thought that Revengers might come back from that situation, because if you got one objective, this is your green light, right? You should charge in onto your players, but they didn't get a single chance due to the positioning plus the play style. Venusaur as well as Blastoise, every single time they were standing in front of them and literally denying every single possibility, every single chance to get a victory in the favor of Team Revengers. But now, what do you suggest to the players of Revengers? Do they have to change their composition or not?
I don't know if they have to change their composition. I think the lane Cramorant was actually not too great. I don't think Cramorant had much of impact. I'd rather prefer him to be a jungler, to just be high level, because then he actually does a lot of damage, right? Without it, he doesn't do a lot of damage. But otherwise, I think they just have to have better early game, right? They just have to fight the first objective better, the first Dread has to go much better, and then they have a good chance. But late game teamfights are difficult. For sure, they're very difficult to play.
I think they might opt for Gardevoir. What do you really think about this pick? This is my opinion. Gardevoir might be a good pick. Yeah, Gardevoir.
Gardevoir could be fine, but it's also quite difficult to play, I feel like. I would maybe like to see. I'm not sure what I actually would like to see, but I'm surprised I'm surprised I'm not seeing Machamps. I think Machamp is absolutely great. Such a strong Pokemon, turns team fights very, very fast. But I mean, the meta I don't think is necessarily, written in stone right now, except for Hooper and Blissey in every game. Every team is still picking these two. Yeah.
But again, let's focus on the players of Team Revenges, what they're gonna do. And as you just mentioned, right, Machamp, it might be a good pick, and that might change the fate of the players of Revengers, but let's see if this is gonna happen or not. But I have an announcement for you guys, for the audience, and that is players are going for players, so we have to just wait for a little bit while matches थोड़ी ही देर में start हो जाएंगे, because players को prayers करने जाना है, which is more important than matches again. But ज़्यादा देर हम नहीं लगने वाली, हम लोग बहुत ही छोटे से break के बाद वापस आएंगे. Don't go anywhere. and welcome back to Pokemon Night Pro League Season 3. My name is Shivansh Phoenix Singh and alongside me it's Chris. But we have a surprise for you. जैसे कि हम सबको पता है जस्ट हमारा अभी एक मैच खत्म हुआ है between Revenges and Rise. But one player from each team will be joining us for a Q&A session. So from Rise we have Necro and from Revenges we have Zeno. So how you guys and how much excited you are for this BU3?
Yeah, I'm very excited because Senos Revenge also from same country as us, so I just hope the best for our country also in this matchup.
So like before coming to the stream, we just got to know about like you two. You are a big fan of Chris. So do you want to ask
Yeah.
some question from like Chris or like you have anything prepared for him or not?
Maybe I have one. Chris, how are you still sane after doing so much solo queue?
Good question. I mean, I think I've just been playing so much solo queue in the games I've played before. I mean, I also played so much League of Legends solo queue. I think I'm just, I just got forged in hell. So I think I'm fine now.
It's because like your adventures are crazy, man.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, solo queue is something else in Unite for sure.
sometimes it's like pain in the head. But other than that, just want to ask one question from me, Necro. We saw like you've been using Blastoise from a very long time. Do you use any other Pokemon in competitive other than Blastoise?
I use Serena and Absol also before, but Absol actually my main Pokemon, but after the nerf, I don't think Absol is good anymore. So and I think for our comp, the our top is Blasto.
That's the thing, and you're more comfortable with Blastoise pick, right? Because the damage and the support you can easily provide in a lot of situations. So, Chris, you have any question like regarding or related to the previous match to like any of the players?
Yeah, the only thing I've noticed that neither team is playing Machamp. Is there any reason for it? Do you guys just not like Machamp? Do you think other Pokemon are a bit stronger?
Negro?
Like to both of you.
Both.
Why is neither team playing Machamp? Is there any reason for that? Do you think Blastoise is better, or Serena on top side is better? Is there any like reason for it, or you just don't really like Machamp?
I think Machamp is also a good pick though. For the damage is great also, but for now Blastoise for me is just very sustained and the Unite is also very useful for team fight, can CC opponent, so that's why.
Yeah, for sure. That's.
And what are your call on that, Zenos?
Oh yeah, for Machamp, I think the hero is good and all, but it just doesn't fit our playstyle. I think that's the main point.
Yeah, that's totally fair. Gotta fit the right playstyle for your team comp.
Perfect. So, as I like asked one question from Necro, I'm just gonna ask the same for you, Zeno. So, other than Hoopa, which other Pokemon you like to play, and do you really like the supporter role in your team?
Yes, I'm currently the supporter for Avengers. I used to play tank, so Snorlax is one of my main hero back in season 1, which is very OP. And for my favorite Pokemon, I think it's Lucario because it's just fun to play. Yeah, but for competitive only support for Eldegoss and Hoopa.
Okay. So you're a like inbuilt supporter like a player, and you love to play support Pokemon. And I really like that you used to play with Lucario, which is a strong pick. But let's talk about the first game, right? What just happened in the first game to you and your team Revengers? They literally got annihilated by the players of Rise, and they were literally dominating in the first and the end game.
Well, I think from our perspective, I think the other team just played really well, and they're doing such a good fight against us. So like they have a better in that game. I think for their team fight, they have better comp for team fight. I think, yeah. And we didn't take the fight properly. Yeah, that's the thing.
So, Chris, anything you just want to add in that?
No, true. They have a very strong team fighting team comp.
Yeah.
And they just showed that in the first Dreadnought fight. They showed it at Zapdos that they just had better team fighting. And when a team fight team comp is ahead, I mean, it's very hard to come back from, right? If the points were a bit even, we could have maybe seen a bit of different playstyle, trying to go for those caps, maybe looking for some separated fights. But if you're 200 points behind, it does not happen. You can't go for separated fights.
Yeah, not at all. Because you can feel the pressure, right? You have to score some goals, then you can really opt for the team fights. But Necro, as we know that you guys play phenomenal in the previous match, so do you really want to do some change in the upcoming match about the composition, or you're going to stick with the same?
I will see that later.
Okay.
That's
Seems
one
like
to know. But
some.
I think there I have something very interesting. Neko is
Okay,
using a
okay.
very unique item, if you guys can see.
It's cool. Uh, but as Necro mentioned, I think so. They are cooking something incredible, or maybe they're just opting for an X factor. Finish off the things pretty quickly. But so we already saw like you had a great journey in this PUPL season 3. Which is the best team you have faced in the qualifier matchup yet, other than the Revengers or maybe the Rise?
For Neko or me?
Like for both of you, you can like.
Okay, I think for me,
Mhm.
definitely INT. We lost one match to them. One game, or one match, yeah.
Okay, that's it. And Necro,
Yeah,
what about you?
for me it's both the bad strategy and rich Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
When play with bad strategy, we lost one because we shocked when they suddenly just rip the Zapdos and we don't even prepare for it.
Yeah. So basically, the surprise attack on the Zapdos made
Yes,
it happen.
yes, yes, yes.
So, Chris, like this ever happened with you? Like, if you already had a very good run throughout the match, but at the end the Zapdos got stolen by another team.
Yeah,
What
true,
like
true.
other teams like have to do? And what's in that situation? What I have to do if I got stuck in that situation? If I already scored more than 300 points, what do I have to do if the Zapdos got like stolen by other team?
Well, either look for kills instantly, right? Or go look to instantly run to the enemy side and also score yourself. And if you can't get either, I mean, there's just Pokemon Unite, right? Zapdos just decides games. And if it gets stolen,
Yeah.
it happens a lot of times. It happens at times in solo queue as well. It happens in professional games where if Blissey steals a 1v5 with Zapdos and they win the game out of it. There's not much you can do. But yeah, just look for kills instantly or just instantly run towards the enemy base to counter score. That's like the only two options you have.
That's not the only options you have. But you know what? But as I just mentioned, solo queue is a different part of Pokemon Unite. So,
Yes.
Necro, we all know, right? You guys, both of you, Xenos and Necro, you already have a very good team, especially representing your country too in the APAC region, playing in the PUPL Season 3. How you find a good team? What are the steps to get a good team? What are the steps, to get good teammates and to form a very good team to represent your country in the upcoming events? What I have to do for that? Anyone can answer.
I think for like, uh, you need to first promote yourself that you're good, and
Okay.
then if you are
Impossible.
really like lucky, someone will scout you. That's a first for like people who don't really have a friends to play along. Like one of teams in Indonesia actually is forming a team using their friend group.
Yeah.
So it's one way, and the other way is to like make sure that you're good and you always sell that you're good to like as many people as possible, so that they can consider to oh, you're a good player because of some reasons. Yeah.
So, Necro and Chris, do you want to add something in that? You're just gonna agree with the statements and also part.
I agree with Sanas.
Obviously,
Yeah,
you
Same
guys.
it's
opinion.
very good.
Yes.
It's I think it's just very difficult because like this game doesn't really have like a a solo queue ladder or like a duo queue ladder where you can maybe show that you're like a very good player, right? So I
Yeah.
think you kind of have to be like in some circle. You have to know some people that you already played with, some duo queue, and then you can maybe build some teams with other players you might have noticed.
True.
Yeah, but
I
it's
Yeah.
agree.
like a ton of discords where people look for people to play with. So you got to start small and then maybe maybe if you
Agree with
form
that.
in
Yeah, actually,
tournaments,
Discord is helping so much.
yeah.
That's true, and I agree with that too. But in my personal opinion, I used to think that I have to like get onto the leaderboard to just get noticed about other teammates. That yeah, he's a good player. He used to play with this one particular Pokemon. We might get like pick him. But yeah, as I just mentioned, contact your friends or other teams. Like you play with this particular Pokemon, which is also an option. Before starting the second game, there's a final question for like all of you, and that is which type of Pokemon should I like opt for if I'm just a beginner? Genos, you can answer first.
For the type of Pokemon um that for beginners to start playing, right?
Yeah, true.
If you want to go pro, definitely try something that has a high skill ceiling. Like in my opinion, for starters, playing like if you really want to try, play
Mm-hmm.
Lucario, play Serena, play things that are in top lane. That helps you with learning the mechanics.
True.
For like honing yourself to play other heroes, so that when you have, since other heroes are easier than the like top lane heroes such as like Absol, maybe Lucario, Serena.
Yeah.
You have like the fingers to like pick it up if you wanna switch to another hero, and then you know a lot of mechanics when you're playing in top lane. So that way, when you switch over to other roles, it's not
Mhm.
as hard.
Got it. And
And
Necro, you
like
want
if
to add
you're casual, oh sorry, yeah,
Yeah, sorry, Zenos, continue.
I-
Sorry to interrupt. Yeah.
if you're casual, just play whatever you love, I guess.
Like I started playing, characters like Eldegoss because I was like, I'll be good supporter, but that's not true. But Tekro, what are your thoughts on that? Which type of Pokemon should a beginner play?
For me, I think it's you can play a range attacker. You learn
Mhm.
positioning, and then you learn to how to last hit objective.
True.
Then you besides that, you just play whatever you want. Then
Mhm.
you be that quick.
Cool. Chris, what are your take on that?
I mean, I think someone that's new should just play whatever they think is interesting looking, because then they will enjoy the game more. Why just Pikachu? I mean, nothing is easier than Pikachu, so
Yeah,
I think everyone can play Pikachu
yeah.
and perform. So
Pikachu is a very good Pokemon, but you know what? I have some saw some changes between these, like a Pikachu pick. Especially we talk about ranked and competitive. In ranked, people used to opt for Electro Ball, but in competitive, players switch to Thunder and Electro Ball. So which type of build should I opt for if I am playing with a Pikachu in a competitive and a ranked match? Chris.
I mean, it depends on what you go for. If you want to just have long range poke, maybe you play some like, I don't know, Spirit Checker jungle with the Pikachu comp, then you probably want to go for like Thunders and
Yeah,
Thunderbolt for more long range poke. But otherwise, if the enemies have Serena, Lucario, you just go take Electro Ball. Electro Ball also helps you last hitting, right? If you're
yeah.
stuck alone on bot lane as like one or two other players, then
Hmm.
Electro Ball will just help you get those last hits, which is
True.
very important, of course.
Certainly very important. And what do you think about that, Necro?
I do agree with Chris.
Obviously, you are a big fan. So, as Zenos and Necros has told us, like they are huge fan of Chris. So, when you start watching Chris videos, right, what you basically learned from Chris, like what we have to do in certain situation, what you basically admire from Chris. Can you like tell us?
Oh yeah, Chris, I think like the way he thinks on the game, for example,
Oh.
Okay, I think so. He just maybe he got stuck in a matrix. So okay, Zenos is back.
oh wait,
Uh,
wait, why did I just get going to my team? Yeah. So what I really like when I'm watching Chris is when
yeah.
he says it's in his stream or YouTube, I believe, like breaking tower one makes you like lose farm.
Mhm.
Something like as simple as that when the game first came out. I think that's big. Like that makes us think like, oh yeah, so resource management is key. So what to do
Hmm.
for resource management?
Not bad.
Yeah, I think I learned that from Chris. Yeah, for at the first for the first time.
I agree with that, you know. But one thing, just want to tell, just want to announce, and that is the players are ready. So as the game will continue. Thanks a lot, Necro and Jonas, for joining us for this Q&A session. It's really helpful for me and the beginners player, like what they have to do and what they have to focus on. And best of luck for the BO3. Necro might close, and or Necro his team might close in the game for a BO2 or Zenos. They might be have a different option up their sleeve. So best of luck for the match.
Thanks.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nico. Fight me, bro.
Hmm? Good luck, man.
Good luck, good luck, good luck.
See you on top.
See you on top, bro.
Yeah, best of luck,
Okay,
guys.
thanks for the chance.
Thanks for the chance. Thank you,
Yeah, good luck,
Chris. Thank
guys.
you, everyone.
Oh, they were Necro and Zenos for from the side of Revenges and Rise. But Chris, now what do you expect from the team, like from Revenges? What they're gonna opt for, and which type of Pokemon they should opt for in this particular match?
Good question. I think maybe they also go for Venusaur jungle. They're like, do you have a Venusaur bot lane? If you just go jungle Venusaur, you have a better Venusaur. It's
Yeah.
always higher level. But yeah, I don't know if either team will change. I think Rice is probably going to stick to what they play, right?
True.
And I think if Revengers or like Ravagers want to make a change, then maybe on the jungle position. But the Dragon Knight, I mean, they just have to play early game better. I think the Cramorant bot lane probably should maybe be something else.
True. Other than like the Cramorant, every single Pokemon was fine, right? And every single fight,
Yes,
especially
completely.
the Dragonite got a lot of picks and stole two objective from the place of Rice. I personally like that too. Yeah. Ramrant is not a good pick in the first map, but let's see what's just gonna happen. Maybe some callouts might be different answers. Zenos just mentioned like they had a good team fight, but let's take a look at the draft, ladies and gentlemen, and then we'll understand what type of Pokemon's teams are opting. And oh my goodness, okay, it seems like Team Revenges is gonna stick to the plan. They're still opting for Cravenant, however, they haven't locked it yet, but you can see a Trevenant, and I personally like Trevenant a lot because I used to play him a lot back in the days. But what are your call on that, Chris? Do you really like Trevenant, especially a defender like him who self-harm himself?
I think Trevenant is very strong, yeah.
Yeah.
Very, very good Pokemon, very disruptive. Has a lot of stuns and very good team fight Unite as well. The only problem is with this team combo they have, like Trevenant Unite has a very strong thing where if you auto-take someone, that smart based Unite move, they do more damage, and right now they don't really have any auto-take based targets. Like normally when you have a Trevenant, you want to pair him with something like a Cinderace, Greninja, Dragon Knight, anything, just basic attacks a lot so you can get those marks off more often. But yeah, we have a Delphox
Yeah.
as well now.
It's a good pick. He's a very skillful player to be honest. But in my personal opinion, it feels like Delphox is slow, right? Sometimes when I used to play with Delphox, it seems like she is slow, but in certain situations she has a very good amount of damage. She has a very good DPS in a lot of cases, especially if the fire spin is annoying. You can't get away with that pretty easily. If you got stuck, especially it's not a single target. Sometimes it target multiple enemies. So do you personally like this pick, or what are your take on the Delphox pick?
I think Delphox is very strong, but I think he's going to struggle into Blastoise Venusaur. The full heal just, we can full heal one Fire Spin, and then the Blastoise Rapid Spin doesn't even get stunned.
Yeah,
and then they're just on top of you, and you're not going to have a fun time, so they need to really pee for this Delphox. And now they also don't really have objective lasted things, so now they have to win team fights as well. They have to win team fights in this match.
Yeah, they don't have the Dragonite as just mentioned. Let's see what's just gonna happen, and again sticking to Cramoran would be a gamble for sure. And here we can see a bot lane fight again. Rice might opting for the Ordino, however they didn't got that.
Got it.
Yeah. Okay, Rice
Rice
got
Blissey actually got this one. Yeah, Rice got it. The Blissey of
I
Rice
thought
actually
that
was
Avengers
able to
got
somehow. I also don't understand how he got it, but he did get it in the end. That was a very, very bad time pound. And top lane, so much fighting going on between the Squirtle and the Trevenant. But yeah, we already have Focus Spins procced. We have some Berry Stone away. And there's the Sylveon, the very early Sylveon gank on top. Looking for just making their Squirtle much, much stronger.
Yeah, a level 4 Sylveon, the Hyper Voice is a very good thing. But okay, so again, Sylveon pick. When I used to play a ranked match, especially in the Indian region, some players opt for they don't usually opt for Calm Mind. So do you really agree with that? Like going for the Flying Kiss is a good option? Because
No,
I
never,
personally like
never,
Calm
never.
Mind because again it just improves your attack and the mobility too.
But if you play Hyper Voice, you always go Calm Mind, right? If you go Healing Kiss and you go Hyper Voice, you're just doing something terribly wrong.
True, because like it's pretty weird. You have to maintain the distance, and then you can't because of the Flying Kiss because you need those HP. But however, we talk about the top lane. Seems like Team Revengers are putting a lot of effort and literally trying to get a lot of picks in the top lane. However, we talk about the bottom lanes, it's look even. But Cramorant, okay, going for the slash and the dive again as it just opt for the previous match. Got the Ordino in their favor. Rice looking pretty strong, especially AXQ. He is a very skillful player, and we have seen him playing very, very good in a lot of situations, especially in those team fights. Now, 8 minutes left on the clock. We'll witness another sequence appear. Just few seconds. Curse Trevenants also opting for the top lane. Water Spout has already been, out for Necro, and he's using that pretty perfectly. But Rapid Spin and Water Spout, right now we have seen like there's a nerf for Blastoise, but despite of the fact players are still sticking to the Blastoise. Do you really like that?
Well, if it fits their team comp and their playstyle, right, it's totally fine. Again, with the Hyper Voice Sylveon, I think it has great synergy. and it's still something you have to for sure respect, but I do think it got nerfed quite hard, and I would still rather probably see something else being picked. But let's take off some frontline as well. The Unite is still very strong of Blastoise too, even though it does must-hedge damage now. But yeah, I'm still a very strong Pokemon.
Yeah, the stun is literally helpful, right, in a lot of situations. However, the top discipline has been appeared and it goes in the favor of Necro, which is a good thing. However, he hasn't unlocked his level 8 or got the mini-level spike of level 7. But now every single player just present towards the bot lane because the first Dreadnought has appeared. Level 7 Trevenant with the Horn Leech is sometimes a pain in the head. But let's see if Team Revenges get this Dreadnought or not. It seems like they have a very good formation.
But they have the level 7 Venus already, and he's so strong. And the Dreadnought's dropping super low. The Hyper Voice, no, the Trevenant actually gets it somehow. I don't even know how he got it. But he gets it now. They can actually win a team fight. This is what they needed in the first game. They're going to start looking for some kills. So this Hyperspace Portal, but it's the enemy Hoopers one they're standing on. And can they get out? Oh, they're always so low on the side of Revengers. They're going to look for these guys. But Sylveon, they get Sylveon. That is such a huge experience donated over. The highest Pokemon currently in the game was the Sylveon, and Delphox with a nice snipe as well there in the end. And yeah, great early game now this time. Get the first threat, we get some KOs on both sides. Very close fight.
Especially Cramorant opted for, got 2 picks in that situation, which is a very good thing because we haven't seen him, performing pretty well in the previous match, but right now he is, found himself in a very good position. But let's talk about the Rotom fight. Second objective. If the Team Rise got it, it will help them a lot, but there's a level difference of these Hoopa. There's a level 7 Hoopa favoring Revenges, and Rise still stuck on level 6.
So I think they should just look for instant Unite move right now, to just look for some KOs before they... If they use it right now, right, the Blastoise as an example, they will have it up for the next Dreadnought fight. And I think we saw Blissey Unite on bot side, yeah. They're pushing the bot goal. They're getting 40 and 30 in for the Delphox. Blissey out to 30 points. So, nicely. That's what I just said about they should do the Unite moves, and they do it instantly on bot side. But Rise has not pulled the trigger yet. Maybe they're looking for it now. He's looking for a Unite button into eject button right now.
True.
He's just scouting out. He's looking for this eject button. Is he gonna look for it now? He's waiting so long. And there we go. No, he's just walking into them now. He doesn't... Oh, there we go. There's the Unite eject button. Hitting 3 targets. He's gonna spin all over them. And yeah, this is what I meant. Delphox has no chance against this, right? But maybe the berry was enough. The berry actually keeps Delphox alive for now.
Meanwhile, the Cramorant got 1 pick, and it was Blissey, which is a strong pick to be honest, because it will just deny the health supplies plus the shield. Meanwhile, Trevenant already targeting the Rotom, and Team Revenges got the second objective of the game into their favor. Team Rise not looking that good, plus the Trevenant helping them a lot. Or I like the playstyle of Trevenant and Cramorant, both the Pokemons working together very perfectly. But the second Dreadnought has appeared. And it's gone.
It's already down. It's already done. They're way too late. The Hoopa Portal, they couldn't make it in time. They were sticking down on top a bit too much. But if they still get KOs right now, I think it's totally fine. The second Dread is good experience, but as long as you kill 3-4 targets, I think you're still quite happy. And that's what they do. They kill 3 characters on the enemy team. And it's still not looking too bad for Avengers this time around. This time they have the almost 200-point lead.
True. And it
Great.
seems like the tables have been turned, right? In the previous match, we saw Rise just putting the similar amount of competition and almost just out of similar amount of scored similar amount of goals against the players of Revenant. Now Revenges just doing the same thing, which is a good thing. But I'm really excited about the second Rotom, right? Because we already know right now charging up your Unite move is your first priority. If you do that, you have to wait for the perfect opportunity. You have to use it till the end, especially in the Zapdos fight. Again, if you talk about a team fight, right? Still, in my personal opinion, Revenanters has an upper advantage in that.
Yes, I mean the team fights, and there we go. They're looking for it again. Blastoise again, eject buttoning in. Venusaur is going very deep. They're just going to score some points, close the gap right now to just 120 points. Trevenant on the other side also scored some points on top. So that was the last time they could use their Unite moves before Zapdos spawns, so they're just going to farm. It's going to be a pretty passive game, I think, not from the side of Rise. They're just going to wait for Zapdos to spawn, farm every single Audino on their side, and hopefully get that Venusaur to level 13.
Yeah, Venusaur already opting for the pretty close to the level 13 as I just mentioned. He is on level 12. Look at that. The Trevenant just ganking
These are
with
Dinos
5
on top
pushes.
side now. Yeah. We also still need the Blastoise in level 30. I don't know if we can get it, and there we go. Venusaur's on 12.5. No, still has some time to go, and the Trevenant is very aggressive.
Yeah, pretty aggressive, and it really working out in their favor. Now look at this. You have 13 seconds left on the third Dreadnought, but teams are, especially Revenges, are already opting for the second Rotom. Sylvan was trying to get in their favor, but Trevenant Horn Leech is literally
Oh, he almost gets it.
He was like literally got it in his favor, but retrieved it again, doing that perfectly. Now, Team Rise has to get this Dreadnought, or they have to delay it, but it seems like they are not going for this team fight. They are trying to
They should
defend
not.
the Rotom for the touchdown.
Yes, they should just defend the Rotom very fast. Make sure they have all the experience. The third Dreadnought doesn't give that much experience anyways. It's totally fine to give it up. Just clear the Rotom fast so you still get into Zapdos positioning in time. Because right now, Revengers can just have complete control over the mid side. And we can see it already. Blastoise, no, we have Blissey and Trevenant being very aggressive, scouting vision. And Rice has to find a way in. Or Zapdos might just also get burnt down here. Even though Revengers doesn't have the best Zapdos damage. They do take quite a while of killing Zapdos.
Let's see. We can see Cramorant and Delphox level 13. They have their Unite move ready. Similar thing for the Team Rise. Blastoise going for the bot lane. Inside the bushes, they're still trying. Like, they still haven't initiated the Zapdos fight yet. But they are looking out for those Pokemon. I thought that Blastoise might, score 100. And yup, he's just going for that. And which might get them a good advantage in that situation. This is the time Team Revengers will, initiate a fight.
Trevenant's also dropping super low already. They're gonna go aggressive now. The Hyperspace Portal and Necro got scouted out by the Delphox. Who's able to defend the goal? But there's a teamfight. Cramorant's in the middle of everyone. And Trevenant might just explode right here. This good Unite move out on 4 or 5 targets. Blissey goes down on the side of Rice. But 2 already dead on the side of Revengers. And Venusaur still almost full HP. Can he find the Giga Drains? There's the Aeos. Goes into Hooper very, very aggressively. And Hooper's so strong as well on his Unbound form. Doing so much damage for support. But Hooper might just finally fall down. No, the Focus Band. You have a Focus Band.
Yeah, it held him. Plus the hyperspace hole, right? It just give you a speed boost in that situation. But in that situation, Zapdos might go into favor of Team Rise. Cramorant was here to go for the steal, using the dive to close in the distance. Might get the Zapdos, but no, that's not going to be the case. No way.
And now Rice is going to look for the scores again. Necro's only going to score 100 on top, and Cramorant goes down. Looks like last game. The Cramorant last man standing, trying to get to the Zapdos pit just like last game. Can't quite do it. What a wonderful team fight on the backside. We just had Venusaur, Blastoise, and Sylveon just kill everyone on the side of Revengers. And there the scores come through. We have 100 on Venusaur, we have 100 on Hooper as well, 100 on Sylveon. And it's pretty much the same as game 1 when it comes to the score now. 10 seconds left. There's no chance for Rice to have a second push. It's gonna be a 2-0.
Yeah, it is. It certainly is. Rice might seal the deal of this matchup pretty quickly. I mentioned one thing. I was talking about the fight. I was talking about the team fight of Team Revengers. They were looking pretty strong in that. And suddenly, everything went south. I think so that, scoring, Blastoise scoring potential, in fact, that was a bait from his side, right? He was trying to attract some players, or he was just trying to, initiate the fight against the players of Revengers, and it worked out. He haven't secured that 100 goal in that situation. He waited, and then we saw Zoe opted for his Unite move. In that situation, Necro just spawned towards the center, takes down the Cramorant, and after that, charging onto the Hoopa. In that situation, we also saw Trevenant. He got sandwiched between 2 players, so Venusaur and the Sylveon. I think so that was the game-changing moment.
Yeah, for sure. I think the problem with Revenant's team combo is at some point they all just don't have any damage left. Like Sylveon as an example, has those hyper voices all the time, right? Non-stop. Venusaur with the Pedidance also non-stop. And at some point, Cramorant might run out of things to actually damage with. But yeah, it was a very close game. That could have went either way, for sure. Very close team fight.
Look at that. 100
massive damage on the Venusaur.
9,000. Yes, that is massive. Plus, Necro about to hit the 50,000 mark too. We also dished out 48.73 for ZK. But on the other side, Eeyore with the Delphox pick, this time 54. I personally like the playstyle of Bongo, right? He improved a lot from the previous match. Dished out almost 80,000 total damage. And again, he was trying to steal that Zapdos. But he was, I think so, 2 seconds late. But again, you had an air slash and a dive. You also, dished out every single. You also, used his every single, the final movement. In the final movement, he was like, I was about to steal that Zapdos, but unfortunately couldn't do that. Now, this is a 2-0 finish, favoring Team Rise, Chris. I personally like the playstyle of Team Revengers in the second game. We saw the aggression, right? They were hungry for those goals. They were hungry for those feints. But unfortunately, in the end, and as we just mentioned in the Q&A, I also asked this one question. What do you think in the solo queue you were talking about? It is a Zapdos favorite game, and it certainly is.
Yes. It just turned out. I mean, but that's a fair Zapdos, right? Like, it was a complete victory in a team fight. And if a team, KOs 4th enemy team, they deserve to get Zapdos, right? So it's not like it wasn't thrown away or anything. So was a 100% deserved Zapdos in the end. They were behind all game, but they still managed to win in the end for the team fight. So well done by Rice.
Yeah, well done by Rice, and now they will move forward to the upper bracket matchup. However, Revenges is still waiting. Revenges is still waiting for the loser bracket. Their journey will still continue, if I'm not wrong, ladies and gentlemen. But just want to ask one question from you, Chris. How was your experience? We have casted this game today. Plus, how you enjoyed, and what are the things you just want to mention about these two teams you liked?
That was very fun, and I'm
Yeah.
glad to see, especially teams like Rise or other regions picking up, metas from other regions as well. Again, the Sylveon jungle, which got very popular in Europe, I'm glad to see being picked up, and that players realize these are the
Yeah.
good things. We should be playing this, and they also perform very well with it. So that's very good to see.
That's true, and I really agree with that. Especially as you just mentioned, right? You had a question, and you asked that question too, why the teams are not opting for match on, because they are pretty happy with their team comp, and they are pretty confident with the team comp, despite of the fact not sometimes some teams like usually focus on the meta, what other regions are doing. Despite of that fact, teams are still preparing their own meta and literally mastering that, which is a good thing. But now there's one question I'm just gonna ask, and that is the next match is going to be of Renaissance, which is participating in the World Championship. What are your thoughts on that team? Because we have seen them performing well and, in fact, amazing every single time.
Yeah, Renaissance, I think, is one of the big favorites to win this tournament here as well. And I think they're going to have a good showing at the World Championship as well. I think, the SEA region is very underrated, and I think they're going to give, Europe and North America also a good run for their money. I'm really excited for the World Championship. I really want to see them play there and see how they perform against other regions.
Me too. That's really good thing. But thanks a lot, Chris, for joining us for this one matchup. Yeah, it's an honor, to be honest, to cast with you. But this one thing, just want to mention, and that is we used to follow what we can say a pratha, right? I just want to say one thing in Hindi. Can you repeat that? Can you do me a favor?
I can try, I guess.
Okay, so just say one thing, and that is "बहुत मजा आया."
बहुत मजा आया.
Pretty nice, and to be honest, that was pretty cute. Thanks a lot, Chris, for joining us for this amazing casting, and I really like that. Thanks a lot. But ladies and gentlemen, our matches are still left. कहीं मत जाइएगा, हम आपसे मिलेंगे एक बहुत ही छोटे से ब्रेक के बाद. Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Pokemon Unite Pro League Season 3, brought to you by the Elite Four. My name is Shivansh Phoenix Singh, and alongside me, it's Indie Beer and Arun. Basically, he's the community manager of Nordbit Gaming, also announcing, in fact, also introducing Pokemon Unite to the Challenger mode. Due to that, you guys will be able to play the community tournament. Plus, we have Indibir, one of the best analysts present in the Pokemon Unite community. So, how are you, Indibir, and how much excited you are for the games?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me. And yeah, I'm very excited for the games. Both teams I recognize, very
Yeah.
talented players on both teams. Have a team that's going to be at the World Championships as well. So
True.
I haven't seen these teams play for a little bit now, but I'm very excited for the matches.
So as this Indy just talked about, one team is playing in the World Championship. He is talking about Renaissance, and they are facing AFR. These two teams are one of the best team in the APAC region. And as just Indy mentioned, you haven't seen Renaissance played like from a very long time, not for a short time, but they have been literally dominating every single team in the PUPL Season 3. Let's hope the same from them in this winners bracket. Matt, okay, so Indy, I have a question for you, and that is, kya lagta hai? Okay, sorry, you can understand Hindi, English, right?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. So, kya lagta hai aapko? Which team will win this matchup?
दोनों टीम अच्छी है लेकिन रेनेसांस पता है वो वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में खेल रहे तो उनके लिए थोड़ा तो करना ही पड़ेगा लेकिन AFR बहुत अच्छी टीम है मैंने बहुत टाइम से देख रहा हूँ उन्हें मेरे वो स्ट्रीम में आते रहते हैं वो डिफरेंट सा प्ले स्टाइल फिलिपीन वाले लोग मतलब बड़ा अच्छा है दोनों टीम के लिए एक्साइटेड हूँ.
To be honest, Indy, I'm sure our audience will get like surprised and they'll definitely get shocked because you are speaking fluent Hindi, and I don't think so like anyone expected that, especially we too. But it's perfect to be honest. अगर मैं बोलूँ तो, and yeah, जैसे कि आपने बोला, थोड़ा play style different है AFR का. They play a little bit different from others, but they look pretty strong. But Renaissance, right? If we talk about them, what do you really like about that one team? If you just want to mention, just want to point out.
Yeah, AFR for a long time, I saw them playing a style that revolved around Venusaur and Blissey. Even before Blissey was in the meta, they've been playing Blissey, right?
Yeah.
So that's something that I've seen them have a lot of success with. I know they've played other things and they've experimented with it a lot, but I feel like if I see Shua and Venusaur and they have like a Blissey to back it up, they can win any game.
They certainly can win any game, and that's what we are looking for. But again, it's a BU3 matchup, which is a winners bracket matchup, which will start in just few seconds. So let's take a look at the draft, and then we'll notice which type of Pokemon these teams are opting. And it seems like we can see a Charizard and a Gengar. To be honest, I have seen this type of composition, but in a ranked match, not in the competitive from a very long time. Okay, they are keep switching on the Slowbro and the Cramorant. So, what are your call on this particular pick from AFR? Because I have seen Team Renaissance playing with the Gardevoir and the Serena. Gardevoir opt for the jungle, and then Serena and Hoopa play on the top. Then Blissey and Venusaur annihilate the players on bottom. But what are your thoughts on the pick of Team AFR?
They're looking mostly pretty standard. I'm excited to see the Greninja pick, and I see he has an Energy Amp equipped as well, which is very different from like typical North American meta. And I'm excited to see how they can take advantage of that.
Let's see what's gonna happen. My money is on Team Renaissance. Let's see if they're gonna win this or not. And again, it's going to be a BU3 matchup. So, which means if you lost one match, it doesn't matter. Like, you still have one lifeline to survive on, and then you might get a comeback. Yesterday we saw Renaissance played against RJ Gaming in that one particular BU3. They lost the first match, but they still won the whole series because they changed their strat a little bit. They opted for the Gardevoir and they literally annihilated the whole lobby. Plus, Kamiro used to play with Machamp, so switching from a Gardevoir to a Machamp, you have to switch to your mechanics a little bit. But which Pokemon do you really prefer with this composition? Machamp would be a better pick, or Gardevoir is looking decent?
Gardevoir looks good. It can be kind of difficult into Greninja. If Greninja gets going in the early game, it's very mobile. It can dodge the future sites, and if you manage to dodge one of them, then it could be over for Gardevoir. But Gardevoir is a very strong pick if it can get going. Either jungler, I think, has very good potential.
Yep, certainly is. And now it's all about the bottom first Audino fight. Who will get that? AFR Ivik just moving forward. TNT might use the pound to secure that, but no, Yang got it. In fact, if I'm not wrong, it was Ivik who got it. I thought Yang got the Audino. No, he just leveled up himself. Thought this few level power spikes in his favor. Opted for the level 3. Now, it seems like Renaissance has to just rely on the Audino they have left from their side. But it seems like the Greninja, he was rotated. He was like opting for the rotations with the bottom lane, but again back to the basics. Now farming jungle.
Yeah, I've seen some teams in various different regions do this, where the jungler doesn't start in the jungle. They come down, they help the bottom lane secure those Audinos, and then go back to their jungle, which is safe. So it's nice to see them try to help the bottom lane with that.
But now it's a 2+3 split for Team Renaissance, in which Gardevoir joins the bottom lane and stole the sequence. However, Cramorant somehow managed to get one level in his favor. But after that, it seems like Team Renaissance might get the bottom lane's advantage in their favor. The second Audino just spawned, and look at that. Yang already leveled up onto the level 4 Venusaur. Now, Venusaur is also a very good pick. He has a mobility plus the Giga Petal is a very good build. But especially if you're facing Greninja and Blastoise, you really opt for a Venusaur, especially in those cases when you are in a lot of team fights.
Yeah, it can be tough to be Venusaur if you don't get a lot of farm, and because it's not a jungle Venusaur, it's going to be smaller this game. So it might be a little bit dangerous to go out there in the Petal Dance build, but in the late game it can be very, very strong, especially with the Blissey.
That's true, agree with that, but now the first Dreadnought might appear in just a few seconds. Plus, in fact, a Vesiguin, they still have to just spawn. Meanwhile, Kamiru already on level 8. Cramorant might go down. He was on pretty less HP. And now TNT just trying to help Venusaur to just escape from that hidden situation. And he did that. Now, again, look at that. Serena, a level 6 Serena with the Storm is a pain in the head in a lot of situations. A very good hyperspace hold, but despite of that fact, Greninja takes down the Serena. And after that, they will score a decent amount of goals on the top lane, which is a good thing. But 20 seconds left, in fact 19 seconds left to be specific for the first right now.
Yeah, and if you look at Greninja's EXP, he's comfortably level 9, almost level 10 going into this Dreadnought fight. So it's going to be very, very big, impactful energy amp Unite move coming out, and excited to see what he can make of it.
Now here's the come to team fight. Berry has been stolen from the side of Team Renaissance. Shao just moving forward. He uses Unite move, charging perfectly, takes down Serena, looking pretty good. Gardevoir also uses Unite move, but unfortunately couldn't able to survive in that situation. Blissey somehow managed to take down the Greninja, but got traded off. Slowbro takes down Blissey, but it seems like it's going to be AFR who will get the Dreadnought in their favor, because they literally dominated and take down every single Pokemon present on the bottom lane. Got the first Dreadnought, got the level advantage. Now after this, Greninja already has his level 10, and on the other side we can see Team Renaissance struggling a little bit.
Yeah, that's the power of Greninja. If you get going in the early game, if you have level 9 for first Dread, he can completely snowball. And now they got the Rotom, but Miva's got level 9 on Blasters, and he can easily hold back this push with his Unite move if he needs it.
They got the Rotom, but I don't think so that they can get an easy touchdown, because they are defending pretty perfectly. Gardevoir, look at that. Dished out a lot of damage, but you have T1 support. You will get like 200 heal per 3 seconds, which will help you a lot to just survive in a lot of situations. Now we can see the hyperspace hold being used from the side of the players of AFR to at least takes down the bottom T1. However, they haven't secured the first Audino yet. They will get the Vesicant support, because the Vesicant has been appeared towards the bottom lane. But Team Renaissance, I think so they got divided between the top lane and the bottom lane, still trying to take down the Cramorant, and Serena still opting for that, but somehow managed to get away with the pick. Blastoise tried to trade off Serena, but unfortunately that wasn't the case.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot to fight over right now during the map, so any knockdowns that go down, it's just XP being shared on both sides.
True.
But AFR looking really, really good. They've got a lot of XP on all of their carries, but I wouldn't count Renaissance out of it. I mean, we've got a level 11 Gardevoir. They have all their Unite moves unlocked. They've got a very strong team fight composition. So it's going to be a really, really fun team fight to see coming up for the second Dread fight here.
It seems like Team Renaissance just trying to try to score some goals in the top tier one to at least, equalize the things in this situation. Blissey and Serena just charging in with the help of the Guardian. We already knew that Hoopa has his Unite move, so he can easily help to spawn his teammates pretty crisply towards a Dreadnought fight. Slowbro using the Amnesia, and now Travis uses Unite move. So as the opponent's Hoopa, now it's a great fight between these two. But Blastoise had pretty less HP, but despite of that fact, he's just going all in. Uses the Unite move. Greninja secure the Dreadnought again. Serena charging in to the opponents, but couldn't able to survive in that situation. Hoopa somehow managed to trade off the Greninja, but the Cramorant being the smartest one here. Somehow, Venusaur takes down the Blastoise, but a lot of trades already being goes into the favor of Team AFR. Team Renaissance again lost another team fight in the Dreadnought area. So, Indiview, what if I got stuck in this type of situation? What do I have to do if I lost two Dreadnoughts in a row?
You have to just look to use a Unite move to get some comeback experience. Even if it means you might be missing one of your Unites at the spawn of Zap, I would say try to find an opportunity, walk around as 5. If it means using your Gardevoir or Serena's Unite, use it, get some XP, get some points in, and try to equalize the game state.
So I agree with that, but look at that Team Renaissance again. So whenever they try to score some goals, the Hoopa uses as the hyperspace goal, and Greninja and Blastoise was enough to at least slow down the things a little bit. Now Serena's again charging the Slowbro, which is a good pick. Gardevoir helped them a lot. Now they got the score in their favor, but that was just only 11. Gardevoir might take down the Blastoise, and that just happened. Gardevoir got one pick, and look at the position of Cramorant, not that promising. They might get the top tier 1, and yes, goes into the favor of Team Renaissance. They are not that far behind, especially Gardevoir got the pick, which will help her to boost up. Look at that, level 13 Gardevoir. On the other side is a level 14 Greninja, which is massive.
Yeah, Renaissance definitely struggling still a little bit in XP. They want to get that level 13 for Venusaur, for upgraded Paladins. Meanwhile, AFR, they've got all the experience they need, and they're getting set up to take maybe potentially a 3rd Dreadnought this game.
Let's see. 2 minutes 22 seconds. The Dreadnought has been appeared. Greninja and Slowbro are up for the grab. It seems like Renaissance is not even looking at that situation. Cramorant might get picked off by Serena, because Serena was trying to at least charge in onto the Cramorant and at least take him down. But no, that's not going to be the case. I personally like the formation of the players of AFR. What are your call on that?
Yeah, they're looking good. They've got the Dreadnought shield. I want them to be a little bit closer to the Zap fight, just so they don't get the Zapdos flipped on them. But looks like they're getting into the pit now, which is looking solid.
Yeah, they are pretty close to the Zapdos Dome, or Zapdos pit to be specific. No way, Cramorant might goes down, but the hyperspace hole saves the day for the Cramorant. Now Blastoise and Slowbro moving forward, but the Gardevoir, oh my goodness, one of the best pick. Venusaur got stunned by the Slowbro. Blastoise uses his Unite move, but unfortunately goes down. Now these fights going into the favor of Team Renaissance. Look at that, Serena with the perfect Unite move takes down the Hoopa, and now nabbing up chances of Team AFR to come back. Every single Pokemon goes down. Now it's a free Zapdos for Team Renaissance, but still there's a hope alive. They can get some goals in their favor, but that is looking pretty difficult, because they might score a 500, and this might just charge in towards 600 against 139.
Yeah, AFR, they were doing well leading up to Zap, and they had a good experience lead. Unfortunately, the Cramorant got caught out. They did teleport home with the Hoopa Unite, but Kamira did a really good job having the Gardevoir's moves ready to go off of the portal. And after that, the team fight just became really, really messy. So very well executed on the behalf of Renaissance in the end game there. But very, close game up to Zapdos. It could have gone either way, to be honest.
True. I personally agree. I like that fact that Slowbro was trying to, at least stop the Venusaur. In that situation, Blastoise was dished out a lot of damage, but Venusaur Giga Drain was perfect. Now, Team AFR trying to, score some counter goal, but that isn't helping them a lot. Already 2 Pokemons goes out. Now it's the Blastoise turn. You have only 7 seconds left on the clock, and it's done. It's definitely Team Renaissance's game. Now, Team AFR, I would love to, point out the mistakes they had done, but I think so, Indy, you are the perfect guy to talk about that. So, what really went south for the Team AFR?
So the team fight started with Cramorant getting caught out, and they
Yeah.
had a focus band on, so they were able to survive and walk through the Hoopa hyperspace hole. The problem was Kamiru was ready with the Moonblast on top of the hyperspace hole when the Cramorant
True.
came out. The Cramorant took more damage. It forced his team to activate buddy barriers. Slowbro had to run in to try to stun down the Venusaur,
True.
but that just baited everyone in. Venusaur Unite, Gardevoir Unite, these big AoEs all on top of one another. And then the Blissey, which is a perfect counter to Slowbro. Yeah, once the Cramorant was caught on the side of AFR, it was going to be a very, very hard fight
Yeah.
for them to continue.
You already got the Pokemon disadvantage in that situation. You have to force out all your Unite moves. Plus, we saw that Serena was also targeting Hoopa in that fight, which was a very good move. I personally like that, and at the end uses Unite move to finish off the things to take down the Hoopa and get the Zapdos in their favor. Now look at this. Yang got the MVP title. He totally deserved that because he played an important role in some stages. However, a lane Venusaur was not that perfect against a Greninja like that. Especially we talk about Shua was looking unstoppable in certain cases. However, look at that. Rebounds dished out 51,000 damage. Yang also scored 50, in fact 50,000 damage in his favor. Kamiru with 80,000. Yeah, which is looking perfect. Now, Indy, what do you really want to suggest to the team AFR? Do you really like this one particular composition, or do you want to see some changes? I personally want to see a change, and that is going to be a Cramorant change.
Yeah, I mean the Cramorant, it had some good moments in that game for sure. But it did struggle in the late game. You're absolutely right with that. I'd want to see them move away from the Slowbro. I think Renaissance is too good at playing around the Slowbro Unite.
Perfect.
And yeah, I want AFR to see maybe go towards a Blissey or a different type of style tank, because they just didn't get any value into Renaissance. And the NT was always ready with every Blissey Unite to
Yeah.
counter the Slowbro Unite, and then from there it's just too difficult to get anything.
So basically, if we talk about this particular composition, right, the Slowbro is working with the Greninja, and Blaster is also helping helping them in the early and the mid game stages, mid to end game stages too. That was the perfect composition, right? It just worked out in their favor for a lot of times, and they really thought that this will help them to finish off the things. But that wasn't the case. They got caught off guard. Plus, I really like, in my personal opinion, Yang just worked as a bait. I think so. Force out Slowbro to use his Unite move, and then Blissey just uses Unite move onto Yang to just give him support, and then he can just survive till the end, and that would just happen. Plus, we have another thing. Arun just joined us for on the caster panel to discussed about the situation that just happened. But Indy, as we just talking about Cramorant, I think so. They have to change on the Cramorant plus the Slowbro. Blissey is going to be a good option with the Hoopa. We all know it's. I think so. Yeah, universal pick. If you want to go for a very, very, very good team fight, you should opt for that. But other than the Cramorant, I think so. Machamp or maybe Pokemon which will help you a lot. It's going to be Venusaur. I think so. These two picks will be a good option other than the Cramorant. What are your comments on that?
Yeah, I think those are fine options. I wouldn't mind seeing something like a Dragon Knight. I don't know how
Perfect.
comfortable they are with something like that, but if I'm looking at both of these teams, neither team has like a really hard secure on objectives.
Yep.
And there doesn't seem to be enough on the way of Renaissance to stop a Dragon Knight from just hitting an objective and going for a Hyper Beam, especially if they have a Blissey protecting them.
Yep.
So I think that could be a really strong pick in this set.
I think so. I agree with that because again, the highest secure, the best secures in the game goes to the favor of the Pokemon Dragonite, which might work out in their favor. But they were getting, the objectives in the early and the late game stages. So I think so. They should opt for a different Pokemon. But let's talk about the second game, right? The next game, it's going to be a pivotal point for both the teams. If Renaissance get this, they will just move forward. They just continue their journey in the winners bracket. But if AFR get this, then they will move to a reset. Then they have to play another game. Now, what do you really want to expect from Renaissance? Because we have seen doing some mistakes from their side, right? In the early game stages, they were like struggling getting those basic getting those dreadnought, getting those objective, just going away from them. What they have to do to get at least those small things into their favor to get a very good start in the early game stage.
Yeah. I think it has to go in terms of the laning phase. More prioritizing those Bs and these Audinos in the lane. We saw game one, AFR, their Greninja was level 9 at like
Yeah.
720. Just because they got a lot of Bs, they got a lot of farm, and trying to shut down that Greninja is going to be really important. But if Kamiro looked really strong on the Gardevoir, if I'm them, I just won game one, I wouldn't change anything. I think it's very intimidating if you win game one and you just go game two is the same composition and you're like, all right, let's see if you can figure out how to beat us again. Because we're confident. So I want to see them just bust it out again. The Gardevoir looks strong, and let AFR try to figure out how to beat it. Because right now, Kamiro is looking unstoppable at that Zap fight.
But Kamino is like pretty infamous for changing his Pokemon by time. So let's see if it's just gonna stick with Gardevoir, that would be perfect. Or if it's just gonna opt for a different Pokemon, that will also work in his favor or not. We'll just get to see. But the second game will start in a while, ladies and gentlemen. Till then, just like the video if you're just liking the stream. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done yet. Let's take a look at the drafts and then we'll notice what type of Pokemon Team AFR is opting and which playstyle they're gonna opt for. It's going to be a scoring meta or just gonna annihilate their opponent. Kamiru again, just hovering towards Absol. So, Indy, just wanna ask you one question. After nerf, right? People literally just forgot about Absol. I have seen some players really going for that, but do you really think it's a good option and a good pick in the competitive scenario?
Yeah, I think Absol's fine. I mean, it was bugged for the first part of the patch. The Night Slash was not working, but since the bug fix has come in, I'm surprised that more teams are not playing Absol. If you get a small lead with Absol in the early game, it can completely snowball a game, and it doesn't take much to get started, right? So
yeah. To be honest, Absol in the early game stage is a menace. Taking down an Absol is a really difficult task, especially when he has the mobility and the damage plus the crit is literally ridiculous in a lot of situations. Now, if we talk about the previous match, I had casted the game with Chris, and in that we saw Cramorant was opting for a potion. In this match, we have seen that AFR Cramorant opted for the eject button. So, what are your thoughts on that? Which type of battle item should a Cramorant should opt for?
I think eject should always be the standard, just because you can activate eject in your unite move. You can go into a bush, get out of vision. You can combine it with dive for more mobility. Potion's okay, it's not bad if you want to stay alive during the unite, but eject should always be the standard, golden standard for Cramorant, and then anything after that, you're just adjusting your gameplay.
I still think that if you have a Blissey, then why you're gonna opt for a potion, and if you have a focus band too, then you can easily survive in a lot of situations. Now, one more question. Now we're just gonna see a lot of teams is gonna do the Adan Pradan in terms of the experience in the bottom lane, but we haven't seen Decidueye a lot, right? In the mid game stages of past 2 or 3 months ago, we have seen teams were opting for Decidueye a lot, and it was a good pick. Now, what just happened to Decidueye? Teams are literally not opting for that, and in fact, dodging that one pick.
Yeah, I think Absol was popular for a while, and it was scary to be Decidueye into the Absol. And then it got nerfed for the start of this patch, where the shackles went down to 2 to 3, and now it's back to 3. So yeah, maybe people have just forgotten about the character. I still think it's viable. It would be okay into Gardevoir as well, just poking it from a long range. But yeah, I mean, AFR went back to the Greninja in this game. I'm not sure if you saw, but Chua moved from Energy Amp to Attack Weight, which is stacking Greninja from the jungle. So I'm curious to see. He hasn't gotten any stacks yet, so we'll see if he can get that this game and make value from that item.
See, it's just going to happen or not. He just moved towards the top lane, which is going to be a good call, because we have seen that AFR loves to dominate towards the top lane. And now Greninja was opting for the jungle invade. In fact, the Zapdos Doom, he will get a lot of experience, but let's see if this is going to help him or not.
Yeah, so Greninja's opting not to do a triple clear in their jungle, leaving their jungle up and securing some of the farm in the top lane. So it might be difficult for Shua to hit 9 this game. Last game he was already level 7 at this point. And that's where Greninja's strength is. If you can get level 9 for the first Dread, use your Unite move, clean up with Surf, that's where you see the biggest power level. If not, you can struggle sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes you certainly struggle, but it just all comes down to you how just gonna manage that and how you really rely on your teammate. Plus, we have another announcement, and that is Arun is with us. So it will be awesome if Arun is just gonna talk to us regarding the team and in fact this tournament, how it's going, plus the initiative from the side of Nordwind to go for the Nordwind CC, and then we can see a lot of teams from Nordwind CC also participate in the PUPL. How you really like that?
Evening, guys. How are you doing?
Oh, everything is fine. So, what are your expectation and how is your experience on this PUPL season 3?
No, it's been amazing. I think the initiative has been really good. But apart from that, I'm still learning the game, so I think it's fantastic to listen to you guys and learn something out of it. Each game.
Yeah, that's perfect. But right now we have the first Dreadnought fight, which is going to play an important role, because if you get the level advantage in the early stage, you can dominate your opponent. But it seems like Team AFR right now not in a good position. Gardevoir opted for the Unite move, but no one literally got stuck in that. But despite of the fact, Gardevoir got the Dreadnought in her favor.
Yeah, it looks like AFR is okay with losing this Dread because they didn't even send down their Blastoise. Blastoise just went for a jungle invade, and I guess they were trying their best to go for a steal. They don't end up getting it, so it's not great, but Blastoise does get some farm in the jungle, and looks like they're going to try to contest this Rotom after collecting some farm. Or actually, AFR is just looking to trade, and they're going to go for a big score in the bottom lane. It's interesting decision for them, saying that, hey, we can't fight, so we're just going to go for counter scores.
Yeah, they know, right? If the first goalpost has been destroyed, they'll appear some more Audinos to get the level advantage and to settle on the things which will work in their favor. And look at that. Meanwhile, they also destroyed the bottom tier 1. But here's a twist: the Rotom is still up, and it just goes down to favoring Team Renaissance. Meanwhile, Blissey again scored a 20. They are maintaining a good score lead. Not a lead yet, but again, just equalizing things pretty perfectly. But the Rotom touchdown, if it happened, AFR might just drop down and they might lose the top tier 2.
Yeah, it was looking like that, but huge Unite from Blastoise, followed by Unite from Greninja as well, and they're comfortably able to defend here, getting two takedowns, a lot of experience going back their way. Maybe even Venusaur going down to a rapid spin, and just barely Blastoise stays alive. So now we see on the side of AFR, that's a level 11 Blastoise, level 11 Greninja, and even though they lost the first Dread, they are leading their side in experience. It's a 1 point difference in terms of points. Very, very close game going into the second Dread.
Team AFR is doing some crazy stuff. Right now, Greninja is up against the Serena, which is a good fight. Look at that, the smoke screen. How you can usually easily exploit that perfectly, learn from the Greninja. But here we can see Hoopa uses his Unite move to get the Dreadnought in their favor, and the similar thing done by Team AFR. But Gardevoir again get the Dreadnought in her favor, and they might charge it towards the bottom lane. Meanwhile, we can see the Hoopa goes out, Blissey scored a goal, and the Blastoise is still present towards the opponent's top tier 2, which is a good strategy, to be honest, but AFR just doing it more and more. I think so Team Renaissance might read this, but they haven't, noticed it yet.
Yeah, AFR playing this game a little bit differently in terms of just they're not prioritizing the Dreads, and they're saving their Unite moves, letting Renaissance use 1 or 2 Unite moves to secure the Dread, and then they go score, AFR scores somewhere on the map, and then gets their experience in the form of kills other places on the map. So even though they've lost both Dreads, the junglers are the same level. Blastoise is level 12 at this stage of the game, so AFR is looking good. Down 2 Dreads, they're seeming fine. Oh, Blastoise with the Unite. Kamiro gets caught. This is going to be a huge rapid spin from Miva. And Shua is just collecting down the kills. Rotom gets stolen. Oh my god.
That was a cool pick. Last Serena goes out. Now, here we can see they got the Rotom, but they didn't got the touchdown. Now, this is a good thing, right? They got all the objectives till now, but still, Team AFR has the lead in terms of score. We have 1 minute left on the clock, and this will change a lot of stuff, right? Now, look at this. Venusaur has his Unite from the side of Team Renaissance, so as Blissey, Gardevoir, Hoopa, and Serena. Plus, they didn't have the lead. Now, the third Dreadnought will appear. Do you really think that this is a good call to opt for the Dreadnought? And Team AFR, they're literally dodging the Dreadnought fight again and again. After the first one, they literally dodged that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think AFR should go to this Dread. They've skipped on all the other ones. This one looks very dangerous for them. Renaissance is going to be able to collect it for free, which would be nice. It'll pretty much even out the XP. The points are only between, 60-point gap. So honestly, this is just like game one. Any team can win at the Zap fight. It's going to come down to which team executes better in this final team fight of the game.
Yeah, there's a good formation between these two teams. Look at that. The top side being acquired by the players of Team A5 and the bottom just acquired by the players of Renaissance. Now, they are hiding inside the bushes to, at least bait out some players, but they haven't found anyone yet. They're still waiting for the perfect opportunity. Now, this will never affect Team A5 because they already have the lead and they can work on that. But Team Renaissance has to score some goals. They have to get the Zapdos as soon as possible. Blastoise is still waiting for the perfect opportunity. Meanwhile, Hoopa and the Blissey try to initiate some fight. Gardevoir, meanwhile, might score 100 in that situation, which is a good thing because it will work in the favor of Team Renaissance.
Yeah, Renaissance, Kamira finding that opportunity to score. I would say FR needs to press the fight right now, because now they're definitely behind. And looks like that's what Blast is doing. Huge Unite move going out. All the Unite moves coming out from both ends. Blast is looking like they might be going down. Gardevoir ends up going down before the Blissey Unite. Miva gets Blissey United. AFR is cleaning up. And it's looking like a team wipe on the side of AFR unless Serena can make a wild comeback in the fight. Zapdos is getting low. Zapdos ends up going down on the side of AFR, secured by the Cramorant, the pick that we were talking about before the game started. And even though the points are close here, it looks like at least 300 points are going to come into the side of AFR, and they just need to go home and defend now.
Now, the 40-second left on the clock, and they can easily go for the count of one. But in that situation, Team Renaissance has to do some cool stuff. Now, it is a 300 or 250-point lead, but it can be get down to about 150 to 200. But if they get this team fight or not, Team AFR, they knew that this is going to be their game, and they might get this one, and we might just just move forward to a reset. But anything can happen. This is Pokemonunite.
Anything can happen, even though this is the home goal. Kamir going with a Unite to try to start off the fight. And it's looking like, Renaissance is trying their best. They are getting some knockouts. Serena ends up getting reset, and they're not a part of that fight either. And with a couple seconds left, this is going to be tied up by AFR into a best of three now. Truly a best of three.
It's truly a best of three, and then we'll find who is the best team amongst these two champions, because now we are just moved forward to the third game. But in this game, we saw Team AFR opting for some different strategies, right? Not going for the Dreadnought fight, instead helping their Blastoise just invade their jungle to stole some Ordinos to get a level in his favor, and score some goals to maintain the lead till the end. However, it worked out pretty perfectly. Plus, I personally like the formation which was present towards the Zapdos fight, right? Team Renaissance was trying to, find where the players are. They were searching, where they are. But at the end, due to NT and Mavis, they got to know that the players were hiding inside the top side bushes. And then whenever they got to know about that, at that situation, Camaro was trying to, to at least score 100. And he did that. After Mavis' Unite move, he came back to his teammate. But in that situation, Miwa from the side of AFR literally changed the game. We saw him charging in onto the players of Team Renaissance and uses his Unite move perfectly. In that situation, Cramorant and Blastoise, what we can say, partnership was phenomenal.
Yeah, and I like the decision from AFR to swap their Slowbro into a Blissey. We saw the Blissey Unite at the end of the fight connect as well on the side of AFR, and just a more consistent pick. Renaissance was doing a really good job playing around the slow bro, and I think they recognize that as well. So that was a good pick swap up. But what I'm more interested to see is what Renaissance will come to the board with game 3.
Yeah, let's see. We will move forward to the game 3, but we have again Arun with us. So just want to ask one question right now, Arun. In the PUPL season 3, we have seen some Indian teams, but a lot of teams from the APAC region. Now, what are your thoughts about this? We might like. Do you really think that this will happen like more often in the upcoming tournaments for India or not?
Yeah, not many leagues, but yeah, we're planning something bigger than this. So expect the unexpected.
That's perfect. And you know what? It is really fine, right? It is really impressive. Like watching these APAC teams dominating every single opponent. It doesn't matter from which country they are. We have seen like some teams are literally showcasing the perfect amount of dominance. But if we talk about NDBO, right? What is the change Team AFR did? What do you really want to point out about the effort or the play style of Team AFR they showcased in the previous matchup?
I think they showed really good restraint in terms of the Dreadnought fights. We saw them not send 5 Pokemon to the Dreadnought fights, and what was really important is that no one died on their side of the team, or if they did, they only had 1 or 2 knockouts. So they held that experience on their way. They got farm on the rest of the map, and then they took team fights where they had opportunities. And we saw a lot of good Greninja unites, a lot of good usage of the Blastoise unite when it came to defending. And yeah, I mean they were able to take over, keep that XP lead going, and they played really well in the Zap fight. Which honestly, both of these games, I would say neither team had a big enough lead to decide the fight. It was just came down to pure team fight. And game 1 we saw Renaissance take it. Game 2 we saw AFR make some adjustments and they took it. So literally, if these teams keep playing the way that they are, it's gonna come down to another Zap fight.
Now, as you just mentioned, it just comes down to the final Zapdos fight. But let's take a look at the final draft pick between these two teams, and this is going to be the final winner bracket match for one of our team. Because now they will just, if they lost, they will just move forward to the loser bracket match. But here we can see a small change, and that is going to be a Lucario. I kind of like this one, but again, if they will stick, AFR, if they will stick to this, I will, just enjoy the game a lot. But it seems like Renaissance is going to stick to the old basic meta or basic composition they are just using. Camino is still trying to figure out which type of Pokemon he should opt for. But a Greedent. Now, AFR in the previous match opted for, the stealing potential, or in fact, the stealing strategy. And Greedent is the perfect pick for that.
Yeah, and if I'm looking at AFR's team composition, it looks like they're going back to a very score-oriented steal, objective flip kind of comp. And yeah, I mean, no better time to bring this out in the winners final, best of 3, right? So
True.
Why not? I mean, I'm excited to see how they make this work. It's going to be a fun match for sure. And a Pikachu pick and Kamira on the Machamp. I'm excited to see how he pilots this Pokemon as well.
Yang just opted for the Pikachu. We saw that yesterday too, and it just worked out in favor of Renaissance perfectly. Now, you don't have any upper advantage. Everything just got utilized. Especially you lost the previous match against AFR. At that situation, AFR was looking pretty strong. Now, if we talk about, as I just mentioned, right, they are just opting for the scoring potential because 2 fluffy teals, one Zerora has one and one goes to Blissey, which is a good thing. So they might use it in some crucial situations, and they already spot out Ivek, who was trying to get the Audino in his favor, but unfortunately it goes to the favor of Misty.
It does go, and Heart is unable to secure the bottom lane Audino as well. This Pikachu pick is very, very strong into the grid in the early game. Electro Web can be very annoying, the basic attacks, and now that Pikachu's got level 4, this lane that we might have expected to go the way of AFR, they're struggling. Renaissance doing an amazing job. Looks like they're going to secure almost potentially every single Audino in this bottom lane.
They are easily getting those in their favor, and which is helping them allow to just get the power spikes in their favor. But meanwhile, Zerora opting for the top lane, and Machamp already, opt for the bottom side, which is a good thing. Zerora might create a little bit of difference. Hyperspace hole will help for the pushback. The Lucario's closer, man. In fact, the pushback was phenomenal. Serena was trying to, just get away from that situation, but unfortunately, that wasn't the case. We saw a good approach from the side of the players of AFR towards the top lane, and we just witnessed a similar thing from the side of Team Renaissance, but in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, that was an amazing meteor mash stopping the portal, but the problem is when you lose all 5 Audinos in the bottom lane, you're very, very weak. And we see that both bottom lane Pokemon unevolved, Serena in the, getting a knockout on a Lucario trying to invade as well. And Renaissance looking very, very solid in this early game when it comes to their experience.
Yeah, Renaissance just doing some crazy stuff right now, but they have to do it, they have to just, do it again and again. Now look at this. Hurt couldn't able to, get a single, what we can say, an Audino or a wild Pokemon, because he is just working on that passive experience from a long time, but finally might get the level 5 in his favor. But Pikachu's just trying to, stop him, and yup, he's just gonna get succeeded. Machamp secure that one pick. Team Renaissance not looking good. Opted for the rollout. Oh my goodness, Vickley the rollout. We can see that in some certain situations it is a very good pick, but not in those open area fights. In certain situations it might backfire. So what are your call on that?
Yeah, I mean, rollout's definitely not the standard, I would say, when you think of Wigglytuff, but in this kind of score-oriented composition, split push, focus on just stealing objectives, I think rollout's probably the better pick of the two. It's going to be hard, though. They're really behind in experience. The Pikachu is pretty much uncontested all game, and the bottom lane Pikachu, level 8 for Dread, going to be level 9 shortly after. I'm afraid that the Pikachu might just snowball this game away.
I agree with that. That might just happen. But look at that, Lucario again just trying to, dominate their opponents, and no way he can't do that at all. Machamp scored a goal. Serena secures the Lucario's pick, and now getting those advantage and getting those level in his favor. Greedent, meanwhile, just farming the Zapdos Doom area to get some level. Now again, we can see the Blastoise, right? AFR's Blastoise doing the same thing he did in the previous matchup, but it's not working out. Team Renaissance already read that page pretty perfectly, not giving a single chance to the Blastoise to get the level in his favor. Unite has been used from the side of Zerora, but I don't think so that will help him a lot. Serena is going to charge in, and Blissey's Unite help the Hoopa to survive a little bit.
Shua's doing a good job, though, on the side of Zerora. He held off 3 people. He baited out 2 Unite moves, stopped their push. That's the best that you can ask for Zerora at this point in the game.
Yeah, still the goalpost, and okay, did I spoke too soon or not?
Yeah.
Blastoise just going all in with the water spout and the rapid spin, trying to get at least one pick, but Serena and the Hoopa. This partnership is literally amazing. Might destroy the top tier 1, and yup, they did that. Look at this score, Indy. It's just 204 against 103, 101 points different, and they might get the Rotom too. If they get this touchdown, I will really suggest them to go for it, because Hoopa has his Unite move. They can work on that, but still, it's going to be a good one to get some experience in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a push if they go for it. They've got all their Unite moves, and it's going to be a little bit scary. And I'm not really sure how AFR can defend. And, some Unite moves coming out their way. Machamp Unite, Blastoise Unite. Blastoise are going to chase down. And AFR successfully does hold back this Rotom Siege for now. But Blastoise might be going down here. This Rotom does end up going down. And, yeah, the Siege, it's very, very hard to push on that tier 2 point. If you can pull it off in a game, it can secure you a point lead that can make Zapdos irrelevant, but it is very, very hard to push on that tier 2.
That rollout was pretty close to, just, take down the Pikachu. Pikachu was just trying to get back to the base, and he did that. The rollout was pretty close. If he just could have used pretty closer to the bush, it could have caught the Pikachu's pick. But meanwhile, we saw Hoopa got the Unite move. But look at the position of Lucario. He's still present towards the stealing potential, but couldn't able to do that. Zerora uses his Unite move, a good pick in the favor of Zerora. Renaissance has to back off, especially when Zerora in his full potential. But you have 2 minutes left to just charge your Unite move team.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch that back again because it looked like that the Zerora used their Unite on the Machamp. The Machamp walked in the portal, and the Unite followed him, and then he came through the portal and it hit him again, or it hit him on his way out. So, I mean, that was a really weird interaction. But AFR again holding it back, and it looks like they are down by a little bit. But if we look at their composition, they've got two Fluffy Tails,
Yeah,
Zerora, Greedent, Blastoise. They can flip this Zapdos when it spawns, and
easily.
honestly, they're gonna have a good chance at getting the last hit, and at that point, any team can still win.
Look at that. Blissey just trying to, at least get some attention. And yep, she did that. She was successful. Greedent was using the bells, but that wasn't enough. And he might go down, but it just worked out in his favor. Look at that. The speed just helping him out. Machamp takes down the Pokemon. Meanwhile, Wiggly was trying to score some counted goal. They are just literally denying the Rotom. They were like, they can easily defend that, but they have to score some goals to equalize the things. 195, which is a good score. They are not that far behind Indy. They just need some more score to at least, get things in their favor. 9 more, and that's it.
Yeah, I really like that call. Gradient ended up, going in as a bait almost, and the
Yep.
moment the Wiggly saw that opportunity, they immediately rushed down to that bottom goal, and really good synergy. I imagine that takes, really good insight or foresight during the game to do that. So, they even out the point total. XP is looking okay. AFR has the potential to flip the Zapdos, and I don't really know how much Renaissance can do to stop it if we've got this much experience their way.
Meanwhile, we can see Serena just opting for the Dreadnought to get into their favor to at least, get some levels. Blissey still just, look out for her Unite, and she finally got it. Now, it just all comes down to the formation, right? In the previous match, we saw AFR opted for the top side and they were waiting because they had the lead. Now, that's not going to be the case, but it's still pretty close. You can still get this. And as you just mentioned, two Fluffy Tails might do the work. You just need to get some picks in your favor.
And that's exactly what AFR is going for. They find the entry point, Wiggly Unite, all the Unites go out.
It's done.
And
Oh my
there's
god.
the Secure with the Lucario. And this is exactly what I was talking about. If
Yeah.
AFR gets on top of the Zapdos, they can take it, but they still have to score. Renaissance doing a really good job recognizing that they need to go for counter scores, but it's going to be tough without that Zapdos buff, without score shields. I don't know if they can get enough caps to make a difference here. And yeah, it's still a 10-point game. And Pikachu's capping on the top side. Renaissance might be in the lead despite losing Zapdos here, and
Yeah.
they actually are in the lead, and AFR is going to have to go for another siege here.
Look at that. Macho was targeting the Greedent from a very long time and finally got succeeded. 464 against 373. You have 1 minute left, so you can easily go for the counters. But as you just mentioned, it was a very beautiful call from the side of the players of Renaissance to opt for the counter goal as soon as possible, especially when the players of AFR was there on their Unite. They got the speed boost and they can escape from every single move instantly. Now, we saw that Kamiru and Pikachu was trying to take down two Pokemons. In that situation, three Pokemons, it was Serena, Hoopa, and we saw Blissey opted for some counters goal. And it worked out pretty perfectly. Now, for how long? 30 seconds left, and it seems like AFR will charge in onto the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's still going to be tough to push on this tier 2, but with a Blastoise Unite and Zerora, Greedent, anything is possible. I mean, they just need one score to be able to get back into this game.
That's it. Blastoise uses his night move. The Lucario was trying to get away. 40 has been scored. It's going to be pretty close. But Lucario was trying to get one more in his favor, but unfortunately got denied by the Pikachu. And Serena also defending that pretty perfectly. Unite has been initiated by Lucario, and it seems like someone's just trying to score it. It was just a 2 Aeos points. That's it. I'm still not sure who got the game. We'll get to know. It is gonna be the team Renaissance, I think so.
I think so too, and unfortunately that 40 dunk on their tier 2 made it so that, yeah, AFR they had nowhere left to score. It's way too difficult to score on that home point, and if they wanted to get this win, they needed a 100 cap to go on that bottom tier 2. And I don't know if they were going to be able to get it, so I don't blame the Wiggly going for that 40 score. But it came down right to the end, and I mean AFR, their comp was to execute the flip zap. And that's what they did. Unfortunately, Renaissance did a beautiful job defending the point, defending Zapdos, getting some knockouts, and then counter scoring. Everyone on that team seemed on the same page, and beautifully played game from both teams. I mean, a lot of respect And I think some of these regions go underappreciated in the North American, European kind of metas. But I'm excited for Renaissance's showing at Worlds. I'm excited for the progress that AFR has made. They took a really, really talented team to a game 3 that came down to the wire. So just beautifully played by both sides. Much respect to both teams.
Perfect thing I like about Kamiro is, like, in the previous match we saw that the Gardevoir was losing a lot of close range fight because she was a range character. Like, you have to just maintain some distance to take down your opponents, and he switched to the Machamp, which is a close combat king. Obviously you can't defeat that one Pokemon if you're just having a 1v1 duel against him, especially if it's a close battle, and that he just exploited that, secured 15 feints in a row, and that was massive. Renaissance, ladies and gentlemen, will move forward to the winners bracket matchup. But if we talk about the important point, and that is, Arun, I just want to ask one question from you. As we can see the APAC region team literally annihilating every single one, but what are your thoughts on the Indian community? Because we have been because we have seen them growing a lot, especially from where we started. If we talk about the first community cup, we had only 60 to 70 to 30 80 teams, which is signing up to just play some games. But right now we can see 120 130 teams are opting for the community tournament. What are your thoughts on that?
It's crazy that the Pokemon Unite scene is so underrated even in India. Like,
Yep.
it's just been an Oddwins initiative for now, but we will see the real potential in the coming months. And I
Yeah,
guess
so
the other players are also, having a look at this.
so we have, like, we just saw this matchup, and what do you really like about the teams of the APAC region? What you personally liked, what they opt for, and what are the main objective? What do you like about them?
Right. No, from the three games, I could see both of you, struggling to predict who's going to win. So
Yeah.
that's a win for the team. So
True.
when experienced classes can't predict the game, so you can obviously say how competitive the teams are. I think
That,
that's
that
a nice aspect.
that is certainly true, and mad respect for all the teams. But Andy, as you just mentioned, right, we have seen like every single team performing pretty well, and especially the Renaissance, the reverse sweep they just got in their favor, and AFR. One thing I just want to mention, they are opting for the Blastoise, composition. In fact, especially opting for the similar strategies that Blastoise will invade the opponents, jungle, so as the gradient to get some, at least get some level in their favor. But that didn't work out as they expected. What went wrong for them?
In the end, I mean, they played a strategy game 3 that relied on flipping Zapdos, and they weren't able to get enough scores off, and they weren't able to defend their side of the base. They struggled in the early game. The Gradient in the bottom lane, the Gradient Wiggly lane got completely annihilated by the Pikachu pick, and Yang did a great job holding down that lane. I think if AFR had a better early game, they didn't lose as hard. Renaissance might not have had the experience that they did. Kamiro is level 14 to start the Zap fight. And maybe the fight goes differently there. So I would say, like, the early game was a little bit shaky, and that's where I would want them to make improvements. The composition wise, if that's the strategy they want to go for, that's the strategy that they're going to go for. I mean, Blastus is a good pick when it comes to flipping objectives, and that's what they wanted to do there, and it almost worked out for them. If it was the difference between one score, we would have been talking about what Renaissance would be doing better, right? So
Yeah.
both teams played well. Every single game came down to the last minute,
Yeah.
last 2 minutes. So well played by both teams.
Yeah. In fact, the final game was a pretty close call. If Renaissance could not able to score some goals, this could have been in favor of Team AFR. But at the end, we all know Renaissance will move forward to the winners bracket. But ladies and gentlemen, I just gonna end this particular game and just gonna move forward to the next game. But before that, anything Arun, you just want to mention before heading off to a break?
Yeah, I think I'm you guys to have more fun with the next matches. I have got to run for another call, and thank you so much for having me. And it's been great, and we hope that we're going to continue and build more on this the coming months at least.
So wise words. Thanks a lot, Arun, for joining. And Endipia, any last words from your side? And what do you really like about this one particular matchup? Anything which has been mentioned about this PUPL season 3?
Honestly, like as I mentioned, big respect to both teams. They showed up phenomenally. I was really happy to see the games. Shout out to all the production value that you guys have going on as well. Like I'm very impressed. The graphics, everything looks good. The production value, swapping the scenes during the games, like everything you guys are doing. You guys are putting on an amazing show. And for me, I love the game of Pokemon Unite. It's what I'm going to be doing for as long as the game is alive. I'm going to stick with the game. And anytime I see people showing love to the game, I'm honored. I'm impressed. And what you guys are doing here is amazing. I want you guys to keep it up. And yeah, phenomenal job by the players, but by you guys on the casting desk, the analyst desk, putting together the show. It's been great to see, and I hope we can get some more attention on it, because it's been great. It's been very fun, and it was a good experience for me as well.
Mad respect for you, Indivier, too. But before going to a short break, we just follow a custom, especially me. I would like to hear some Hindi terms from your side. So can you just say one thing? In fact, you're pretty decent with the Hindi, right? You speak pretty fluently. Just want to say one thing. Can you just repeat that is बहुत मजा आया and शायद मैं आपसे दोबारा मिलूंगा.
बहुत मजा आया, शायद दोबारा मिलेंगे हम. हिंदी में मैं आराम से बात कर सकता हूँ, रोज हिंदी में बात करता हूँ. यहाँ पे ज्यादा प्रैक्टिस नहीं मिलती बात करने के लिए, या इंग्लिश में बोलता रहता हूँ, बट समझ पूरी आती है. एंड thank you again for having me.
Thanks a lot. I really love that, and every single one really like your Hindi accent. But thanks a lot, Indivier, for joining us, and we might see you in future too, और ऐसे tournaments में आपसे मिलते रहेंगे. But देवी और सज्जनों, अभी हमारा tournament खत्म नहीं हुआ है. हम आपसे मिलेंगे एक बहुत ही छोटे से ब्रेक के बाद.
Yep.
What's up, fellas? Welcome back to Pokemon Unite Pro League Season 3 Grand Finals. मेरा नाम है शिवांश फीनिक्स सिंह और आज मेरे साथ इस समय दो बहुत ही ज्यादा स्पेशल गेस्ट जुड़े हैं. आप सबको पता है the one of the best all-rounder in India. It's none other than OP All Might. And then we have Kani Gaming alongside us, just gonna cast the games today. So कैसे हैं आप दोनों? पहले कनी आपसे स्टार्ट करते हैं.
How are you?
How are you? कैसा लग रहा है? एक्सपीरियंस कैसा है आपका? क्या एक्सपेक्टेशन है टीम से? कुछ नज़ारा तो है?
Actually, मैंने ये tournament like see, मैं honestly Pokemon have started playing this game since I would say 6 to 7 months. Like थोड़ा 6 to 7 months हो चुका है. Like I'm
Cool.
not saying I like hardcore Pokemon gamer हूँ, but I do know some things and do follow. So yeah, so अभी मैं tournament देख रही थी फिलहाल इसके पहले matches. Like it's been so intense. So let's see
Yeah.
अभी ये match में क्या होता है.
Yeah,
And अभी
पिछले
play
मैच के विनर हमारे साथ जुड़ने वाले हैं. It's going to be Renaissance and then we have the Rise. But OP All Might, so we have you. आपने भी यहाँ पर इस पूरे के पूरे टूर्नामेंट के अंदर पार्टिसिपेट करा था. Unfortunately, your team didn't able to make through. But क्या एक्सपेक्टेशन आपकी इस पर्टिकुलर मैचअप से? किस टीम के द्वारा आप ऐसा एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं कि वो टीम जीत सकती है?
हेलो गाइस. वेल, एक्सपेक्टेशंस के नाम पे तो यार रेनेसांस ऑल द वे, लाइक एकदम वर्ल्ड लेवल का कंपटीशन दिखने वाला है इस मैच में डेफिनेटली.
Yep.
एंड एक्सपेक्टेशंस तो वही है, लाइक एक्सपेक्टिंग लाइक वो जैप फाइट, एकदम हार्डकोर जैप फाइट दिखने को मिले. लाइक
जी.
3-4 बार रीसेट हो जाती है कभी कभी, वैसी हालत हो जाती है. तो
बिल्कुल.
या लाइक एक्सपेक्टिंग बोथ फ्रॉम राइज एंड रेनेसांस टू गिव अस द टॉप लेवल कंपटीशन.
दोनों बहुत बड़े contenders and Renaissance being the fan favorite too here. Plus they are also playing in the World Championship, which is pretty good and pretty massive too. लेकिन अब अगर हम बात करें पूरा का पूरा जो सफर रहा था, जैसे कनी गेमिंग आपने बोला था, you have been watching the matches, काफी ज्यादा अच्छे भी लग रहे थे. लेकिन अगर हम बात करें जो आपने 6 से 7 महीने में Pokemon Unite खेला है, and we all know you're just being new to the community, आपको ऐसा क्या अट्रैक्ट करा Pokemon Unite ने जिसकी वजह से you just start playing the game and now you love it?
एक्चुअली मैंने ये स्टार्ट किया था, मेरा एक टूर्नामेंट था थग इनविटेशनल, पता नहीं आप लोगों को याद होगा या नहीं.
Yeah.
इट्स लाइक अ प्रीटी
You know
टफ गेम्स करके गर्ल्स वाला
जी, जी,
टूर्नामेंट था.
जी.
सो
I
मैंने
remember
उसी से
that.
स्टार्ट किया था. एंड आई वाज यू कुड से द एमवीपी ऑफ दैट पोकेमॉन यूनाइट टूर्नामेंट. जो मैं आई वाज अ डेसिडाई मेन एट दैट टाइम. लाइक मैं सिर्फ डेसिडाई से सिर्फ मारते जाती थी हर एक मैच में 100 के अबव डैमेज रहता था वो टूर्नामेंट में. सो
जी, जी, जी.
उससे मेरे को इंटरेस्ट आया एंड आई थॉट ऑफ कि checking out other Pokemons as well, and trying the new game and some.
जी.
Then I slowly got to know the meta, and
जी.
slowly ऐसे करके मास्टर पहुंच गई. सब चीजें like बहुत सही लगता है मुझे ये गेम honestly. खेलने को. It's like a chill game.
Yeah.
मेरा stream and all छोड़ के सब चीज.
चिल है. और इनफैक्ट पुराने जब हम बात करते थे कि ऐसा जब हम बच्चे होते थे, सबने पोकेमॉन देखा, ऑब्वियसली थोड़ा ऐसा रिलेट कर पाते हैं. लेकिन चलिए एक बार नजर डालते हैं दोनों टीम्स की स्ट्रैट्स के ऊपर, विच इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग, बिकॉज अगेन दीज टू टीम्स प्रेजेंट इन द विनर्स ब्रैकेट, टीम रेनेसॉ वर्सेस टीम राइस. अगर हम बात करें अभी के लिए, रेनेसॉ दे आर प्रेजेंट ऑन द 3rd रैंक एंड टीम राइस ऑन द 1st रैंक हैवंट ड्रॉप्ड अ सिंगल मैप येट, व्हिच इज द बेस्ट थिंग फॉर देम. प्लस एक्सपेक्टेशन अगेन काफी ज्यादा रहती है. लेकिन जैसा ही कनी गेमिंग ने यहाँ पर बोला, अगर आप एक पर्टिकुलर कैरेक्टर्स के साथ खेलते हैं, राइट, यू जस्ट ऑसम विद दैट, तो आप बाकी कैरेक्टर्स भी ट्राई करते हैं. इनफैक्ट ये पोकेमॉन यूनाइट आपको खुद ऐसा बोलता है कि अदर कैरेक्टर्स ट्राई करिए, क्या पता उन कैरेक्टर से आपको और अच्छी वैल्यू देखने को मिले, which is a pretty awesome thing, getting 1 lakh damage into your bank, which is a very good thing. लेकिन चलिए नजर डालते हैं ड्राफ्ट पिक के ऊपर, कौन कौन से पोकेमॉन यहाँ पर पिक करे जा रहे हैं by both the teams. But all right, now I need your opinion on that. Here we can see Team Rise opting for the Talonflame and the 80/ pick, plus and Hoopa and the Blissey, and again universal pick ये रह जाते हैं. Talonflame के साथ sometimes you have to deal, sometimes दिक्कतें आ जाती हैं, क्योंकि अगर आप एक ऐसा पर्टिकुलर पिक लेके जा रहे हैं जिसके पास मोबिलिटी है, बट समटाइम्स अगर कुछ भी मिस हो गया तो कुछ भी साउथ जा सकता है. लेकिन जीके स्विच टू अ Machamp pick. What do you really like about this one particular composition? Because of Blastoise and Machamp, we have seen Team Rise doing crazy stuff with that composition from a very long time.
यप, एजिस देखने में मजा आता, बट आई थिंक जेनरिक कॉम पे वापस आ गए हैं.
जी.
वही है, लाइक वीनसॉर एंड ब्लिसी ब्लास्टर्स, उनका राइस का ओरिजिनल कॉम्प, लाइक पूरे टूर्नामेंट ये खेल रहे हैं, सो एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कि लाइक वो सेम लेवल ऑफ कंपटीशन रहे. बट ऑन द अदर हैंड कामरूल, लाइक वी आर सीइंग एप्सोल फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम आई थिंक टूर्नामेंट में. सो आई थिंक क्या उसका इम्पैक्ट देखने को मजा आएगा, लाइक वो स्टार्टिंग फाइट्स कैसी जाती हैं.
In fact, early game Absol is pretty strong, and we have seen playing pretty aggressively with every single Pokemon, especially with the Machamp. In the previous match, he was literally annihilating every single Pokemon. So yeah, बहुत perfect चीज है. लेकिन कानी जैसा कि आपने यहाँ पर बताया, Decidueye के साथ आपने start करा था, then you expanded your Pokemons. फिर किन Pokemons के साथ आप गए थे, and after getting reaching the master rank, आपकी पूरी storyline कैसी थी? Because हम सबको पता है, जब भी हम solo queue करते हैं, it's ridiculous to get some good teammates.
So actually, I was one of those people. जो बीच में अभी before the update, I used to abuse Absol a lot. So,
Okay.
so that's how I honestly reached master in like 60 to 70 matches solo queuing करके, just
Okay.
Absol चला के.
That's
So it was like basically Decidueye के बाद I mained Slivian. फिर उसके
Okay.
बाद अभी Absol का थोड़ा meta आ गया था, तो I started playing Absol. अभी तो फिलहाल इट्स लाइक न्यूट्रल, लाइक सब चला लेती हूँ, क्या ही हो जाएगा.
सर्वगुण संपन्न है ना, हर पोकेमॉन जो भी आता है सब चला देंगे. तो या ऑल माइट शुड लर्न फ्रॉम दैट. बट अगर हम बात करें इंपॉर्टेंट चीजों के बारे में, सो वी कैन सी अ लेवल एडवांटेज गोइंग इन फेवर ऑफ डिफरेंट प्लेयर्स ऑफ हैंड्स. बट ऑल राइट, अगेन अगर हम यहाँ पर एक चीज के बारे में फोकस करें, जैसा कि यहाँ पर कानी गेमिंग ने भी मेंशन करा, Absol एक टाइम पे इट वाज प्रीटी ब्रोकन, बट नाउअडेज इट्स नॉट दैट परफेक्ट. अगर हम बहुत सारी चीजों के बारे में फोकस करें, ठीक है.
Like जो नाइट स्लैश है वो आई थिंक नर्फ हो गया.
बिल्कुल.
It still dominates.
Yeah, all right. What do you want to add on that?
आई थिंक मेटा ऐसा हो गया कि क्राउड कंट्रोल बहुत ज़्यादा है एंड बर्स्ट डैमेज बहुत ज़्यादा हो गया करंट मेटा में, एंड Absol इज अनेबल टू सर्वाइव विद जस्ट ओनली इट्स नाइट स्लैश हीलिंग. सो जब तक ये मेटा थोड़ा लाइक चेंज नहीं होता है, आई थिंक Absol थोड़ा लाइक अंडर द रहेगा अंडर द रेडार. एंड उधर ये देखें कि लाइक अर्ली इम्पैक्ट ऑलरेडी कामिरुल की Absol का दिख ही रहा है. ही इज ऑलरेडी लेवल 8.
Yeah, like 2 minutes हुए हैं, level 8 hit यहाँ पर कर लिया जा चुका है, which shows that Kamiru how much comfortable he's on that pick, especially on that Absol pick, looking pretty confident. Plus अगर आपके नाम back to back 2 picks आ रहे हैं, painting on your opponents again and again, and dominating the top lane, which is a very good thing. Plus अगर हम बात करें जो first Dreadnought fight आएगी ना, उसके अंदर हमें ये पता लग जाएगा कि कितना ज़्यादा strong है, because already हम लोग देख सकते हैं level 6 हो चुके हैं Machamp. Level 7 and level 8 Machamp would be a better option, ताकि थोड़ा सा आप competition को परफेक्ट रख जरूर सकते हैं. लेकिन करिए अगेन, जैसे कि आपने बात करा 60 to 70 मैचेस आपने यहाँ पर सोलो क्यू के खेले थे. सो हाउ वाज द एक्सपीरियंस ऑफ सोलो क्यू, बिकॉज़ हर बार ऐसा नहीं है कि आपको अच्छे टीममेट्स मिल जाए.
That's true. Actually मैंने इसके पहले I had another account. I had like reached 40 level on that, but like पता नहीं बीच में क्या हो गया था, like मैं network पता नहीं मैं switch कर रही थी तो log out हो गई थी मैं शायद, and जब मैं log in करने की शायद मैंने new account बनाने या so मेरा पूरा account चले गया था. Then मैंने सोचा भाई अब तो दिमाग खराब हो गया, अब तो master करके रहेंगे. So मैंने bronze से like सीधा मैं master तक सोलो क्यूइंग से आई थी. सो बहुत सारे माइनस भी पड़े थे, बट मोस्टली प्लस ही थे बिकॉज ऑफ Absol डोमिनेशन एट दैट टाइम. सो लकीली Absol का था वो टाइम पे,
सरवाइव कर गए उस सिचुएशन में. अदरवाइज बहुत ज्यादा डिफिकल्ट हो जाता. बट मीनवाइल we can see Team Renaissance got the Rotom, and in fact they might get the touchdown because the block is just totally फाइट को बार बार पोकेमॉन्स को इनफैक्ट इंडिविजुअल फाइट पे यहाँ पर धकेल रहा है. Cramorant got one there in their favor, and the Rotom charging is still on, क्योंकि उन्होंने फर्स्ट जो tier 1 है वो सिर्फ नॉर्मल स्कोर से यहाँ पर गिराया है. Renaissance स्टार्टिंग से ही काफी ज्यादा यहाँ पर अपना डोमिनेंट शोकेस कर रही है. 240 का ऑलरेडी मार्क यहाँ पर हिट करा जा चुका है. ओपोनेंट की अगर हम बात करें, राइस के जो वीनसॉर है वो अभी तक ज़्यादा डोम के अराउंड जंगल फार्म कर रहे हैं, which is a good thing. But again, All Might, what are your thoughts on this type of approach from the side of the players of Team Renaissance?
आई थिंक T2 तो ऑलरेडी टूट चुका है, तो आई थिंक दे कैन, या कंसीडरिंग राइस का परफॉर्मेंस, दे ऑलवेज गेट द लेवल 13 मीना ऑन टू Zapdos.
बिल्कुल.
तो उस एडवांटेज को नेगेट करने के लिए दे ऑलरेडी हैव द बेस ओपन. वो लाइक फुल ट्राई कर सकते हैं Zapdos की फाइट फुल नेगेट करके इजी गोल्स कर दें बेस पे.
मार तो सकते हैं लाइक गोइंग फॉर द स्कोर्स. एंड इनफैक्ट अगर आप स्टार्टिंग से हम सबको पता है हुपा का जो हाइपर स्पेस होल है ना बहुत ज्यादा अनॉय करता है, स्पेशली इन दोस ऑब्जेक्टिव फाइट. इफ यू आर गोइंग फॉर द Dreadnought and the Rotom, the teleportation is pretty quick, especially saving your goal post. if अगर आप वहाँ पर डिफेंड कर रहे हैं, इंस्टेंट हील लेके आप वापस आ सकते हैं. वहाँ पर टॉप लेन की तरफ ऑलरेडी उसको डिनाई कर दिया जा चुका है. और अगर हम फाइनल Zapdos फाइट की तरफ देखें, हमने कई बार Renaissance को देखा है कि कुछ फाइनल मूवमेंट्स के ऊपर Rotom निकाल के Zapdos से पहले थोड़ा सा यहाँ पर ऐसा अग्रेशन और इनफैक्ट थोड़ा सा प्रेशर क्रिएट कर देते ताकि वो लोग वहां पर बिजी हो जाए और ज़ैप्डॉस को इंस्टेंटली निकाल के विक्ट्री सिक्योर कर ले, बट ऐसा हमेशा नहीं होता। नाउ अगर आप ऐसा कुछ सिक्योर करने वाले हैं, यू नीड अ प्रॉपर टीम सपोर्ट। Team Rise opting for the top lane, neglecting the Dreadnought fight. Kani, what do you really think about this situation? क्या ये इनके फेवर में कर सकता है? Because वो Rotom अगर चार्ज इन करने जा रहे हैं तो उनको कुछ ना कुछ करके टच डाउन करवाना पड़ेगा।
Yeah, that's true. Like, but हमेशा priority पहले Dreadnought को ही देनी चाहिए. So that's what the teams are doing right now.
Yeah, especially जी.
हाँ, तो वो Dreadnought जैसे लेते हैं उसके बाद like जल्दी रोटेट करना रहता है, right? Rotom को, so everyone knows the deal यहाँ पे.
But right now we saw Rise approach towards the Rotom, haven't dished out a single amount of damage, instantly bottom की तरफ rotate करा and they lost it. They lost a lot of fights, already gave a lot of experience to the players of Team Renes. So not working out. All Might, what are your catch on that? Because हमने देखा है कि बहुत छोटी सी गलती थी, बट उन्होंने जितना उनके पास एडवांटेज क्रिएट कर सकते थे वो सब कुछ खो दी।
Yep, I think एक like major चीज मिस कर दी राइज ने because our Renaissance doesn't have Hoopa.
Yeah.
So वो ऑलरेडी अपने हुपा को बॉटम लेन पे रख सकते थे ड्रेडनो की पुश को होल्ड करने के लिए एंड उधर रोटम लेके उनका लाइक बेस रोटम जब रेनेसेंस फुल होल्ड करने वाली है, रेनेसेंस इज गोइंग टू होल्ड दैट रोटम, अब वो डिनाई नहीं कर सकते, वो फुल उधर जोन बन चुका है। तो आई थिंक ये थोड़ा लाइक काइंड ऑफ अ बैड डिसीजन मेकिंग ऑन पार्ट ऑफ राइस, बट होप आई थिंक दे हैव अ प्लान इन देयर माइंड, आई थिंक अदरवाइज लाइक आउट ऑफ द ब्लू दे वोंट लीव रोटम सडनली, राइट।
दैट बॉटम की तरफ अगर हम बात करें, एप्सोल ने अलग मिनस क्रिएट करके रखा है, लेकिन टॉप की तरफ सरीना इनिशिएटेड अ फाइट, बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली दे लॉस्ट देयर क्रामोरेट एंड ड्यू टू दिस दे विल गेट एन एडवांटेज टू गेट द रॉटम इन देयर फेवर एंड टीम राइज डेफिनेटली दे हैव टू सिक्योर दिस, अदरवाइज थिंग्स माइट गो साउथ। लेवल 40 एप्सोल जॉइंस द स्क्वाड एंड टेकिंग डाउन पोकेमॉन्स वन बाय वन, एंड जैसा कि कनी ने यहां पर बोला था, नर्फ के बाद भी यहां पर परफेक्ट देखने को मिल रहा है। तो कनी, क्या आप आज भी सोलो क्यू में एप्सोल पिक करेंगी?
अभी तो फिलहाल जैसे ऑल माइट ने बोला है कि अच्छा क्राउड कंट्रोल ज्यादा उसमें रहता है, सो मोस्ट प्रोबेबली नॉट, बट दैट वुड स्टिल बी माय स्ट्रांग वन।
I agree with that. But okay, other than these two particular Pokemons, कोई ऐसा underrated Pokemon बताइए जो कि है तो strong लेकिन teams use नहीं करती है। क्या लगता है आपको, कोई है सब?
एक ऐसा अभी तो फिलहाल underrated तो नहीं बोलूँगी because everyone uses, अभी भी इसमें है
जी।
लाइक वो पहले बहुत अंडररेटेड था, अभी आजकल सब यूज करते हैं। सो अदर देन दैट अंडररेटेड में जहाँ तक अभी न्यू पोकेमॉन्स भी आए, राइट?
या ट्रू।
एंड इवन दैट Delphox.
Yep.
So maybe Delphox can be one.
Delphox, again बहुत ज़्यादा सिचुएशन पे कुछ आता है, कुछ सर्टेन सिचुएशंस के अंदर, बिकॉज अगेन आप वो पर्टिकुलर कॉम्प को ना बार बार इस्तेमाल नहीं कर सकते बिकॉज प्रिडिक्टेबल हो जाता है। बट प्रिडिक्टेबल की बात करें, इट इज प्रीटी श्योर दैट टीम रेनेसॉ विल नॉट फोर्स ज़ैप्डॉस बिकॉज दे ऑलरेडी हैव अ प्रीटी गुड लीड। लेकिन अब ऑलमाइट हम सबको पता है एज अ कॉम्पिटिटिव प्लेयर आप कई बार ऐसी सिचुएशन में फंस चुके हैं, आपका क्या कॉल होता है व्हेन यू आर जस्ट फॉलिंग अपार्ट अबाउट 200 गोल्स?
Well, usually तो the team in the lead fight नहीं लेगी definitely. So जैसे Blaster से usually मैं होता हूँ गोल करने चले जाओ and make sure like enemy अब आएगा, because first उन्होंने like level 14 win ना, वो चाहते थे fight करे full zone out था, but see now like oh my god that unite Blaster का जी
यूनाइट आया तो, लेकिन थोड़ा सा लेट आया बिकॉज तब तक ऑलरेडी उन्होंने दो इंपॉर्टेंट पोकेमॉन्स लूज कर दिए थे। हाउएवर दे गॉट अ गुड ट्रेड, सरीना टेक्स डाउन द ब्लिसी व्हिच इज द मैसिव पिक एप्सॉल विद 3 knockouts in his favor and this will secure the deal. However, Blastoise might go for a steal. Will it work out in a favor or not? The block is going to be sufficient because the stun will at least take you down. The Zapdos के लिए कुछ ना कुछ करके कोशिश कर रहे हैं। अच्छी चीज ये Blastoise ने टाइम बाय करा, लेकिन क्या वो टाइम सफिशिएंट था? No, that's going to be the call. Kani, it seems like Renaissance will get this victory in their favor. Yeah.
All the players are alive and अभी जा रहे हैं।
I really like it. ऐसे एकदम शांति से आप बहुत आराम से आप बोलते हैं, then which is a very informative चीज because again सारे के सारे players alive और सारे के सारे goals ही मारने जाएंगे। अब अगर हम कुछ चीजें point out करें, right, जो कि I kind of miss from the side of team Rise, right, जैसे कि यहाँ पर All Might ने भी mention करा था, Hoopa was missing, right? तो उसी को इजी तरीके से बैलेंस आउट करने के लिए टीम रेनेसो ने क्या करा, ओपोनेंट के गोल पोस्ट डिस्ट्रॉय करना चालू कर दिया, बिकॉज उनको पता है कि अगर उनके डिस्ट्रॉय होंगे तो उनको रोटेशन में दिक्कत आने वाली है, लेकिन अगर ओपोनेंट के लिए भी रोटेशन में दिक्कत आने वाली है, इट विल न्यूट्रलाइज द थिंग्स, प्लस give the experience to Absol with the help of Serena, which is pretty massive in a lot of situations. Blissey will survive, definitely has the highest amount of HP. Renaissance with got this victory in their favor, but it's a BO3. अभी भी एक और मैच जीतना पड़ेगा. अब All Might, what the change? एक क्या आप ऐसा चेंज चाहते हैं इन दोनों टीम्स में देखना? इनफैक्ट टीम राइज की तरफ से देखना जिसकी वजह से वो रेनेसॉ को हरा सके, बिकॉज 968 इतना ज्यादा स्कोर है, प्लेयर्स रैंडम स्टैंडर्ड मैच में मारते हैं.
Yep. I
Right.
think so. Like, I think Rise has to, leave that Veena because Renaissance ने that Snorlax specifically Veena Blissey को counter करने के लिए आया, in my opinion. Hoopa को छोड़ दिया उन्होंने पूरा.
बिल्कुल.
And literally Zap fight पे even though Renaissance का Cram बिना unite दिए मर गया, still they won. So I think Snorlax को full उसका like role है. He was the MVP. उसने Veena को full zone out करके रखा था. So उसी को काउंटर करने के लिए I think Rise has to come up with the new comp or something like rotation, because उन्होंने early game पे काफी mess up किया, like Absol को लेके, like Absol was also specifically picked for them.
बिल्कुल.
So I think counter play is needed very much. अगर यही comp खेलते हैं.
जी.
Yep.
अगर यही कॉम खेलते तो दिक्कतें आ सकती है, लेकिन स्पेशली जैसा कि आपने बोला बहुत ज्यादा रिडिकुलस अमाउंट ऑफ डैमेज डिश आउट कर रहे हैं यहाँ पर रेनेसॉ के प्लेयर्स. सरीना की बात कर लीजिए, स्टॉर्म इजी सीसी यूज आता है, प्लस उसके साथ साथ अगर आप इंडिविजुअल फाइट में किसी प्लेयर को धकेल रहे हैं विद द हेल्प ऑफ स्नोलैक्स, एब्सोल इज अप, प्लस जो क्रिटिकल यहाँ पर पड़ता है वो बहुत बहुत ज्यादा परफेक्ट रहता है. उसके साथ साथ हमने यांग को 4 से 5 बार देखा है, ही स्नाइप्ड आउट हिज ओपोनेंट्स राइट विद द एयर स्लैश, एंड द डाइव वाज सो परफेक्ट बिकॉज आल्सो इट गिव्स यू द मोबिलिटी एंड डैमेज स्टॉप का. हे, तो काफी अच्छे तरीके से यहाँ पर अभी के लिए रेनेसॉ वर्क कर रही थी, लेकिन 2-3 यहाँ पर ऐसे लूप होल है जिसमें राइज यहाँ पर फंस चुकी है. दे हैव टू थिंक, एंड जैसे कि आपने मेंशन करा, आई थिंक सो मेरे ख्याल से वीनासोर को हटाना तो बनता है, बट they should do some change, and that is opponent का हुपा ना होना को exploit करना चाहिए थोड़ा सा. I think so थोड़ा सा exploit उसको use करना चाहिए. But Kani Gaming again, one match is left for team Renaissance to close out this one particular BO3, लेकिन Rise के पास अभी भी एक मौका है, right? अगर आप कभी ऐसी सिचुएशन में फंसते हैं तो आपके दिमाग में क्या आता है कि अगर हम गेम हार रहे हैं, ज़ैप्डॉस से ही हम जीत सकते हैं, तो आप क्या ऐसा मतलब अपने टीममेट्स को कॉल देते कि भाई ये कर रहे हैं जिससे हम गेम जीत जाए?
Basically अभी जैसे कि माइट ने बोला, like Venusaur might be the weak this thing because सामने oponent में you have defenders like
जी.
Snorlax and all, so
True.
maybe like change the Pokemons a bit, थोड़ा सा कुछ 2:2 वाला कुछ ऐसा बना के अगर कर सकते हैं वो लोग तो
जी.
that would be great.
Got it.
बाकी
Which
तो
is like वर्क कर सकता है वो उनके फेवर में, राइट? थोड़ा सा ऐसा बेसिक्स पे थोड़ा फोकस करना पड़ेगा, देन दे माइट गेट इट. लेकिन अगेन थोड़ा हमारे पास वक्त है, जब तक सेकंड गेम स्टार्ट नहीं होता तब तक थोड़ा सा हमारे पास टाइम रहेगा बातें करने के लिए. लेकिन मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ, कहीं 6-7 महीने पहले अगेन वही बैक टू द स्टोरी, जब आपने यहाँ पर गेम स्टार्ट करा था, ये चीज मैं आपसे जानना चाहूंगा. अगर कोई मेरे जैसा बिगनर आ रहा है, फिर कोई न्यू प्लेयर आ रहा है, राइट, जिसको नहीं पता पोकेमोन यूनाइट के बारे में, अगर कोई भी न्यू प्लेयर आ रहा है, आप उसको ऐसा क्या सजेस्ट करेंगे कि उसको किस पोकेमोन के लिए जाना चाहिए टू स्टार्ट हिज जर्नी फॉर द विक्ट्रीज के लिए वो जाए? क्या किस पोकेमोन के साथ उसको जाना चाहिए, क्या लगता है आपको?
स्टार्टिंग में तो लाइक 4 ही पोकेमॉन्स का आई थिंक हमें मिलता है, राइट,
जी.
ऑप्शन. सो
जी.
अभी तो फिलहाल आई थिंक Talonflame was a meta, like अभी भी
Yes.
है, but
जी.
I think Pikachu is more stronger in these times. So if someone is coming to play Pokemon at these times, so
जी.
I think he or she should go with the Pikachu
जी.
to start
Pikachu.
with. Yeah.
बहुत बहुत ज्यादा कंफर्टेबल पिक हो जाता है. लेकिन एक चीज है जिसके लिए राइस कंफर्टेबल है या फिर नहीं, वो है उनका ड्राफ्ट. चलिए उसके लिए नजर डालते हैं हमारे ड्राफ्ट पिक के ऊपर कि किस टोटल पिक्स के लिए वो लोग जाने वाले हैं. और कहीं ऐसे ही हम ऐसा इंटरेस्टिंग क्वेश्चन आपसे पूछेंगे, बट बिफोर दैट, इज इट यू विल ऑल माइट, व्हाट डू यू थिंक अबाउट दिस वन पर्टिकुलर स्ट्रैट opting for the Charizard? In my personal opinion, one of the best pick हो जाता है. बहुत बार हमने देखा है यूज करते हुए. और Dragonite is also a good thing because best secure is गेम के अंदर. तो क्या राइज का पेस चेंज कर सकती हैं ये 2-3?
Yep, I think जैसे बोला था वीना के पिक को उनको अवॉइड करना पड़ेगा. So they are definitely doing that. On the other hand, Renaissance still not opting for the Hoopa.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think Rise has pretty much this one like
Oh.
panned out. Oh my god.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Renaissance ठीक है.
सरप्राइज.
Let's see what happens then.
स्विच हो चुका है ऐसे जो अक्षय कुमार वाला ऐसा हुआ है ना मीम अगर आपने देखा होगा तो वो हो चुका है Hoopa and the Venusaur has joined the team of Renaissance and on the other side we have seen the players opting for the Absol which is going to play an important role so अब ये बहुत ही ज्यादा crazy होने वाला है राइट अगर हम क्रेजी चीजों की बात कर रहे हैं राइट कहीं हमेशा सोलो क्यू बहुत ज्यादा परेशान करता है क्योंकि मैं जब भी सोलो क्यू खेलता हूँ पता नहीं ब्रह्मांड में ऐसे मेरे से क्या दिक्कत है कि सबसे अच्छे प्लेयर मेरे को ही मिलते हैं और मैं हमेशा गेम हार जाता हूँ तो आपके साथ कभी ऐसा कोई क्रेजी मोमेंट हुआ है कि गेम जीत रहे हैं एकदम से थ्रो हो गया कभी
Yes,
ऐसा हुआ है आपके साथ
yes, अभी recently हुआ था. Let me recall. One minute.
या जी
So like I think मैं solo queuing create कर रही थी मैं अभी तो
जी
फिलहाल season reset हुआ है right so
जी
I'm back to veteran so
जी
uh, we were Zapdos and all सब चीज हम लोग हमारी टीम में like acquire कर लिया था and everything and suddenly out of nowhere like हाँ Zapdos ले लिया था 5
ओके
के 5 टीममेट्स हम लोग वो जो लास्ट वाला जो रहता है like बेस वाला गोल वहां पे करने
जी
जा
जी
रहे थे
जी
out of nowhere Absol comes and literally kills every one of us. Like 1v5 कर देता है.
लॉल
एक भी गोल नहीं हम सिक्योर कर पाते and they come and गोल करके चले जाते हैं. So that's how we lose. And we had a really huge lead at that time. But
आई कैन
still we
फील दैट
lost. I
बहुत
was
बहुत बार हुआ है मेरे साथ
मैं भी
बट
खुद एब्सोल्यूट यार मैंने बहुत मारा था like I had 20 kills or something and that match was still lost.
स्टिल
So
लॉस्ट मतलब ऐसा जब आपको लगता है ना कि हाँ भाई आज की तो ऐसा वीडियो बन गई कि ठीक है ये एक मेमोरेबल ऐसा मूवमेंट वाली वीडियो बन जाएगी देन यू लॉस्ट द मैच फिर अच्छा नहीं लगता कि भाई क्या आप करेंगे पोस्ट करेंगे मेरे साथ बहुत बार ऐसा हुआ है बट अगेन एक चीज मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा अब मेरे पास तो चलिए ऑल माइट जैसे दोस्त हैं वो फ्री नहीं होते वो तो कभी भी लेकिन आप सोलो क्यों करते हैं
अभी तो फिलहाल आई जस्ट रिसेंटली like I don't basically like मैं अकेले ही खेलती हूँ like sometime with my brother or something like that ऐसे कोई like teammates नहीं है मेरे वो वाले आईडी में थे जो आईडी में मेरा चले गया
उड़
था
गई
आईडी
बेचारी जो चली
आईडी
गई
में
जी
तो अभी recently I started playing with this YouTuber I think his name is Pokemon I think
या
अभी हाँ तो उनके साथ एक बार खेला था that's all I have played otherwise
बट
मैं अकेले ही खेलती हूँ
बट इट्स रियली ऑसम सोलो क्यू का एक्सपीरियंस अलग ही होता है लेकिन ऑल माइट अब आपसे हम जानना चाहेंगे आपके पास टाइम क्यों नहीं होता है आपके मित्रों के साथ खेलने के लिए ऐसा क्या वजह है जो आप हमको हमेशा मना कर देते हैं
यार पता नहीं आपको किसने बोल दिया यार लास्ट टाइम आपको बुलाया था आप बोले थे यार कास्टिंग में बिजी हूँ
तो
तो
तो बैकफायर कर गया अगर हम गेम पे फोकस करें All right, right away we can see the players of team Rise are scoring pretty decent. छोटी सी उनके पास लीड है लेकिन अच्छा अभी के लिए उनके पास लेवल एडवांटेज है. Absol level 8 पे है. On the other side, Gardevoir is on still on level 7, which was the jungler. So क्या लगता है थोड़ा सा pace change आ सकता है due to this छोटा सा level spike?
यप आई थिंक आरएनएस को जैसे देखिए लाइक राइज ऑन द अदर एंड टॉप पुश कर रही है आरएनएस बॉटम फोकस कर रही है बट उसी साइड एप्सोल ऑलरेडी लेवल 9
Yeah.
आई थिंक काइंड ऑफ बैकफायर्ड
थोड़ा सा डेडली हो जाएगा because again the
Yep.
unite is going to be available plus एक बहुत heavy unite यहाँ पर रहता है जिससे आपको बच के रहना पड़ता है ऐसा 4-5 चार्टे लग जाते हैं then you are dead और उसी के साथ साथ if you have a support of Blissey it's going to be important. Serena goes down into the hands of Blissey. The unite has been initiated but it just goes into the favor of team Renaissance. They stole that?
सरीना जी जी
जी सरीना ने यहाँ पर सब कुछ बदल दिया और वक्त बदल दिया हालात बदल दिए जज्बात बदल दिए लेकिन दिस इज अ वेरी गुड थिंग Renaissance अगेन डिस्ट्रॉयड द बॉटम टियर 1 व्हिच माइट हेल्प देम अ लॉट. अब स्कोर लाइन थोड़ी सी डिफरेंट हो सकती है. अब कहने का थोड़ी चीज़ आपसे जानना चाहूँगा वो ये कि अब ऐसी सिचुएशन में जब भी स्टील होता है आप अपने जब भी सोलो क्यू करते हैं बट स्टिल यू हैव द माइक का ऑप्शन तो आप अपने टीममेट से क्या बोलते हैं?
नहीं मैं
क्यों?
कुछ बोलती नहीं हूँ
बोलते ही नहीं
एकदम
हो मतलब ठीक है जो करना है कर लो.
मैं लाइक मार्क्स कर लूंगी इधर आ जाओ स्पैम कर लूंगी बट माइक नहीं ऑन करती हूँ. माइक तभी ऑन करती हूँ जब लाइक टीममेट्स रहते हैं आसपास मतलब मेरे टीममेट्स के साथ खेलती हूँ.
बहुत ही ज्यादा सही है. मतलब आप बहुत ज्यादा रिलाई कर रहे हैं अपने टीममेट्स के ऊपर कि वो समझ जाएंगे उनको क्या करना है. बहुत कम होता है वैसे ऐसा लेकिन
कॉन्फिडेंस
कॉन्फिडेंस तो है, उसमें तो कोई दो राय नहीं है। कॉन्फिडेंस हमें रेनेसॉ के प्ले स्टाइल में भी देखने को मिल रहा है। डिस्ट्रॉय द टॉप tier 1 again and might secure the second objective of the game, and that is going to be the Rotom in their favor. And if they get this touchdown, things might change, because अब देखिए Venusaur के पास यूनाइट है, गार्डीवर के पास भी उनकी यूनाइट है, Blissey 2 and the Hoopa 2, which is a pretty huge thing. Absol को कुछ भी करके यहाँ से 1-2 पिक यहाँ पर निकाले पड़ेंगे। गार्डीवर यूनाइट is pretty massive. Absol goes down, Serena's going berserk, and the Blissey goes into the hands of गार्डीवर। एक ही झटके में पूरी टीम का सफाया हो चुका है। जिस तरीके से यहाँ पर मैं छोले भटूरे खत्म करता हूँ, उस तरीके से रेनेसॉ ने पूरी टीम खत्म कर। Damn, that's cool.
कभी हमें भी खिलाओ।
अरे सर, आप खेलने नहीं आते तो खिलाएंगे क्यों? लेकिन अगेन अगर हम बात करें इंडियन मेटा के बारे में, राइट, बहुत ज्यादा जैसे कि आपने मेंशन करा था, व्हेन यू आर न्यू टू द गेम, उसके बाद आपको एक थोड़ा सा लर्निंग कर्व आया, यू बीन लाइक लर्निंग कि मेटा क्या होता है। एपैक रीजन की टीम्स, अगर हम बात करें रेनेसॉ के बारे में, क्या आपको ऐसा चेंज देखने को मिला जिसकी वजह से दे लाइक प्लेइंग फिनोमिनल?
मुझे बस इतना समझ में आ रहा है कि ये लोग बहुत साथ में खेल रहे हैं, बहुत कोऑर्डिनेशन के साथ खेल रहे हैं।
Perfect. The team fight combination is perfect, especially जब आपके पास एक ऐसा पोकेमॉन है जो कि बहुत ज्यादा क्रेजी है, सीसी टिक टाइम पे बहुत ज्यादा डैमेज देता है।
Blissey, but still Blissey is the game changer honestly. जब Blissey जो सपोर्ट देती है ना,
मतलब फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल शी नेवर डाइज, ठीक है, never get fainted। उसके साथ साथ जो आपको ऐसा उसका यूनाइट जो मिलता है, नेक्स्ट जीवन दान जिसको हम बोलते हैं ना, दैट मैं तो नहीं जा रही, तुम भी नहीं जाओगे, दोनों साथ में से ओपोनेंट को भगाएंगे। बट ऑलराइट, अगेन अगर कोई टीम इतना ज्यादा डोमिनेट कर रही है, राइट, ऐसा नहीं है कि हर एक चीज खत्म हो चुकी है, कूल, you still have a chance to at least get some goals and reverse sweep मार सकते हैं। तो इस सिचुएशन में एक टीम को क्या करना चाहिए?
I think basically तो objectives आपको छोड़ देने चाहिए। पहली चीज, you can't really contest them with the levels you have, like level dip बहुत ज्यादा हो रखा है राइज और रेनेसांस के बीच में। एंड मेन थिंग है कि उनके लेन फार्म्स आ रखे हैं, उन्हीं को क्लियर करें, बिकॉज वो ऑब्जेक्टिव्स के लिए जा रहे हैं, ऑब्जेक्टिव्स भी नहीं मिल रहे, टीम वाइप हो रही है, जो उनका फार्म लेफ्ट आउट है, लिटरली रेनेसांस पूरा फार्म क्लियर कर रही है साथ में, एंड लिटरली उनको लाइक फुल कंट्रोल में रख रहे हैं कि आप वही करेंगे जो हम बोल रहे हैं करने दो, बस वही, दैट्स इट।
लिटरली अगर हम एक चीज बोलते हैं ना, एक स्टोरी लिखते हैं, राइट, आप उस स्टोरी के अकॉर्डिंग वर्क करेंगे, दैट्स व्हाट दिस टीम इज डूइंग। लेकिन अगर हम बात करें, हमने कनिंग की स्टोरी यहाँ पर जानी कि कैसे उन्होंने मास्टर रैंक अचीव करा आफ्टर लॉस्टिंग हिज अकाउंट। आपकी स्टोरी क्या थी ऑलमाइट? व्हाई लाइक आपने पोकेमोनुनाइट खेलना चालू करा एंड देन उसके बाद टॉप लेन स्पेशलिस्ट बन गए थे? थोड़ा उसमें रोशनी डाली, हम भी जानना चाहेंगे, हमारे दर्शक भी जानना चाहेंगे।
स्टोरी तो कुछ खास नहीं है, बस
अच्छा।
लाइक मोबा के थ्रू आया था, एंड पोकेमोनुनाइट इज लाइक उस टाइम लाइक एक नया ट्रेंड आ गया था। सो खेला उस टाइम पे, पहले तो बहुत टिल्ट हुए ज़ैप्डोस से, सोलो क्यों करते थे सोलो तब तक गेम छोड़ दिया था, नहीं चाहिए भाई, ये नहीं चाहिए। बट एक टाइम पे वापस आए, जब टूर्नामेंट्स देखे, फिर उसके बाद सडनली मर्सी भाई भी कांटेक्ट कर लेते हैं कि हमारे साथ खेलो, आ जाओ।
बड़े
तो तो वैसे ही सीखते रहे। अभी सबसे बड़े नूब हैं, तो भी सीख रहे हैं, अभी भी सीख रहे हैं।
अच्छा, एनालिस्ट है आपको ना एक, अच्छा, तो वो तो
हाँ बिल्कुल
just kidding, weird joke, but again कहीं अगर हम बात करें, इस समय फाइनल स्ट्रेच आने वाला है, उससे पहले कुछ क्विक क्वेश्चन हम आपसे पूछने वाले हैं। अगर आपको 3 पोकेमोन में से चुनना हो, किस पोकेमोन को लेंगे? चार्जर्ड, गार्डीवर या फिर सेरीना?
चार्जर्ड, गार्डीवर, ओके। सो मैंने ज्यादा से ज्यादा इन तीनों में से मैंने सेरीना एंड गार्डीवर को हाँ, मतलब गार्डीवर भी चला है। गार्डीवर का जो यूनाइट है उसका लाइक एक्चुअली कोई तोड़ नहीं है, सो यूनाइट इज रियली गुड, एंड सेरीना का तो पूछो ही मत। सो बट स्टिल मैंने अगर ज्यादा जितना खेला है, सो आई गो विद सेरीना।
बहुत ही ज्यादा क्लोज था, ये थोड़ा आप गार्डीवर को चुनने वाले, बट ठीक है, कोई दिक्कत वाली बात नहीं। बट मीनवाइल वी कैन सी अवर फाइनल स्ट्रेच हैज बीन पुल्ड ऑफ। अब फिर से वही चीज आज पर आती है कनियन ऑलमाइट, क्योंकि रेनेसॉ जाएगी ही नहीं ज़ैप्डोस के लिए। अगर आपके पास 200 से ज्यादा की लीड है, क्यों आपको रिस्क लेना, राइट? नाउ आपको अपने ओपोनेंट को एक जगह पर सप्रेस कर देना है, एंड व्हिच इज द बेस्ट थिंग, दे आर इवन लाइक नॉट ऑप्टिंग फॉर द कॉपफिश लेवल 14 की एक सरीना है, व्हिच विल डिश आउट रिडिकुलस अमाउंट ऑफ डैमेज इन अ लॉट ऑफ सिचुएशन। लेवल 13 के यहाँ पर वेनुसाur हो के जरूर रखें, बट अभी के लिए the fight has been initiated. Hoopa has used his unite move, which is going to be the important call to at least get some goals. Opponent का जो Hoopa है वो अभी भी गोल मारने जा रहा है, एक काउंटर गोल मारने जा रहा है। जी कहीं
ये राइज वालों ने शायद जल्दी Hoopa कर लिया उन्होंने।
बहुत ही परफेक्ट कॉल आपने यहाँ पर दी है। थोड़ा सा जल्दी इनिशिएट कर दिया, उनको
हाँ।
प्लेयर्स का पता नहीं था कि कहाँ पर है, लेकिन
अब
ये जो
आके वो लोग
काउंटर
स्टील
गोल
कर
स्ट्रैटेजी
लेंगे, आई
मारने
थिंक।
जी
आई होप स्टील ना करे।
मतलब अगर हो गया फिर
स्टील
Oh,
हो गया।
oh my god! Oh my god!
शिट।
कनी आपने तो राइज वालों की लंका लगवा दी, आपने गलती से प्रेडिक्ट कर दिया और वो सच हो गया।
जी भाई
मुझे लग ही
बेस
रहा
पे
था।
कॉल करके आ गए, रिकॉल करके जैप भी ले लिया।
हाँ।
There's no way. I think so. अब तो सिर्फ एक ही चीज है, सरेंडर कर देते हैं। मैं होता डेफिनेटली कर चुका होता, लेकिन ठीक है, these are like the professional players। 10 सेकंड बचे हैं। पिछली
1000
बार
तक होने दी।
स्कोर लाइन 968 की थी, इस बार उससे भी ऊपर ले चुके हैं, 1000 टच कर चुके हैं
1000
ऑलमोस्ट।
हो गया,
और
1000 हो गया।
वाओ।
यप, आई
हम
थिंक हो गया।
कनी इनफैक्ट ऑल राइट हम लोग कास्टर्स कर्स बोलते थे, ये तो उल्टा कर दिया कनी ने। लाइक कनी गेमिंग वाज लाइक ठीक है, लेट्स डू something different, let's help team Renaissance, but at this situation team Renaissance got the victory and will move forward to the winners bracket। they were playing phenomenal throughout the match, but 1000 total यहाँ पर उन्होंने गोल स्कोर करा है कनी गेमिंग। This is a massive thing। and अगर हम बात करें इन 10 पोकेमॉन्स में से किस पर्टिकुलर पोकेमॉन्स का आपको, किस पर्टिकुलर प्लेयर का इस पर्टिकुलर गेम के अंदर सबसे अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस देखने को मिला?
I think Gardevoir and Serena and बाकी supporters were like basically सबने ही एक दूसरे के लिए रोल दिया है, so
परफेक्ट आंसर था आपकी तरफ से, बिकॉज अगेन टीम ही सब कुछ होती है और उसी की वजह से आप आगे जाते हैं। लेकिन ऑल माइट, जैसे कि आपने यहाँ पर मेंशन करा, एक काफी अच्छा पॉइंट था, रिकॉल करके पहले वो गोल मारने गए, देन उसके बाद रिकॉल्ड बैक एंड स्टोल द ज़ैप्डॉस 2। राइज की तरफ से हमने 3-4 एरर्स देखे थे इन द प्रीवियस मैच, लेकिन यहाँ पर इट वाज नॉट एन एरर, इट वाज अ ब्लंडर।
यप, दिस वाज लाइक टोटल डोमिनेशन। जैसे उनका हुपा, दे ट्राई टू टेक द जोन, उन्होंने हुपा को भेजा एंड लिटरली बुश क्रॉस करते आरएनएस को हुपा दिखा, दे लिटरली खोल दिया। दैट्स इट, खत्म।
चोक कर दिया वहां पर, आई थिंक सो। एंड दे वर लाइक कि ठीक है, अब चांसेस नहीं है, सब कुछ, everything is on the line, let's do our 1000%। and unfortunately that didn't work out in their favor। team Rise lost this BO3, lost this particular matchup against the team of team RNS, but at the end, ladies and gentlemen, team RNS will move forward। Kani Gaming again, अगर हम बात करें after this one particular matchup, we saw कि हमेशा से एक Absol का पिक इतना परफेक्ट रहा है, राइट? अगर हम रेनेसॉ की बात करें, उन्होंने जिस तरीके से एब्सोल इस्तेमाल करा था, उस तरीके से राइज नहीं कर पाए। क्या लगा आपको, ऐसा क्या चेंज हुआ जिसकी वजह से एब्सोल इतना परफेक्टली शाइन नहीं आ पाए आपके ख्याल से?
वही like support is everything, right? So
Perfect।
support perfectly नहीं मिला होगा, just like जैसे आप देख सकते हो थोड़ा जो ओपोनेंट टीम की जो ब्लिसी है वो ठीक से सपोर्ट नहीं दे पाई,
बिल्कुल।
so so I think support के कारण Absol couldn't shine।
राइज ने एक्चुअली, बाय द वे, आरएनएस ने एप्सोल को एंगेज करवाने के लिए स्नोलेक्स भी लिया था, बट राइज डिडंट हैव दैट लाइक इनिशिएटर, प्रॉपर इनिशिएटर टू टैंक फॉर एप्सोल।
जी।
सो यप।
So again, when you think that you will like counter strategy them, then they counter you। आप उन्हीं की strategy में खेल जाएंगे। So what else you need? This is the perfect mind play। But हमारा another BO3 has been finished और one of the best था। like ये एक ऐसा हमने पर्टिकुलर मैचअप देखा था जिसमें 1000 टच कर दिया गया, उससे पहले 968, और दो बार मैं 1000 काउंट करूंगा बिकॉज 1000 से ज्यादा था, वो वाले पॉइंट भी इधर डाल लेता हूँ। तो अगर हम बात करें, अप्रोक्सीमेटली 2000 स्कोर्स हुए हैं, विच इज मैसिव। ऐसा लग ही नहीं रहा था कि वो लोग कोई कॉम्पिटिटिव मैच खेल रहे हैं, लेकिन अगेन कॉम्पिटिटिवनेस से पहले स्टैंडर्ड मैच खेलते हैं, लाइक कोई नॉर्मल मैच खेलना पसंद करते हैं। कनी गेमिंग भी सॉ कि एनिवर्सरी मोड आया था, राइट? और उसमें बहुत सारी चीजें थी, कुछ ऐसी चीजें जो आपको पर्सनली अच्छी लगी हो इस पूरी की पूरी एनिवर्सरी के अंदर ऑफ पोकेमोन यूनाइट?
ये जो न्यू अपडेट में जो चेंजेस आए हैं, वो जो
बिल्कुल।
पोकेमोन एम्बलम्स एंड एवरीथिंग, भले
जी।
ही मेरे को ज़्यादा अभी तक इतना समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, बट आई थिंक दैट इज अ गुड एडिशन टू
परफेक्ट।
द अपडेट्स। एंड
जी।
बाकी लाइक जो स्टार्टिंग में जो आउटफिट्स एंड ऑल मिल रहे थे, आई थिंक वो भी
अरे
अच्छा है।
दैट्स लाइक द परफेक्ट
Yeah.
पॉइंट, बिकॉज वो ना एक फिशिंग का तरीका था द डेवलपर्स का कि एटलीस्ट गेट सम प्लेयर्स। एंड यस, दैट वाज परफेक्ट, बिकॉज मैं भी इसीलिए बार बार रोज दिन में गेम खोलता था कि भाई एक क्रैमरन का न्यू आउटफिट आया है, देन वी गॉट अ लॉट ऑफ आउटफिट, प्लस पीकाचू के भी 2-3 आउटफिट मुझे
हाँ,
देखने को मिले थे। सो
yes.
परफेक्ट था वो चीज। एंड या आई रियली लाइक दैट कनी गेमिंग, थैंक्स अ लॉट आप यहाँ पर जुड़े। बट ये
Sure,
मैचअप जैसा भी आपका रहा था, कुछ एक्सपीरियंस बताइए, हाउ इज योर एक्सपीरियंस, कैसा लगा आपको ये पूरा का पूरा मैचअप, और एपैक की टीम से आपकी क्या एक्सपेक्टेशंस इन फ्यूचर, और इंडियन टीम से?
अभी तक तो फिलहाल मैंने सिर्फ ये मैच एंड आई थिंक एसेट्योलन इसका पहले एक और मैच देखा था, तो एज पर दैट आई कैन से रेनेसो इज एक्चुअली अ स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम. सो लेट्स सी, लाइक ऑल द बेस्ट टू एवरीवन. और क्या ही बोल सकती हूँ मैं.
जी हाँ, लाइक हम और ऐसा कंपटीशन सिमिलर देखना चाहेंगे, लेकिन थैंक्स अ लॉट कनी, आप कनी
श्योर
गेमिंग,
श्योर
आप हमारे साथ जुड़े, काफी
श्योर.
ज्यादा आपने हमारा
थैंक यू
टाइम दिया,
सो
काफी
मच.
इंपॉर्टेंट चीजें दी, लेकिन उससे पहले ओपी ऑल माइट, एक चीज मैं आपसे भी जानना चाहूंगा, हाउ वाज योर एक्सपीरियंस स्पेशली बीइंग अ कॉम्पिटिटिव प्लेयर, लाइक सीइंग दीस प्लेयर प्लेइंग परफेक्टली एंड इन फैक्ट एनाइलेटिंग ओपोनेंट्स वीकनेस, क्या क्या आपको ऐसा लगा और क्या क्या सीखने को देखने को मिला आपको इस सारी की सारी टीम्स की तरफ से?
यप, मैं तो एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा था एकदम ना टॉप लेवल मैचअप होगा, बिकॉज राइज अपने साइड का ब्रैकेट डोमिनेट करके आ रहे थे
जी
एंड आरएनएस अपना. बट
जी,
इधर तो लाइक
उल्टा ही
पूरा
हो गया।
रिवर्स हो गया, उल्टा ही हो गया पूरा. बट या आई थिंक पता लग गया, एज लाइक अ टीम रिप्रेजेंटिंग वर्ल्ड्स
बिल्कुल।
their in the for the region, RNS is showing like they stand
या
for some reason over there.
जी
सो मजा आएगा अब देखने में, और सीखने भी कोई काफी कुछ मिला है. एज लाइक कॉम्पिटिटिव प्लेयर बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिलता है, एक परफेक्ट कोऑर्डिनेशन दिखता है, लाइक
बिल्कुल
बिना कॉल के इतना डिफरेंस होता है उनके कॉल्स में.
जी
बिना कॉल दिए हुपार्ट कॉल दे, उसको पता है उसको क्या करना है.
बिल्कुल
इंडिया में ये होता है कि काफी कुछ अभी सीखने को मिलता है कोऑर्डिनेशन के नाम पे. इंडिया को ये अडेप्ट करना पड़ेगा.
बहुत
दोस
ज्यादा।
मिली सेकंड डिसीजंस होते हैं.
एक और चीज है जिसको मैं पर्सनली ये मेंशन करना चाहूंगा एज एन एनालिस्ट, एंड दैट इज, जो भी कोई प्लेयर होता है ना, दे ऑलवेज थिंक दैट द आईजीएल इज लिटरली एवरीथिंग. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल यू हैव टू यूज योर ओन कॉल्स कि उस पर कितना आप रिलाई करने वाले, प्लस बिल्डिंग योर ओन मेटा एंड रिलाइंग योर ओन पोकेमॉन्स इज द बेस्ट थिंग. प्लस प्लस अगेन, काफी ज्यादा अच्छा लगा ओपी ऑल माइट एंड कनी गेमिंग, आप हमारे साथ जुड़े. इट्स एन ऑनर टू कास्ट द गेम्स विद यू. प्लस आई होप हम आपसे फ्यूचर में और मिलते रहेंगे और ऐसे पोकेमोन यूनाइट खेलेंगे, एंड थोड़े से ऐसे फन इवेंट भी होंगे जब आप आएंगे, ऑलमाइट भी आप रहेंगे, जुड़ेंगे थोड़ा सा गेम्स खेलने के लिए. लेकिन थैंक्स अ लॉट, इट्स एन ऑनर. बट लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, ये तो हमारा एक सेगमेंट खत्म हुआ है, बट सीरीज अभी भी जारी है, कहीं मत जाइएगा, हम लौट के आएंगे एक बहुत ही छोटे से ब्रेक के बाद.
Okay, guys. Thank you for
थैंक्स अ लॉट
having
कनी
me.
गेमिंग.
वेलकम बैक गाइस, मैं वापस आ चुका हूँ आपका होस्ट और दोस्त रैबिट और मेरे साथ है नन अदर देन एसएटीएल ऑलमाइट लूजर ब्रैकेट फाइनल से राइज वर्सेस एएफआर। क्या एक्सपेक्टेशंस रहने वाली है इस मैच से?
well, दोनों ही ब्रोकन टीम्स है एकदम से बिकॉज दोनों ही अपने विनर्स के लिए जाने जाते हैं।
राइट,
तो देखना पड़ेगा बिकॉज राइज का विनर्स ऑलरेडी शट डाउन हुआ था अभी अगेंस्ट रेनेसांस, बट होप के देखे कि उनके लाइक काउंटर स्टेट्स कैसे रेडी हैं एंड एएफआर ऑन द अदर एंड सब टीम्स को टक्कर दी, लाइक एक अंडरडॉग ऑफ द टूर्नामेंट है, हर टीम को टक्कर दे रही है, फिर लाइक हार जा रही है, फिर आ रही है वापस, उनका लाइक कमबैक स्टोरी बन रहा है पूरा। सो आई एम एक्साइटेड।
एएफआर इस पॉइंट पे आए हैं, कुछ तो लेके जाएंगे।
यप
So, एक बात इस पे डिस्कस करते हैं कि काफी इंटरेस्टिंग पॉइंट उठाया, दोनों ही विनर्स के लिए जाए जाते हैं। राइज का अभी शट डाउन किया गया था। तो एज ए प्लेयर जब आप ऐसे गेम हारते हैं जहां पे आपके मेन कॉम्प को बिल्कुल ही काउंटर कर दिया जाता है, बिकॉज ऑब्वियसली दूसरे लोग भी स्ट्रीम्स देख रहे होते हैं, दूसरे भी आपका गेम प्ले कहीं ना कहीं नोटिस कर रहे होते हैं, इस टाइम पे टीम का माइंडसेट क्या रहता है? लाइक हाउ डू वी कोप अप विद दिस?
दो मेजर रीजन रहते हैं अगर आप काउंटर, एक तो ये लाइक सेम कॉम्पियो चले बट आपके रोटेशंस गलत हो गए या काउंटर हो गए, तो आप रोटेशंस को चेंज कर सकते हो उसी कॉम्प के साथ, एंड दैट्स द बेस्ट पार्ट बिकॉज तुम्हारा कॉम्प है, यू नो द फ्लॉज, यू नो व्हाट टू डू टू करेक्ट देम, सो वो हो सकता है, लाइक बेस्ट पार्ट वो है। सेकंड है कि पूरा ही कॉम्प मेक ओवर शिफ्ट कर दो एंड आइदर यू कैन प्ले एंटी कॉम्प और अपना न्यू कॉम्प लेकर जाओ जिसको उनको अडेप्ट करना पड़े, बस यही चीज है।
राइट, सो बेसिकली एक सरप्राइज एलिमेंट को इंट्रोड्यूस किया जाए जो कि सामने वाली टीम एक्सपेक्ट ना कर रही हो।
यप,
एग्जैक्टली। सो इसी के साथ गाइस हम थोड़ी देर में जस्ट इस मैच पे जाएंगे। दिस इज लूजर्स ब्रैकेट फाइनल्स, तो काफी बड़ा मैच होने वाला है क्योंकि ये हमारा सेकंड ग्रैंड फाइनलिस्ट को डिसाइड करेगा। उसके पहले ऑलमाइट एलीट फोर जो हमारे लिए इतने सारे टूर्नामेंट्स लेके आता है, इतनी अपॉर्चुनिटीज देता है प्लेयर्स को, तो अगर किसी नए प्लेयर को ऐसे ही टूर्नामेंट पे ई स्पोर्ट्स में पोकेमॉन यूनाइट के जाना हो तो क्या करना चाहिए?
पहले तो एलीट फोर को ह्यूज थैंक्स बिकॉज दिस इज द थर्ड सीजन ऑफ पीयूपीएल,
राइट,
एंड आई थिंक टूर्नामेंट वाइज हम काफी आगे आ चुके हैं बिकॉज दिस इज द फर्स्ट टूर्नामेंट वी आर फेसिंग एपेक टीम्स।
राइट,
या सो एक लर्निंग कर्व मिला इंडियन प्लेयर्स को काफी टाइम के बाद, अदरवाइज अपने बीच खेलते रहते थे, अपना मेटा होता था, दूसरों से बस दूसरों के मैचेस देख रहे ऐसा खेलते हैं, अब फाइनली अगेंस्ट आए हैं, रैंक मैच तो चिल होता है, रैंक मैच में चिल होता है, मिल जाते थे, बट इधर पता लगा भाई कितना कुछ है लर्न करने को, तो वही है। एंड थैंक्स टू एलीट फॉर अब जो प्लेयर्स नए हैं जो टूर्नामेंट्स में करना चाहते हैं, पहले तो भाई टीम बना लेना यार। टीम बन जाएगा। एलीट 4 एंड पोकेमोनयूनिट इंडिया कम्युनिटी आपकी उसमें हेल्प कर देगी। उसमें आपको लिंक्स मिल जाएंगे डिस्क्रिप्शन में, सर्वर्स के, एलीट 4 के एंड पोकेमोनयूनिट इंडिया कम्युनिटी सर्वर के। वहाँ पे ज्वाइन करें। टूर्नामेंट्स के अपडेट्स, कोई भी टूर्नामेंट हो आपको अपडेट मिल जाएगा। अगर आपको स्क्रिम्स करनी, प्रैक्टिस मैचेस करने हैं, उसमें भी द एलीट 4 हेल्प करता है आपकी। डेली स्क्रिम्स हो सकते हैं, टूर्नामेंट्स होते हैं। सो एलीट 4 इज प्लेइंग अ बिग पार्ट फॉर हेल्पिंग न्यू प्लेयर्स एज वेल एज रीचिंग आउट टू एवरीवन।
राइट, एंड इस बात के लिए एलीट 4 की मैं एक्चुअली बहुत तारीफ करना चाहूंगा, एंड आई वुड एक्चुअली लाइक टू थैंक देम फॉर दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी। हमें भी बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला एज अ प्लेयर, एज अ कास्टर, बिकॉज हम नो ऑफेंस टू एनी टीम, बट जब हम एक ही रीजन में खेलते रहते हैं तो हमारा एक स्किल कैप रीच हो जाता है। ओके, यहाँ पे हर कोई ऐसा ही कर रहा है, हम ऐसा करके उनके अबव जा सकते हैं। एंड जब हमें उस लेवल का कंपटीशन नहीं मिलता है तो एक स्किल कैप कहीं ना कहीं आ जाता है। ऑलराइट, मैं ये बात भी एक बार डिस्कस करना चाहूंगा, बिकॉज ये कहीं ना कहीं नोटिस किया है कि जैसे हम एपीएससी की टीम्स के सामने है, जो कि काफी अमेजिंग टीम्स है, परफॉर्मेंस हमने उनका देख ही लिया, वो स्किल कैप हमारा टेस्ट हुआ है टू द लिमिट, एंड यहाँ से अब ऊपर जाना है, ये एक लोगों को एक बेंचमार्क मिल गया कि दिस इज द लीस्ट वी कैन डू, वी जस्ट नीड टू गो अबव एंड बियॉन्ड।
अभी ना कंफर्ट जोन से निकल रहे हैं, वी आर ब्रेकिंग आउट ऑफ दैट शेल नाउ, फाइनली ब्रेकिंग आउट ऑफ द शेल। अब अब वो माइनर डिफरेंसेस रहेंगे। तुम टॉप लेवल पे आ चुके हो, बट वो माइनर डिफरेंसेस इंडिया में ऐसा एज एन आईजीएल माई सेल्फ मैं देखता हूँ, हुपा हमारा पूछता है अल्ट दूं, कॉल देता हूँ, इधर देखता हूँ भाई ड्रेड स्पॉन हुआ, रेनेसांस के हुपा ने देखा, उनके हुपा ने अल्ट खोला, इमीडिएटली विद इन अ मिली सेकंड अल्ट खोल के देखा नहीं भाई टीम का कॉल है कि नहीं, यू हैव टू डू दिस इज द प्ले, लाइक उनको याद है, उनके लाइक मेमोरी में फीड है कि अगर ये सिचुएशन आती है ये करना है, कॉल का वेट नहीं करना। आईजीएल का तो बस इन द एंड वही काम है कि कोई इमीडिएट चेंज है तो बताओ, अदरवाइज द सेम टेक्सचर प्लेस जो हमने प्रैक्टिस किए हुए हैं। सो
बेसिकली हर इंडिविजुअल को अपना मैक्रो और माइक्रो पता होना चाहिए। ओके, दिस मोमेंट पे मेरा पोकेमॉन ये कर सकता है, दिस इज व्हाट आई शुड डू, दिस इज द बेस्ट चॉइस फॉर मी एंड फॉर द टीम। इंडिविजुअल गेम है नहीं, आपको टीम के साथ ही बढ़ना पड़ेगा, और ये कहीं ना कहीं जो लोग सोलो क्यों करते हैं उनको ही बता दो कि इन दी एंड ये टीम गेम ही है। अगर आप 20 किल्स ले रहे हो और आपकी टीम फिर भी हार रही है, तो इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि आप बहुत अच्छा खेल गए, आपको टीम के साथ ही खेलना पड़ेगा।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, वो सोलो किल मेंटालिटी काफी टाइम तक हर गेम का सीन ही थोड़ा सा रहता है कि सोलो किल में थोड़ा सा हो जाता है, बट जैसे जैसे प्लेयर्स टाइम बाय टाइम ठीक हो जाता है, लाइक जो नए प्लेयर्स हैं वो तो ऑब्वियसली करेंगे बिकॉज दे आर नो, बट जो एक्सपीरियंस्ड हो जा रहे हैं, चाहे सोलो को खेलते हैं, उनको भी पता लगता है हाँ भाई टीम के साथ जाना है, नहीं तो मेरा ही नुकसान है।
एग्जैक्टली एंड ये गेम है भी ऐसा कि आप ऑब्जेक्टिव्स पे फोकस करोगे तो आप ऑल टाइम लीड में रह सकते हो। ड्रेडनो आपको एक्सपीरियंस देता है, रोटम आपको स्कोर्स देता है, एक्सपीरियंस भी देता है, बट नॉट एट ड्रेडनो लेवल, एंड ज़ैप्डोस इज लिटरली द गेम एट दिस पॉइंट। एंड उसी के साथ हमारा लूजर्स ब्रैकेट रेडी हो चुका है। यहाँ पे फाइनल्स का फर्स्ट मैच स्टार्ट होने वाला है। ऑलराइट, यहाँ पे एनालिस्ट का काम है, थोड़ा सा आपको दूंगा, कॉम्स आपके सामने है, गो फॉर इट।
वेल, जैसे पहले बोला था, वीनसॉर्स बाहर निकल चुके हैं बट अब राइज आई थिंक उन्होंने रेनेसांस से कुछ टिप्स लिए हैं, एप्सल के लिए जा रहे, नेवर माइंड ब्लास्टर्स पे चले गए मतलब मेरे वेट कर रहे थे बोलने का तो
इसको ऑलराइट हम कास्टर्स कर्स कहते हैं कि हम जो भी बोलेंगे हो गया, वो चेंज हो जाता है।
यप, मेरा फर्स्ट टाइम है, बट स्टिल कंसीडरिंग के कॉम पे काफी इनके ना डीपीएस चल रहा है राइज के, स्पेशली कंसीडरिंग ब्लास्टर्स, वीनसॉर एंड सिल्वियन अब आ गया है, एंड ऑन द अदर एंड एएफआर का देखिए, दे आर ओनली जेनरिक कॉम्प में जा रहे हैं, मेवा ऑन द सरीना, शू ऑन वीनसॉर, एंड इंटरेस्टिंग रहेगा बिकॉज वीनसॉर जंगल कंपेयर टू वीनसॉर आई थिंक लेन, सिल्वियन आई थिंक स्टार्टिंग में जंगल करेगा, देन शिफ्ट करेगा उसके लिए, सो आई थिंक इंटरेस्टिंग रहेगा, सेम ऑलमोस्ट सेम कॉम्स, वेरी सिमिलर कॉम्स, बट डिफरेंट प्ले स्टाइल्स।
एक्चुअली हाँ, ये बात बहुत सही बोली, ऑलमोस्ट सेम कॉम्स है, बिकॉज हम देखें कि डीपीएस एक साइड पे डीपीएस को ज्यादा फोकस दिया गया है एंड एक साइड पे बर्स्ट डैमेज को। सरीना भी बहुत ज्यादा बर्स्ट डैमेज देती है, ब्लास्टर्स इज अ कांस्टेंट डीपीएस, सिल्वियन इज अ कांस्टेंट डीपीएस। वही अगर नीचे देखें तो क्रैम, अगर आप डाइव स्लैश खेल रहे हैं तब तो आपको बर्स्ट मिल रहा है, अगर आप हरिकेन खेल रहे हैं तो भी कहीं ना कहीं डीपीएस के मामले में क्रैम थोड़ा पीछे रहता है, तो यूनाइट ना खुले। Right, so एक burst versus DPS का combination है। Before we get into the match, all might एक अगर select करना हो, burst comp और DPS comp?
I think I will go for the burst comp, considering के AFR का ना very like mixed है, not too much burst, but not either just DPS. Right. Yeah, mixed comp है, so I will go for AFR this one.
राइट, कंप्लीटली एग्री। काफी ज्यादा बैलेंस टीम है, काफी ज्यादा इकोनॉमी को बैलेंस किया गया है। बिकॉज अगर हम यहाँ पे पर्पल साइड पे देखें, ईवी इज एन अर्ली स्पाइक, दैट्स फाइन। वीनोसॉर आपका लेट स्पाइक है, ब्लास्टर्स आपका लेट स्पाइक है। आपको अर्ली गेम में थोड़ा सा ट्रबल होने वाला है अगर आप स्टार्टिंग से सिक्योर्स ना करो। ऑन दी अदर साइड वहां पे देखें, क्रैम्प को थोड़ा अर्ली मिल जाता है, सरीना लेवल 6 पे अपना फुल स्पाइक पे आ चुकी होती है। तो एक इकोनॉमी बैलेंस मेरे को एएफआर के साइड पे ज्यादा दिखता है।
Yep, I think राइस को ना सिल्वियन पर रिलाई करना पड़ेगा फर्स्ट डेट पे लेवल 8 आने के लिए, दैट्स इट। अदरवाइज बिकॉज ब्लास्टर्स लेवल 7 हिट करना इज पॉसिबल बट काइंडा हार्ड हो जाता है अनलेस उसको लाइक बॉटम लेन पे फार्म मिल जाए रोटेशन के टाइम पे। सो उसी को वेट करना है।
राइट राइट राइट, बिल्कुल ये बहुत सही बात बोली कि ब्लास्टर्स का लेवल 7 भी उतना इंपॉर्टेंट होता है। बिकॉज अगर आपको पावर स्पाइक भी नहीं मिल रहा, अगर आपको अपना स्किल स्पाइक मिल जा रहा है, तो उससे भी बहुत कुछ हो सकता है। सरीना के साथ भी सेम है, अगर आपको स्टॉम्प अर्ली मिल जाता है तो वो काफी इंटरेस्टिंग हो सकता है। उसी के साथ यहाँ पे एक 20 की छोटी सी फाइट स्टार्ट हो चुकी है। नीचे हम देख सकते थे एएफआर की ब्लिसी वाज स्टिल लेवल 3 व्हिच वाज अ डिसएडवांटेज फॉर देम। अब पोकेमॉन गोज डाउन, फाइनली सिल्वियन टेकिंग दैट फर्स्ट किल, फर्स्ट ब्लड स्पैच का निकल चुका है। राइज इज ऑन द एग्रेसिव फ्रंट हियर ऑलराइट।
थिंक उन्होंने सिल्वियन का एडवांटेज उठाना शुरू कर दिया है, कंसीडरिंग जंगलर वर्सेस जंगलर में सिल्वियन केम आउट ऑन टॉप। बट अब देखना है कि लाइक लेवल 8 तो हिट हो जाएगा, बट ऑन द अदर एंड वीनोसॉर वो अपना पावर स्पाइक हिट कर पाएंगे एज अ जंगलर। बिकॉज दोनों जंगलर्स का इस टूर्नामेंट पूरा देखा है कि लेवल 9 जंगलर्स आ ही रहे हैं फर्स्ट रेड पे। सो देखना है कि वो पावर स्पाइक हिट होगा, बिकॉज सिल्वियन 8 शी ऑलरेडी हैज द यूनाइट, एडवांटेज है बहुत उन पे।
एंड सिल्वियन का अर्ली यूनाइट भी है, लेवल 8 का यूनाइट है, तो उसका काफी इजी होता है लाना, क्योंकि लेवल 9 हिट करने के लिए आपको फिर भी 3 क्लियर चाहिए होते हैं। मतलब डिफरेंट वेज ऑब्वियसली है, बट अगर कोई बेसिक वे में देखे, अगर कोई नॉर्मल भी देख रहा है, तो जनरली आपको लेवल 9 हिट करने के लिए 1-2 केओ, एक 30 का डंक अराउंड समवेयर, 2 या 2.5 क्लियर चाहिए होते हैं जंगल के। तो काफी बड़ा है। या फिर अगर 20 सिक्योर कर रहे हो तो दैट इज अनदर थिंग।
इधर सिल्वियन थोड़ा मजाक कर रहा है अपने ब्लास्टर्स के साथ। फार्म ले लिया लगता है।
वहां पे वो बोल रहे हैं कि मेरा यूनाइट आ जाएगा, आपका वैसे भी नहीं आना, मेरे को ही दे दो। यहाँ पे छोटी सी एक और फाइट, यहाँ पे इंटरेक्शन जरूर हुई है। लेवल्स के मामले में भी काफी बैलेंस साइड हमें देखने को दिख रहा है। एक साइड पे वीनसॉर हैज ऑलरेडी हिट लेवल 7, दैट कैन बी बिग, एंड उसका इम्पैक्ट कितना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज दोनों ही टीम काफी ज्यादा वीनसॉर फोकस है यहाँ पे। एंड इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग, यहाँ पे कोई भी सोलर बीम नहीं खेलने वाला है। So it's gonna be that DPS Venusaur जो कि बिल्कुल ही पेटल डांस लगा के घुस जाएगा एनिमी टीम पे।
एपेक टीम्स का एग्रेशन तो सब लोग जानते हैं। एंड इंटरेक्शन देखे तो जैसे सरीना का स्पाइक हिट हुआ है, उन्होंने किल्स निकाले हैं, ब्लास्टर्स ऊपर लाइक शी गॉट द किल। अब रोटेशन हो रहा है एंड ब्लास्टर्स जंगल में अभी लेवल 7 हिट कर चुका है, अभी उसने एक फार्म लिया है। सो अभी देखते हैं, एक प्रॉपर फाइट होने वाली है दोनों टीम्स के बीच में।
राइट, एंड इस साइड की अगर बात करें तो यहाँ पे मैं ऑलरेडी देख सकता हूँ कि यहाँ पे राइस की टीम वाज नॉट इन द पोजीशन यहाँ पे, जिसके मतलब है कि काफी ज्यादा एडवांटेज यहाँ पे इनिशिएट करने को मिल चुका था एएफआर को, और उसका ही फायदा उठाया गया। बट राइस का काफी अच्छा कमबैक आए, वहां पे थोड़ा एग्रेस किया, ऑफ गार्ड पकड़ा वहां पे, एंड यहाँ एक और ब्लेसी को नॉकडाउन कर दिया गया। राइस इज ऑन अ केओ स्ट्रीक, वहां पे वीनसॉर को 2 का केओ स्ट्रीक मिल चुका है। ड्रेडनॉट स्टिल नॉट डाउन दो, एंड सिल्वियन का वो लेवल 8 ऑब्वियसली यहाँ पे उनको ड्रेडनॉट दिला के चला गया। ऑल माइट ओवर टू यू।
Yep, that Blissey egg bomb was exceptional. वो सिर नहीं तो सरीना ड्रेडनॉट स्टील कर सकती थी। एंड ऑलरेडी देख रहे हैं सिल्वियन डिडंट इवन नीड अ यूनाइट मूव, यूनाइट यूज ही नहीं किया है। आई थिंक अर्ली जोन की वजह से एएफआर ने थोड़ा ओवर एग्रेस कर गए एंड दे लॉस्ट देयर क्रेमोरेंट। उसके बाद आई थिंक दे लॉस्ट द डेड फाइट बिकॉज़ ऑफ दैट, क्योंकि प्लेयर्स डिसएडवांटेज हो गया एंड ऑलरेडी डीपीएस ऑलरेडी बहुत ज्यादा है उन पे राइस पे। So they are literally going, aggression is there. See the aggression, like literally 5 people, they don't even care. Like, just come fight us. वैसे आ रहे हैं भाई।
उनको दिख रहा है हमें ड्रेडनॉट मिल चुका है, हमें लेवल्स मिल चुका है, हमारे पास यूनाइट है, उनके पास नहीं है। लेट्स एक्सप्लॉइट दिस सिचुएशन। ये बार बार नहीं मिलेगा कि हमारे पास यूनाइट है, उनके पास ऑप्शन ही नहीं है, अभी आ ही नहीं सकता, बिकॉज हम फार्म तो लेने ही नहीं दे रहे, और ना उनके पास कमबैक ऑर्डिनोस आएगा, जिसका मतलब है रोटॉन भी कुछ हद तक अनकंटेस्टेड ही जाने वाला है, कोई स्टील का टेम नहीं है। ऑन द अदर साइड अगर हम देखें, वहां वीनोसॉर से जंगल इन्वेड किया जा रहा है, which is gonna be big, because जब यहाँ पे सिल्वियन या ब्लास्टर्स वापस आएंगे तो उनको एक जोड़ का झटका धीरे से लगने वाला है ऑलराइट।
बट आई थिंक अभी एएफआर को भी जोर का झटका लग सकता है, बिकॉज उनका टियर 2 पुश हो रहा है एंड आई थिंक यूनाइट मूव्स तो आ गए, बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली रोटम इज ऑलरेडी इन द टावर।
राइट, वहां पे वीनस और यूनाइट मूव जोर देखने को मिला था। यहाँ पे नॉकआउट्स निकाले जा रहे हैं वन आफ्टर दी अदर, और राइस को ही सारे नॉकआउट्स मिल रहे हैं और काफी ज्यादा यहाँ पे गोल पड़े हुए हैं जमीन पे, जो तारे जमीन पे हम बोलते हैं वो वाला सीन हो चुका है। और यहाँ पे कांस्टेंट गोल्स हमें देखने को मिल सकते हैं। अभी भी 3 सेकंड है, मतलब ये टीयर तो गया। एंड एक और चीज नोट करवाना चाहूंगा, जब इन लोगों ने फर्स्ट रोटॉम के पहले जो पुश किया था, वहां पे इन लोगों ने ऑलरेडी अपनी सारी एओस एनर्जी या गोल्स जिसको हम बोलते हैं वो यूज कर लिए थे। तो इनके पास इतना नहीं था कि रोटोम पुश होने के बाद भी ब्रेक कर सके। इन्होंने
बिल्कुल।
इतना एग्रेसिव खेला है, उनको पता है कि यहाँ पे डिफेंड करने के लिए आएंगे, बिकॉज जनरली जब हम टीयर 2 पे पुश करते हैं तो वहां पे थोड़ा रिस्क होता है, आपको हीलिंग ज्यादा मिल रही होती है, आपको डिफेंड करना थोड़ा इजी हो जाता है। अगेन अनकंटेस्टेड रेड ना, स्टील के जरूर अटेम्प्ट किया था, हुपा का यूनाइट एक बेट की तरह यूज किया कि अच्छा टीम आएगी, ऊपर पुश कर दिया, बिकॉज टीयर लेना इस पॉइंट पे इंपॉर्टेंट है।
माय गॉड, आई थिंक दैट वाज एन एक्सीलेंट प्ले बाय हुपा। उसने 2 प्लेयर्स का रोटेशन कैंसिल करवाया अभी जस्ट।
राइट देखा।
बट राइस का डीपीएस इतना ज्यादा है कि उन्होंने स्टिल एक 4 मैन पुश अवॉइड कर दिया टॉप पे। यस, लिटरली प्लेयर्स को अपने बेस तक भेज दिया उन्होंने, इतना दूर भेजा है कि नहीं भाई, ये इधर नहीं रहना है, अपने घर जाओ चलो, ऐसा बोल के गए हैं। एंड स्कोर की लीड की बात करें, ऑलमोस्ट 220 का लीड है, ऑलमोस्ट 220 पॉइंट्स का लीड चल रहा है एंड बेस खुल चुका है। एंड अब मैं आपको आगे का स्टोरी बता देता हूँ, वो रोटम एंड तक होल्ड होने वाला है। राइज विल होल्ड ऑन टू द रोटम टिल द एंड। एंड अब एएफआर को देखना है, either they have to force the rotom out or I think they have to burst it down when they take it.
तो इस टाइम राइस के साथ सिचुएशन ये, उनका विनकॉन ऑलरेडी रेडी है, उनको पता है ये रोटम अगर फाइनल स्ट्रेच पे पुश कर दिया, जैप की तो जरूरत ही नहीं है। इन केस नहीं भी होता, स्टील हो भी जाता है तो टच करने देंगे, तब भी उनका टीयर 1 नहीं जा रहा। हुपा ऑलरेडी उनके पास है, जो कि सेंटर में जाके एनीवेज यूनाइट खोलने वाला है, और उनके तो 500 डंक्स आने वाले। तो यहाँ पे एक बहुत अच्छा विनकॉन अपने लिए बना के रखा हुआ है राइस की टीम ने, और इसको अगर काउंटर करना है तो नॉट ओनली रोटम बट उनको एक और टीयर लेना पड़ेगा यहाँ पे एएफआर को, बिकॉज कमबैक का चांस फ्लिप से इस पॉइंट पे नहीं दिख रहा मुझे।
इधर आई थिंक एक्सीलेंट प्ले बाय एफआर। उन्होंने उनको पता था राइज टॉप लेन पे ही रहेगा वो रोटम को मेंटेन रखने के लिए, उन्होंने बॉटम लेन पुश किया, रोटेशन फोर्स आउट करवाया, एंड उनके जो ऊपर वीनस और थे उन्होंने रोटम को डैमेज देना स्टार्ट कर दिया, एंड इन द एंड राइज को वो लेना पड़ा। दे कांट लूज दैट, सो यू नो एक पॉसिबल कैजुअलिटी डिक्रीज किया
राइट।
या सो दे कैन फोकस ऑन द जैप फाइट मोर नाउ।
हाँ, एंड वो काफी अच्छा एक डिसीजन भी हो सकता है उनके, क्योंकि अगर ये रोटम इस पॉइंट पे पुश हो रहा होता तो आपको डिसाइड करना पड़ता है कि आपने सेंटर गोल पे आप गोल करने दोगे उनको 500 या आप जैप के लिए कमिट करोगे, मतलब बहुत ही बुरा हो जाता वो सिचुएशन,
जोन सैक्रिफाइस करना पड़ता।
एग्जैक्टली मैप प्रेशर बहुत बड़ा यहाँ पे क्रिएट हो जाता। चीड विल सिक्योर रेडनॉक यहाँ पे राइज को, राइज यहाँ पे टीम फाइट के लिए जाएंगे शायद, बट उनको जरूरत है नहीं, तो आई एम नॉट श्योर कि यहाँ पे क्या स्ट्रैटेजी रहने वाली है राइज की। ऑनलाइन थोड़ा सा अगर इसको हाईलाइट किया जाए तो
आई थिंक उन्होंने पूरा लाइक यू नो एक एरिया पे फोकस कर रहे हैं, उन्होंने बोला है पूरा T1 तुम्हारा है टॉप का, जितना स्कोर करना है कर लो, वी आर इन द लीड। एंड बट आई थिंक ये बैकफायर भी कर सकता है राइज का स्ट्रेटजी, बिकॉज AFR is, you know, see their attackers, both of them are farming just now. Venus और अभी fight में है and Cram is still farming. So I think level lead थोड़ा सा कम हो सकता है जितना होल्ड करवा रहे हैं।
राइट, एंड एक और चीज यहाँ पे देखने को मिली, वीनो और बिसी ने अकेले ही फाइट यहाँ पे स्टार्ट कर दिया। यूनाइट सर लग चुके हैं, बिसी का यूनाइट यहाँ वीनो सर पे लगा, एंड काफी ज्यादा यहाँ पे फाइटिंग एंगेज हो चुकी है।
आई थिंक मेजर हो गया कि बिसी का यूनाइट अभी हुपा पे लग गया है उनके, एंड this I think this is the major reason, because राइस के बिसी का यूनाइट हुपा पे लगा है,
राइस का हुपा पे लगा, एंड वहां पे एएफआर का वीनो सर पे लगा था जो मैं कॉल दे रहा था। एनीवेज ये किसी भी तरीके से यहाँ पे टर्न आउट हो चुका है, पूरी तरीके से गेम इस पॉइंट पे फ्लिप हो चुका है, बट yes, obviously यहाँ पे सिक्योर कर लिया गया, 5 tiers up है। Is there a chance for counter push?
There, if they can stop the recalls and kill them while after their goal, there is a little chance, because cooldowns are gonna be long. अगर उसी टाइम पे push करते हैं, then you know there is a chance, because they already have that score lead.
Right.
The guys have some initial scores, but अब देखते हैं कि कितना lead चाहिए उनको।
अभी बहुत ज्यादा स्कोर का डिफरेंस आई वुड से कि यस हो तो गया कि टीम वाइप तो करना ही पड़ेगा। क्रैम ऑलरेडी डाउन है फॉर नेक्स्ट 20 सेकंड्स, अगर एक पुश करते हैं तो यहाँ पे इनको एक्चुअली बॉटम टियर पे नहीं, इनको स्कोर करना है इनके बेस पे, एंड बेस पे स्कोर करना हमें पता है कितना मुश्किल होने वाला है, क्योंकि यहाँ एएफआर की टीम 1 by 1 जंप करने वाली है। It's just a disruption and stall game.
I think level 15 minutes or it's over. It's over. Yeah, like you just can't kill that beast in 1 minute. And you have 20 seconds right now.
And 7, 6, 5, 4 and ये game done and dusted है, हमें पता है ये करने फ्लिप कर दिया है। सो गाइस अगर आप देख रहे तो हम अभी बात कर रहे थे ऑब्जेक्टिव्स कितने इंपॉर्टेंट होते हैं, वही चीज हमें यहाँ एएफआर ने करके दिखा दिया। वन लिटिल मिस्टेक फ्रॉम राइज कॉस्टेड देम द एंटायर गेम। उनके पास ऑलरेडी विन कौन था। ऑलराइट, अगर मैं यहाँ पे थोड़ा ज्यादा अपना लाइन ना क्रॉस करूं तो मैं बोलूं उनको एक्चुअली जैक फाइट पे जाने की जरूरत थी नहीं, वो हुपा के नाइट लगा के सीधा सेंटर गोल कर सकते थे।
ये आप डेफिनेटली कर सकते, बट आई थिंक एएफआर हैड द प्लान्स फॉर दैट। लाइक उन्होंने अपने 2 अटैकर्स जो फार्म कर रहे थे उनको बेस के पास ही रखा था, जस्ट इन केस उनको पता लगे, इंफॉर्मेशन मिले, यू नो, दे टेक द अदर कोर्स ऑफ एक्शन, जो भी उनका लाइक प्लान होगा।
राइट। यहाँ एमवीपी की बात करते हैं। राइस के AXQ को अगेन एमवीपी मिलता है, वो वीनस और का डिफरेंस हमें ऑल गेम देखने को मिलता है वो। एंड एएफआर में मीवा यहाँ पे एमवीपी लेके जाते हैं। बैटल डेटा की बात करें, 7 किल्स फॉर राइस AXQ, अगेन गुड नंबर, हर मैच में परफॉर्मेंस दिखाया इस प्लेयर ने। मीवा जो एमवीपी बने थे 5 किल्स पर हम, शुवा को भी 5 किल्स मिले। डिटेल्स की बात करते हैं, डैमेज टोटल देख लेते हैं। AXQ doesn't disappoint here. Every game he has been dealing big chunks of damage. Shua, however, finally a Venusaur that's beating AXQ.
आई थिंक यू नो एक मेजर लाइक वीनस और बेटर था, एंड बोथ विनर्स लाइक उन्होंने प्रॉपर किया है, बट इन द एंड आई थिंक वो ब्लिसी का इशू आ गया एंड पे, कंसीडर कि एक का ult गलत गया, एक का करेक्ट टाइम पे लग गया। सो आई थिंक दैट डिसाइडेड द गेम फॉर एएफआर।
राइट, सो इस बेस्ट ऑफ 3 में हमें ऑलरेडी एक मैच ओवर हो चुका है। ये डू और डाई गेम होने वाला है राइस के लिए। एंड इसकी बात मैं पहले भी कर रहा था, ये मेंटालिटी पे भी क्या थोड़ा इफेक्ट आता है, बिकॉज अभी एक गेम हार के आया है यूजिंग द सेम कॉम, तो कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ा तो इफेक्ट करता होगा, एक नेगेटिवनेस आ जाती होगी। अगर टीम में कुछ नहीं, कोई ना कोई तो थोड़ा डिसअपॉइंट होके, थोड़ा डाउन होके खेल रहा होता होगा।
Yep. Like disappointment तो नहीं, I think you know Rise have the spirits, like top में अभी हार के they still came back into the losers final, so I think you know they know what they are doing, and I think comp change, you know, future plan of action comp change तो नहीं दिखेगा, because Rise you know perfectly executed this match, just you know minor mistake हुआ that zap fight, that's it, तो उस पे वर्कआउट करना पड़ेगा उनको।
मेरे ओपिनियन में आज आप फाइट नहीं बनती थी ऑलमेट। अगर कुछ भी सिचुएशन में आज छोड़ा भी हुआ है, आप जा सकते हो, आप 1 को ऑफ गार्ड पिक कर रहे हो 5 मैन वहां पे, अगर नहीं भी हो रहा तो उनको जैप तब भी नहीं मिल रहा, क्योंकि उनको रिट्रीट करना पड़ेगा आपको रोकने के लिए। तो एक बहुत अच्छा सिचुएशन क्रिएट हो सकता था। 2-2 नॉकआउट दोनों साइड पे होते, कैजुअलिटीज होती, बट आप अपनी लीड को मेंटेन कर रहे हो। आप जैप पे या फिर हुपा को छोड़ दो, आप बैक कैप के लिए जा ही सकते हो। आप ऑलरेडी एक प्रेशर पॉइंट बना चुके हो सामने वाली टीम के लिए, आपको उसको पुश करना चाहिए था। बट एनीवेज दैट्स माय ओपिनियन। ये टीम्स प्रोफेशनल है, खेलती है, काफी खेलती है, तो इनको भी काफी पता होगा। आपको भी एक्चुअली काफी पता है, तो इसके बारे में आप ही ज्यादा अच्छा बता सकते हैं।
मैं तो ये बोलूंगा जो जैप का उन्होंने जोन का डिसीजन था, आई थिंक उनके साइड से अच्छा था, बट ऑन द अदर हैंड राइज हेल्ड देयर जोन, लाइक टॉप साइड था उनके पास, T1 पूरा छोड़ दिया था एएफआर ने, सॉरी एएफआर हेड द जोन टॉप वाला, 3 प्लेस के साथ उन्होंने बस जोन बनाया था, एंड 2 प्लेस उनके फार्म कर रहे, तो आई थिंक राइज थोड़ा कर सकता था कि यू नो जोन सैक्रिफाइस कर रहे वो टॉप साइड का, या फिर पहले ही गुजर, उनको पता है कि वो अंडर फार्म्ड है, दे कैन टेक द फाइट, बट दे गेव द टाइम टू फार्म, लाइक अराउंड 30 सेकंड्स का टाइम, इट्स बिग टाइम, तो उतने टाइम में वो फार्म हुए एंड फाइट के लिए रेडी हुए,
राइट।
जी कमबैक हो गया।
ये कमबैक मोमेंट वाज ह्यूज। हाइप इज रियल, जो हम बार बार बोलते हैं, वो हाइप को यहाँ पे मेंटेन करके रखा है एएफआर ने। राइज, इट्स अ डू और डाई मैच फॉर यू, आपको यहाँ से गेम निकालना ही पड़ेगा, यू डोंट हैव एनी अदर ऑप्शन। गेम में हम घुस चुके हैं अगेन, आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग द सेम कम्स फ्रॉम बोथ द टीम ऑलमाइट।
आई थिंक सेम ही दिखने वाला है, ऑलमोस्ट माइनर चेंजेस हो सकते हैं, बट यू नो कॉन्फिडेंट है एक दूसरे की टीम्स को, लाइक मिस्टेक किसी के साइड से नहीं था, बस यू नो थोड़ा लाइक मैक्रो रोटेशंस में थोड़ा ऑफ गार्ड पकड़ेगी दोनों टीम्स।
एक चीज हमें जरूर देखने को मिला, सरीना हमें देखने को मिल रहा है, व्हिच इज काफी इंटरेस्टिंग। एंड दूसरे साइड पे ट्रिपल सपोर्ट कॉम, जो कि कुछ टाइम पहले काफी ज्यादा पॉपुलर हो चुका था। ट्रिपल सपोर्ट विगली, हम जानते हैं अर्ली गेम में कितना बल्क होता है विगली के पास, एंड उसको चेंज कर दिया, काफी
ट्रोल कर गया, आपको ट्रोल कर गया।
मेरे को एक्चुअली बहुत अच्छा लगता है कोई विगली खेलता तो,
बट यू नो वीना सर पे कुछ ज्यादा रिलायंस हो जाती, फिर वजन उठाना पे वीना सर ऐसा हो सकता है।
कैरी द गेम ऑन योर बैक विनसर, एक फुल कैरी करी रहे हो, एक ट्रॉफी भी ले ही जाओ। एनीवेज, यहाँ पे गेम में घुस चुके हैं। बैटल आइटम्स की एक बार बात कर लेते हैं। यहाँ पे फुल हील ऑन विनसर, गुड चॉइस। इजेक्ट ऑन ब्लिसी, आई एम नॉट श्योर। यहाँ पे ऑलराइट आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा, इजेक्ट या फिर एक्सफीड ऑन ब्लिसी?
आई थिंक सिचुएशनल बिकॉज उनके पास डीपीएस काफी है, तो ये प्लेयर पे डिपेंड करता है कि वो एक्सपीड के लिए जाए या किल बिकॉज एक्सपीड इज आल्सो हेल्पफुल इन सर्टेन
Right.
सिचुएशंस एंड इजेक्टर्स आल्सो, सो you can't डिबेट ऑन देम, बोथ ऑफ देम आर एक्सेप्शनल बेटर आइटम्स, सॉरी.
राइट. सो बहुत ही अच्छा यहाँ पे कॉम देखने को मिल रहा है. क्रैमरेंट अगेन बैक इन द एक्शन. क्रैमरेंट का इस बार मेरे को जरूर देखने को मन है कि इस बार क्रैमरेंट कुछ अच्छा करके जाए, बिकॉज क्रैमरेंट से हमने रैंक में हो या टूर्नामेंट में कुछ एक्सेप्शनल प्लेस देखे. एंड अगर राइस को ये मैच जीतना है तो उस क्रैमरेंट को कहीं ना कहीं शट डाउन करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि जोन आउट से लेके डीपीएस से लेके बहुत कुछ है जो क्रैमरेंट प्रोवाइड कर सकता है. एक कुछ मैच पहले हमने देखा था कि यही एएफआर के क्रैमरेंट ने जैप भी सिक्योर किया था इनके लिए. एंड यूनाइट पे अगर उसको आपने अकेला छोड़ दिया तो वो इतना डैमेज कर जाएगा कि आपके पास पुश करने के लिए कुछ बचेगा नहीं. एनीवेज टॉप पे यहाँ पे स्टार्ट हो चुका है. यहाँ पे मीवा जा रहे, हो सकता है एक स्टैक करने के लिए जा रहा है, हो भी जाएगा बिकॉज दोनों के दोनों प्लेयर्स आगे, उनको भी स्टैक करना होगा. हैंडशेक सिचुएशन ऑलराइट.
तो क्रैम का ये बोलूंगा, एक ऑलराउंडर हो गया है क्रैम. टॉप पे भी चल रहा है, जिंगल में भी चलता है, बॉटम पे भी दिखता है, ऐसी हालत हो गई है क्रैम की. तो एक मेजर शटडाउन नीडेड हो सकता है जस्ट इन केस वो फार्म हो जाए. और टॉप पे देखे तो सिल्वन कर रही रोटेशन ऑलरेडी, उन्होंने क्रूज करना स्टार्ट कर दिया एंड आई थिंक सरीना माइट डाई हियर.
यस, काफी मुश्किल होने वाली है. यस, ब्लास्टर्स को फर्स्ट ब्लड मिल गया फाइनली. फोर्स भी हो गए, तो यहाँ पे थोड़ा अर्ली एडवांटेज लेते हुए टीम राइज एंड सर्वाइव ऑन दैट फॉर क्लच एचपी. बहुत कम एचपी थी ब्लास्टर्स की वहां पे. अगर वहां पे डाउन हो जाते तो उस पुश का शायद उतना ज्यादा वैल्यू उनको नहीं मिलता जितना उनको अभी मिला है.
बिल्कुल. एंड अभी फर्स्ट बीज आ गई हैं, देखते हैं who makes out most of it. I think AFR ने काफी अच्छा ट्रेड लिया है. बीज उन्होंने कंटेस्ट करके ले ली एंड अपना लेवल मेंटेन कर लिया.
राइट. एंड यहाँ पे इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग ब्लास्टर्स को सेकंड रोटेशन ऑफ जंगल मिलेगा, बिकॉज आपको ब्लास्टर्स का भी लेवल 7 चाहिए. जीके जो कि यहाँ पे सिल्वन काफी अच्छा खेल रहे हैं, काफी अच्छी स्किन भी है उनके पास, तो वो डिफ तो ऑलरेडी मिल ही रहा है सामने वाली टीम को. बट जीके का परफॉर्मेंस मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लगा है. बहुत अच्छे से अपना मैक्रो संभाल रहे हैं, पोजिशनिंग बहुत अच्छी रहती है इनको, और इनको पता है कि हाइपर वॉइस का जो एंड वाला पार्ट है ज्यादा डैमेज देता है, तो हमेशा अपना डिस्टेंस बना के रखते हैं. ये तो लोग बहुत बार सिल्वियन को लेके बिल्कुल 4 लोगों के बीच में घुस भी जाते हैं.
बिल्कुल सही बोला. काफी अपने प्लेयर्स होते हैं काफी. तो
नाम नहीं लेना है, किसी का नाम नहीं लेना है.
नहीं ले रहा मैं. सिल्वियन का ये आई थिंक जीके इज कैरिंग द इनिशियल फाइट्स ऑफ द टीम. लाइक अर्ली गेम पूरा हैंडल कर रहे हैं अप टू दैट फर्स्ट रेड. तो पूरा प्रॉपर प्लेयर की तरह रोल्स मेंटेन कर रहे हैं कि भाई मैं यहाँ तक देख रहा हूँ, बाकी तुम्हारा गेम है. तो उधर से फिर AX संभाल लेते हैं भाई, मेरे को दे तू रूल.
राइट. यहाँ पे एक और चीज, हाँ ये आपने बहुत अच्छी चीज पॉइंट आउट की कि ZQ जो है अर्ली गेम पे फ्रंट लाइन कर रहा है अपनी टीम के लिए. एंड ये हमें एक बहुत अच्छी चीज बताती है टीम राइज के बारे में, कि उनको अपने पोकेमॉन के स्टार्ट्स के बारे में कितना आइडिया है. उनको पता है कि वीनसॉर की वैल्यू आपको लेवल 7 के पहले नहीं मिलने वाली. लेवल 4 पे आपका सिल्वियन काफी ज्यादा स्टैट्स कैरी कर रहा है, उसको अपना फाइनल स्पाइक मिल चुका है, जो एवोल्यूशन वाला स्पाइक होता है, नॉट पावर स्पाइक, बिकॉज अटैक्स तो अभी भी आते रहते हैं. तो जब तक सिल्वियन उस स्टेज पे जहाँ पे अभी गेम में हाईएस्ट स्टैट वो कंट्रोल कर रहा है, वो वहां पे फ्रंट लाइन करने चला जाता है, क्योंकि अभी वो बेटर पोजीशन पे फ्रंट लाइन करने के लिए. एंड वीनसॉर पीछे से अपना रेजर रिलीज से डैमेज करते रहता है. एंड जैसे ही लेवल 7 होता है, वी कैन सी वीनसॉर यहाँ पे फ्रंट लाइन करने चले जाते हैं. तो काफी अच्छी सिनर्जी है टीम के बीच में.
बिल्कुल. एंड देखिए सरीना ऑलरेडी अपना डोमिनेंस शो करते हुए सीधा 3 बंदों के बीच जाके स्टॉम्प्स यूज देने शुरू कर दिए हैं. एंड आई थिंक दोनों टीम से रीसेट करने गई हैं, बट आई थिंक दिस टाइम AFR हैज समवट एन एडवांटेज बिकॉज उनका क्रैम का लेवल इस पर मेंटेन्ड है. बट ऑन द अदर हैंड सिल्वियन ने अपना यूनाइट खोल दिया है. तो एंड यप, राइस टेक द रेड. इजी रेड था इनके लिए. यप, लास्ट टाइम तो उनको यूनाइट की भी जरूरत नहीं पड़ी थी, बट एटलीस्ट AFR फोर्स्ड देयर यूनाइट दिस टाइम. So that's a good thing. अभी रोटम पे शायद ट्रबल ना हो उनको. AFR might be able to contest the रोटम.
So यहाँ पे एक और बात है, राइस हमेशा अर्ली गेम एग्रेसिव खेल रही है और अर्ली गेम डोमिनेट भी कर रही है. इसका बहुत बड़ा रीजन है वो सिल्वियन. अर्ली स्पाइक्स मिल रहा है, अर्ली जंगल उसको दे रहे हैं, तो वो आपकी टीम को काफी हद तक कैरी कर रही है. 1 पॉइंट ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस लेफ्ट फॉर AXQs. इसके बाद उनका यूनाइट आएगा, जिसके बाद हमें हो सकता है एक और पुश देखने को मिल जाए. यहाँ पे ब्लास्टर्स के लिए काफी ट्रबल था. क्रैमर एंड वहां पे नीचे जाते हुए यहाँ पे वीनसॉर की यूनाइट लगा दोनों ही साइड से, एंड क्रैमर एंड का भी यूनाइट चल रहा था. बट अगेन इफ यू कैन शट इट डाउन, ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम आपको नहीं होगा. अगर नहीं कर, बहुत प्रॉब्लम होने वाला है. राइज अगेन लुकिंग इन अ वेरी कमांडिंग पोजीशन.
Yep, क्रैम थॉट वो इनविंसिबल, बट AX को ने बोला भाई तू इधर आ, मैं तेरे को हैंडल करता हूं. यूनाइट में ही चले गए उसके. So I think रोटम फाइट ऑल तो हुआ नहीं, बट यूनाइट्स दोनों टीम की तरफ से कमिट हुए हैं, सो एक फाइट रीसेट फिर से हो चुका है, सो आई एम इंटरेस्टेड टू सी कि ये फाइट हु कम्स आउट ऑन टॉप. एंड ओके, मीवा डूइंग हिज जॉब एज यूजुअल. रोटम सिक्योर कर लिया एएफआर ने.
एंड यहाँ पे एएफआर को रोटम तो मिल गया. एक और चीज मैं बोलूंगा उस वाले फाइट के बारे में, सब क्रैम का यूनाइट लगा था. जनरली हम एवेंजर्स ऑल आई होप सबने देखी हो कि काफी अच्छी मूवी है, तो वहां पे एक पॉइंट है तो आयरन मैन बोलता है वी हैव अ हल्क, और यहाँ पे एएक्स क्यों बोल के घुसे वी हैव अ ब्लिसी, और घुस के सीधा क्रैम के यूनाइट के अंदर.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. हल्क को थिनोस मिल गया टेक्निकल.
तो काफी अच्छा एक इंटरेक्शन हो गया दोनों के बीच में. अभी भी इस पॉइंट पे भी जरूर वहां पे पर्पल टीम को मिला है. आई एम सॉरी, मैं नाम इंस्टेंट में भूल गया, बट वहां पे एएफआर को यहाँ पे रोटॉम मिला था, बट उसको कभी पुश कराने का मौका नहीं दिया यूनाइट से. यूनाइट को काफी अच्छे से यूटिलाइज किया. ऑब्वियसली वहां पे नॉकआउट्स पे ट्रेड किए नॉकआउट्स दोनों ही टीम ने, बट पुश करने का मौका नहीं मिला. दोनों ही ऊपर की यूनाइट फाइट नहीं लग चुके हैं. सेकंड रेड की फाइट यहाँ पे स्टार्ट हो चुकी है. अगेन यहाँ पे एएफआर की टीम नीचे नहीं आती है. हुपा का यूनाइट एज अ बेट यूज किया है. हुपा पे ज्यादा टीम कोलैप्स हो रही है. विनोसॉर्ट आके यहाँ पे यूनाइट लगा दिया एंड राइस को वहां पे इजीली डेड तो फिर से मिल गया.
थिंक एएफआर को पता था फाइट नहीं जिससे, बिकॉज उनके ब्लिसी का यूनाइट टॉप पे कमिट हो चुका है, एंड उनके लिटरली ब्लिसी का यूनाइट है सिल्वन की यूनाइट है. सो विदाउट रिस्किंग एवरीथिंग दे जस्ट वेंट फॉर द स्कोर्स एंड गॉट सम एक्सपीरियंस एंड प्लेड इट सेफ.
आई थिंक ये भी एक अच्छी स्ट्रैटेजी थी, बिकॉज यहाँ पे राइस ने ऑलरेडी बॉटम का एक टियर ले लिया था, जिसका मतलब है एक साइड पे उनको ऑलरेडी एडवांटेज है. उनको पोजिशनिंग लेने में प्रॉब्लम होने वाली है. एएफआर को कहीं ना कहीं उस चीज को न्यूट्रलाइज करना था, बिकॉज अगर आप सामने हुपा को फेस करते हो एंड आपके सारे टियर स्टैंडिंग है, तो हुपा का इम्पैक्ट बहुत ज्यादा हो जाता है गेम में. ऑन दी अदर साइड राइस बोलती है आप एक लोग हैं तो हम 2 टियर लेंगे, एंड फाइनली डूइंग दैट यहाँ पे नेक्रो को काफी ज्यादा लेवल्स मिल चुके हैं. यहाँ पे साइड का फार्म लेना स्टार्ट किया. आप क्लियर करना पड़ेगा. कमबैक एक्सपी आ गया आपके पास तो ऑब्वियसली लेंगे. कोई भी अपना लेवल यहाँ पे मैच की कोशिश करेगा. उसी के साथ हमारा सेकंड रोटॉन स्पॉन भी हमें देखने को मिल जाएगा, जहां पे सिल्वियन इज ऑलरेडी इन पोजीशन, एंड वहां पे हम देख सकते हैं कि 3 प्लेयर राइस के आर ऑलरेडी रेडी टू टेक दैट फाइट. सिल्वियन का हाइपर वॉइस लगता हुआ, बट हुपा अपनी टीम को बचाने के लिए हाइपर स्पेस खोल देंगे, सब वापस जाएंगे. यहाँ पे अभी भी काफी कमांडिंग पोजीशन में मेरे को राइस की टीम ही लग रही है. 3 लोग यहाँ पे आ चुके हैं एएफआर से भी, और ये रोटम की अच्छी फाइट एक हो रही, बट राइस अगेन 5 मैन अप यहाँ पे सिक्योर किया गया. उसका काफी ज्यादा फायदा उठाया जा रहा है एएफआर के साइड से. नीचे गोल कर दिया गया. विनोसॉर्ट का 50 स्कोर हो गया. तो कहीं ना कहीं इफ यू आर नॉट विनिंग अ रोटम फाइट, यू आर विनिंग अ लेन. और वहां पे एक टियर लेके हुपा को बहुत हद तक यहाँ पे दोनों ही टीम से न्यूट्रलाइज कर दिया.
सॉरी, आई हैड सम नेटवर्क इश्यूज ऑन माय साइड, थोड़ा फाइट मिस कर दिया लगता है मेरे को. बट आई थिंक राइज एज यूजुअल उन्होंने टियर 1 तोड़ा एंड रोटम ले लिया. बट आई थिंक एएफआर उन्होंने फिर से वही स्ट्रेटजी उसकी काउंटर करने के लिए नीचे T1 फिर से तोड़ दिया है. एंड उन्होंने राइज को उनका थोड़ा डिसएडवांटेज दे दिया है. बट ऑन द अदर हैंड राइज स्टिल रेड पे फिर भी वो पहले पहुंचे T1 लूज करने के बाद भी. सो आई थिंक एएफआर इज प्लेइंग इट वेरी सेफ एंड फार्मिंग देमसेल्व्स प्रॉपर्ली फॉर द ज़ेप फाइट.
So, ये चीज में हम बहुत बार डिस्कस नहीं करते, बट अगर आपके साइड पे फार्म ऑलरेडी अप है, आप देख रहे हो कि आपके पास काफी ज्यादा डॉट्स है मैप पे, तो आपको ड्रेडनाउ पे जाने की इतनी जरूरत भी नहीं पड़ेगी, बिकॉज आपको कहीं ना कहीं इक्विवेलेंट एक्सपी मिल जाती है. यस, अग्रीड की ड्रेडनाउ से पूरी टीम को एक्सपी मिलती है, बट एनीवेज यू वांट योर अटैकर्स टू बी अ हायर लेवल.
एंड आई थिंक आई होप दिस इन दिस मैच राइज नोस के वो लीड में नहीं है उतना, बिकॉज considering their position, they are playing it kind of safe, but I think उन्होंने zone overgets करने जा रहे हैं, and the fight begins. Venusaur तो ऐसे ही घुस गए बुश में.
वहां पे एक बॉम्ब की जगह विनोसॉर ने बोला मेरे पास ब्लिसी है, मैं तो घुस ही जाऊंगा. घुसे वहां पे ऊपर ने बहुत अच्छा सर्वाइवल भी दिया उनको. यहाँ पे अभी तक यूनाइट्स कमिट नहीं हुए एएफआर के साइड से, एंड ना ही यहाँ पे राइस के साइड से यूनाइट कमिट हुआ है. तो काफी डिफेंसिव मोड पे दोनों टीम खेल रही है. उनको पता है जिसका बाद में यूनाइट लगेगा उसको कहीं ना कहीं ज्यादा बेनिफिट होता है. बट अगर हम देखें तो एक बैकअप ऑलरेडी हो गया. एएफआर अब 80 पॉइंट्स की लीड में, तो यहाँ पे राइस को ये वाली फाइट जीतनी है, उनके पास ऑप्शन नहीं है.
आई थिंक उल्टा बोल गए, बट आई थिंक फाइट ऑलरेडी इनिशिएट हो चुका है. दोनों हुपर्स की यूनाइट खुल चुके हैं, एंड विनोसॉर बैटल आई थिंक दिस टाइम एएफआर अगेन विनोसॉर बैटल अपना विन करते हुए. And I think this is it for our match too, considering hopefully AFR takes the step without giving it to Blastoise, unlike our team.
हाँ, यहाँ पे ब्लास्टर्स काफी तक शट डाउन किया गया, तो 1 HP ट्राइज किया. But yes, it's mostly done and dusted in the favor of AFR. Again, यहाँ पे team fight लिया, team fight जीते, showing them that who's a better team here. No offense to anyone, अगर किसी को बुरा लगा हो तो. But again, team fight दोनों मैच में निकाला अपने लिए, दोनों मैच में जैप निकाला और यहाँ पे easy secure कर गए जैप को. अब scores भी कर दे 683 to 200, 17 seconds on the clock. बहुत मुश्किल है and next to impossible है. यहाँ पे comeback नहीं हो सकता राइस का.
बिल्कुल हुपा बस थोड़ा सा ट्राई कर रहे हैं कि थोड़ा स्कोर हो जाए बट आई थिंक इट्स ओवर फाइनली वी हैव आवर सेकंड ग्रैंड फाइनलिस्ट फॉर PUPL सीजन 3 एंड रेविच ओवर टू यू
Alright, so हमारा सेकंड फाइनलिस्ट मिल चुका है PUPL सीजन 3 का which is none other than AFR. Amazing performance by them. Yes, winners bracket से out हुए but उन्होंने दिखाया we need another chance and if you give us one will just take it forward. And यहाँ पे हम देख सकते हैं सरीना को मिलता हुआ MVP from the side of AFR. राइस के साइड से ब्लास्टर्स नेक्रो काफी amazing performance. Rise, I would like to really appreciate you coming here and showing us such amazing gameplay. बहुत ही बढ़िया आप खेले. It was a pleasure watching you guys play, pleasure watching your team compositions and your coordination. But AFR, वेलकम टू द ग्रैंड फाइनल्स. डिटेल्स की एक बार बात करते हैं, डैमेज की अगर बात करें तो वीनस और कहीं ना कहीं इस बार दोनों ही वो 1 लाख वाला पॉइंट छूने से चूक गए थोड़ा सा बट एनीवेज अमेजिंग परफॉर्मेंस बाय बोथ द टीम्स. We'll be right back in the finals and we'll have a special guest with us this time. Welcome back, guys. We're back and finals of Pro League Season 3, and I have none other than JJ Kun with me. He is someone that I've been looking forward to a lot. He is
Oh
one of the
gosh.
best casters in Unite that I have actually witnessed. And JJ, what do you want to say about this tournament and our finalists?
First of all, I'm really grateful to being part of this. For you guys to invite me, so I'm really stoked to see the action here. Especially that this is more of an India
Right.
plus APAC tournament, and then it's APAC being in the grand finals right now. So like really something to look forward to. I mean, I would have loved, I would have loved to see Indian teams, but quite unfortunate for the Indian teams. The APAC teams were able to get on top. So there's that.
Right, and let's talk about Renaissance versus AFR a bit, because we have been talking off screen a lot about these teams, and Renaissance is someone who has already created a mark for them. They're already representing the APAC region in the world, which already is a big deal. Yes, exactly. And AFR, an upcoming team, I would say, because I haven't had that much from AFR yet. So do you think it's gonna be their big tournament?
I mean, honestly, no. They are the ones who represented the Philippines, in the Japanese tournament by the Pokemon Company, the winter tournament way back February or early March, if I remember correctly. And then they have been playing on the UCS as well for APAC region.
Right.
And then from there on out, they have been, doing quite consistently as well for themselves. And then, there was a time where they were taking a little bit of a break, perhaps, just practicing behind the scenes, and now they have been, they're back to conquer not only the Philippines, but I think APAC as well, especially now that they are in the grand finals along with Renaissance. If they do take this grand championships, if they do take this grand finals, then I think that is a lot to say. That is a huge statement, just because of the fact that Renaissance is the world's representative of APAC.
Right, and I have a lot to look forward to this match, because we have seen AFR being brought down to the bottom of the tier. They were brought down to the losers bracket, and the match that they had previously with Rise, it was amazing. They were like on their back for the entire match, and suddenly in like a matter of seconds, the match was theirs. So it's gonna be something very interesting to watch for me. Looking at their team comps, yes, Blissey, Hooper relied a lot, but what do you think that Renaissance is gonna do?
Here's the thing, right? Like for Renaissance here, they are more into really aggressive kind of like composition. They're more into the attacking side, but obviously they still have the Hoopa and the Blissey. It's never gonna be out. It's always gonna be there. It has to be there. That's like the core of the meta right now. If you don't have Hoopa, Blissey, you're doing something wrong. Right, but for the side, at least for AFR, they still have a little bit of how to say this, a little bit of a CC and a little bit of a guarantee for them to be able to take in, what do you call this, the objectives. Whereas Renaissance, they really want to take it as if they're playing like an NA team. Really want to force in the issue against the other team.
I kind of agree with that. I agree with that a lot, because there's one thing also that I want to point out. They had a match with Rise just before this grand finals, Renaissance, the team I'm talking about. And we have already seen that Rise and AFR kind of have a very similar comp, a very similar dependency on that Venusaur. And Renaissance was very casually taking care of that Venusaur. They were running Snorlax just like they're running it now. And the Snorlax was easily able to displace the team, displace their positioning, and that gave them an advantage in the match. Here, Snorlax Wigglytuff reminds me of the old days.
Right, it's honestly one of the well, before Hoopa, obviously, and one of the best supports, one of the best tanks, with a huge CC with the Sing. But I think we might be able to see some rollout action here coming in from Yang, but here we are right now for our first game. I think, okay, what's happening?
I think
they're just staying in the base.
This might be a restart. There might be some technical difficulties here.
Yeah,
so
I think.
Yeah, there's something
wrong.
They're
gonna be getting that. Yeah. At least we do have the end of battle option now, because like before, we have to wait for 5 minutes, right?
Right.
We have to wait for 5 minutes before we get that again. Oh wow! Imagine asking for one team to surrender just to restart the game.
Just imagine talking about Wigglytuff in a composition for the next 5 minutes, realizing it was never part of it.
Right. And yeah, that's that I guess a little bit of preview. It's still not. It's a little bit of preview of the players, but like still nothing yet is set in stone. Perhaps we might be able to see a change in the brackets. Perhaps one of the not brackets of the Pokemon. Perhaps one of the players weren't able to pick, or whatever may have happened. I think we're gonna get communicated with that anyway. But like so far, what did you think about? How do you think this is going to be? At least especially for the early game for Renaissance and AFR.
All right. So I have a theory here. Renaissance would be expecting that Venusaur again from AFR, provided that this wasn't the final. Yeah, provided this wasn't the final pick from them, the one that we just saw, because it was a reset. Now, they were already dealing with a Venusaur with that Snorlax, and even if you're dealing with any kind of a Venusaur Blissey composition, all you need to do is displace those two. Put them aside, pick them off one by one, and that is something that Renaissance is actually very good at doing. Right.
Yeah, and at the same time, Snorlax is actually a very good Pokemon right now. It got buffed as well, like having its cooldown reduced as well, so it's more helpful now than it already were before. So that is something to look forward to as well.
Right, and compared to that Blissey, now the one thing that I want to point out in Renaissance comp right here, they're not running a Hoopa. And you already said if you're not running Hoopa, you're doing something wrong. But I think Renaissance is going with a plan here. Renaissance is definitely going with a plan here.
Obviously, I didn't mean that literally, but like Blissey, Hoopa, that's like that's mostly what's everyone's running right now. And once you have those, like if you have Hoopa and Blissey in your team, in your composition, it's almost guaranteed that your entire composition is going to be helped by those two. And likewise, to be a balanced one, it doesn't matter. You wouldn't have like it will be a well-rounded team. Essentially, is what I'm trying to say.
Right. So there's wait. There's something definitely wrong. Once it's Renaissance, then it's AFR. Anyways, the point being, even if there's no Hoopa in one team and the other team is running a Hoopa, and this is something I want to point out, and like very early before the game actually starts, because once it starts, we see how aggressive the teams are going to play. Anyways, if the other team is running a Hoopa and you're not running a Hoopa, the best thing you can do to neutralize that Hoopa rotation is take the tiers early.
Yeah. Honestly, I have to agree with that 100%. But at the same time, I have to consider as well that if, especially on the Dreadnought, right? Especially on the Dreadnought, if you're going to be rotating, that takes you at least, 8 to 10 seconds, depending on your Pokemon. Thank you, tournament mode, for not allowing emblems. Because I've seen a lot of nightmares because of I've seen a lot of cursed things that happen because of emblems, especially with the movement speed. But it takes about 7, 8, 9 seconds depending on the Pokemon for you to be able to rotate down onto bottom. And we all know for a fact that Dreadnought is really important. XP, that is something that you cannot catch up on if your opponent already started steamrolling you. But points, there's always this Zapdos. You can always come back with the points later on.
Right, exactly. Talking about the emblems, I have something very interesting to share with you. So, me and my team were experimenting some things, and there's a player in my team called Reapy, and he was running with the Lucario. What we did, we put a max movement speed as a base stat for that Lucario, put a float stone on it, and we were able to take the Lillipup from the opposing Dragonite.
Really?
Yes. So instead of 20 seconds,
how fast it was?
Exactly. So instead of taking 20 seconds from one base to the other, that's what a basic rotation is. It only took him 15.
Yeah, see, I told you, emblems is
emblems are crazy. Emblems are crazy.
It is, and I'm actually pretty glad as well that we are playing on tournament mode and emblems are disabled for tournament mode. But as time passes by, if perhaps say we are already at December of 2022, perhaps next year, then I guess that would be a fair thing to say that we could enable finally on tournament mode, because by then everyone else, or at least most of the players, would now then have a lot of emblems by then. So
Exactly. And let's talk about this comp a little because Renaissance is running a pretty interesting comp for me. With
Mm-hmm.
top Blissey and Serena and bottom
Mm-hmm.
Cram and Snorlax, you can actually pressure both lanes at the same time. Snorlax
Mm-hmm.
is one of the best secures early game, if I'm not wrong. On the other side, Blissey with that slap is another one of the best secures early game. So what Renaissance is doing here is literally denying AFR of their farm.
But here's the thing, Miwa's gonna be able to score in here. I think they
Hmm.
are running in some stacking items here as well. I wasn't able to see the items
Hmm.
quite clearly, but based on how they're playing, I think they are stacking in,
Hmm.
into the choice specs. But here
Hmm.
you go. Or perhaps Aeos QK actually, if they're gonna be playing it as a, as a defender instead of like an attacking
Right.
Blastoise.
Looking at the comp here of the AFR, I'm pretty sure Blaster is just here to deal some DPS.
Mm-hmm.
Because they already have Greninja, and Greninja's Surf is probably a top 10 secures in game.
Right, but right now, we don't see a lot of serves. We mostly see
Hmm.
dives, but there you go. That's gonna be the first KO into the hands of Renaissance, ladies and gentlemen. And we are definitely seeing the early game shenanigans here for both of the teams. And again, the early game here is what's going to be dictating the entirety of the match. Whoever's going to be able to take in the first Dreadnought, even the first team fight, the first clash, is definitely going to be able to steamroll the entire game. Especially at Renaissance here, I think this is just going to be a stepping stone for them as a practice going to Worlds next week.
Right, and this is something that they should be looking forward to because the way AFR has been playing, they haven't prepared for that early pushes or aggressive fights because Rise was just dealing constant pushes towards them. And
Mm-hmm.
AFR, in some way or the other, are prepared for those early pushes right now because we can see they're just spinning in their bases. They're expecting a push from Renaissance. It's not
Mm-hmm.
coming, however, but now maybe a 4-man bot push.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I kind of agree as well. Like this isn't like how AFR normally plays, because like how they normally play is that they actually apply a lot of pressure. But right now, I think they're just waiting on RNS and just playing it safe and how do I say this? Punishing the moment that they can see an opening against RNS, and I think that's a pretty
Right.
good choice as well going against RNS, knowing the fact that they have been really aggressive so far.
So RNS needs to be aggressive. They are preparing for burst. They're gonna go a
Yep.
bit against one of the best teams in the world, and probably the best team. They just won their regions, so they have to come up with something that counters everything else that the other players can
Mm-hmm.
offer. And the best way to do
Right.
that is sometimes the
Oh.
best defense is offense. And 29 for Serena.
Rebombs trying to stack in some points, and the Squirtle actually is still a water tail, still not a blaster out this up at this point, so it's still not gonna be able to help out as much. But look at that right now with Kamiro taking down Tree. No, make that 4, but that's gonna be Mevius taking down the 4th one, and that's gonna be a 4-man KO for Renaissance, and they're gonna be able to secure the first Dreadnought of the game. And that's what I'm talking about earlier, right? Like whoever's gonna be able to take in the first clash, whoever's gonna be able to take in the early game is going to be able to steamroll the other team up until the late game, and just gonna be hoping that they can take in the Zapdos. But hopefully, though, AFR would be able to secure the lesser objective, that is a Rotom, and perhaps defend the score goal as well. Well, they're not gonna be able to do that. So, but at least try to lessen the risk that they've already been taking against Renaissance.
Right, and let's talk about Absol here a little bit. Absol is a Pokemon that was very popular when it got buffed. And
Mm-hmm.
since its nerf, players have been avoiding it in some way or the other. But let's
Dude,
talk
even with
about
the nerf,
this.
even with the
Yes,
nerf, it's still
it's
strong. Like it was a
crazy.
nerf.
It's crazy. It's not a nerf. You bring it down from 74 to 68. That's not a nerf. 74% and 68%. That's not a nerf. You're just balancing out a little bit. It's still gonna deal a crazy amount of damage.
Yeah.
Like we just saw, it's still able to wipe out entire teams. And Renaissance is gonna take
Oh, look
the
at that.
benefit of that. Yes. Greninja
Did you
Unite,
see that?
Blissey Unite. Yes, I did, and it's amazing.
Yo, that was a huge micro play coming from Mevius. Knowing the fact that the Blastoise was going to go in for a Unite move, Hydro Typhoon, just used blocked and pushed away the Blastoise. It was the first. It was actually the first time I saw that interaction, but like that's interesting.
For a moment I thought that wasn't intentional, but looking at the capacity that the level these players play at, I'm not thinking it's intentional. It wasn't intentional anymore. Again, the Blastoise spinning around. It's always a good sight to watch. But
Mid smash to be able to take the Blastoise. Oh my
Absol is
goodness, here we go.
just
Camilo trying to be aggressive. They're going to be able to take down 2, and they're going to be able to secure this Rotom as well. And look at that. Camilo alone being the care of the game, not being scared at all, is going to be able to provide a lot of spacing for the team. Going to be able to get that Rotom and push that now. Trying to push that into the second tier score goal into the side of AFR's top path.
right, and they still have to unite with them. We can see them coming right now. Prominence Unite is gonna. It's still up there. Yes, he used it, and I think they will be able to push it out.
That's gonna be 4 down. That's gonna be a team wipe. My friend, Renaissance. They're saying, man, we are the APAC representatives here. AFR, you're not gonna be taking this away from us.
Renaissance just respect that we are the ones who is representing APAC, and there's a reason why we're doing it, and this is the reason. And if this is the reason, I'm glad that they are doing it. They actually are playing at a level that's beyond AFR right now.
Right, but here you go. At least, you know, AFR is going to be able to take in this Dreadnought. Going to be able to perhaps take out Mevius as well. It's going to be 2 down into the side of Renaissance. I think this is the chance that they're looking for, that they can push down into the side of Renaissance, and they cannot put this opportunity to waste, and they're going to be able to score in a lot. But here comes Camilo coming in as an answer back. You know, you're going to be taking up our score goals. Dude, I'm going to be taking your lives.
Camilo is just moving forward on his own. He's a one-man army at this point. He's just like, I can deal as much damage. They cannot catch me. I have mobility. I have damage. Just stop me if you can at this point. All 5 tiers standing for
she was down
at this point. All 5 tiers versus just 2 for AFR. It's a huge difference. It's a difference in skill right now.
Right, and definitely, you know, there's gonna be a hard time. You know, it's still possible. You know, it's still possible that AFR can catch up against Renaissance, especially if they can pick them up one by one, and then, you know, they can then take in the Zapdos, score in for themselves. But unless that happens, you know, Renaissance is just going to be answering back against them. And look at this right now. Mevius with X speed on block as well. Really, really fast block right there. And huge negate here from Mevius. Huge macro play. I'd have to say, Mevius alone was doing a lot. It might seem, right? It might seem that we're putting in a lot of bias towards Renaissance, but you can see for yourself how they're playing right now.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Like, this is what I wanted to talk about, actually. I'm very excited right now because this match is going places. This is gonna be in my memory for a long time. Anyways, the point being, we have seen a similar kind of situation with Rise and AFR. They were all down and they still made a comeback. But how do you deal with level 14 Absol at this point?
Right. And everyone already has their spikes, and look at that. Someone jumped in, and they're going to get hamburgered right now, but look at that. Rapid spin into the water spider is going to be used here, but look at that Bliss assistance into that Kamiru, but there goes nothing. 1-for-1 trade. No 2 is going to be going down to the side of AFR. Perhaps 1 more. Where are you going? That's going to be 3 down for the price of 1, and it looks like they're going to be able to secure the Zapdos as well. Shu was not going to be able to do anything at all. Kamiru is going to be taking them out. That's going to be 4 down for Kamiru. Queen assistance is going to be used here, and there you go. Miva is going to be taken out as well. That's going to be a team wipe for them, securing the Zapdos and securing the game as well.
Absol, you beauty, you're just wrecking havoc everywhere, and that's why we're saying Absol is not numb. It's still as good as it was. Play Absol, guys. What are you doing? It's just carrying the game for them at this point. There's nothing they can do against it. It's level 15. It's getting the Blissey Unite. There's nothing you can do against an Absol that's dealing so much damage.
Yeah, you know, again, you know, if we are going to be analyzing this, and I think there's not much to say, really. We already said that at the beginning of the game. Whoever's going to be able to take in the first objective, whoever's going to be able to take in the first clash, is going to be able to steamroll the other team. And that is what happened. Renaissance taking in the first clash. Renaissance was able to take in the first Dreadnought. And from there, you saw what happened. It was a dominating game.
It was a really dominating game. So this is what we talk about often, a snowball effect. It's more like an avalanche rather than a snowball at this point. But yes, this is a snowball effect. Once you get your levels up, once you're already defeating the opposition in terms of your power spikes, you already have your power spikes. you get that dread, you boost it up to your unites, and then you can
Yeah.
just roll over them.
Right, and look at this. Let's take a look at the battle data. For both of the teams. Kamiro getting in like 18 KOs, and everyone else. Look at Anti. Look at Anti with a 22 assists. Mevius at 19.
Right.
Those are like
these
those are numbers you don't
crazy
see a lot.
numbers, JJ. These are crazy
Those
numbers.
are crazy numbers.
You don't get to see 18 kills in a competitive grand finals of a tournament. 18
Yeah.
kills.
And look at right now.
116k damage.
And
That
look
is
at this
ridiculous.
right now. Their damage cell, damage taken, recovery right now. Anti recovering at 140k. Cameo dealing in 116k damage. But otherwise, I think if there's anything that AFR can do here, perhaps they can, try to pressure down Renaissance more, especially in the early game, because as you mentioned earlier as well, they have been playing quite passively. They're just waiting in on Renaissance. And while that is happening, Renaissance is just like punishing them. Like if they're not going to be taking their farm, then all right, sure, I will just take it instead. And from there, especially with Miva, right? Miva. After even at the even at the first Dreadnought, right? On the first Dreadnought, Miwa was still a water tail, still wasn't able to help down on the team fight, and at the same time, AFR wasn't complete on the Dreadnought fight, despite having the Hoopa, the one that can can revolve them around, can make them rotate quick. It was Renaissance that were complete in that team fight, and from there they were able to just like eat them up for breakfast. Well, dinner now, because
yeah, it's almost
11.
Anyways, there's one more thing that I want to point out in Renaissance comp. Except for Zapdos, there was a lot of bulk in their composition. There was Snorlax, there was Blissey. Those two alone control the highest HP in game. Combine them together.
Honestly, I don't think Kamiru and the others would be able to do as much damage if it wasn't for the help of Anti and Mevius. With the Snorlax and Blissey, especially with that was beautiful block by Mevius, especially with the first Rotom, into that of the Hydro Typhoon, uniting Blastoise. Really interesting to see, and that was just gorgeous, really.
Just put yourself in the shoes of that Blastoise. Your Unite can stun. You can deal a lot of disruption with that. And then a Snorlax just comes in front of you and blocks it. What do you feel like at that point? What do you do? There's nothing you can do. You don't have anything to say about it. It's just a better play.
Yeah, it definitely everywhere else, it's like Renaissance was reading them like a book, honestly. But again, this is why we have our grand finals like this. They can still catch up into Renaissance. Perhaps this might be the game. Perhaps game one is just their way of like just their time to observe Renaissance, so that they would know what to do on game number 2. But otherwise, Renaissance is looking like they're going to be bringing their morals up, and they're going to be bringing up their momentums from the first game into the second game.
So for AFR, what I think, they might not need a change of composition as per, if I say, they need a change in their communication. They're not communicating as well as Renaissance at this point. Obviously, they're representing APAC. They need to do that. But at this point, Renaissance is playing more like a team. And AFR, somewhere or the other, although I know they're a very good team at this point because I've been following them the entire tournament, they're just playing like, okay, we need to focus around these people. Renaissance is looking a more complete team at this point.
Right. And here you go, we're just waiting in to have the game loaded, but we are now all ready for AFR. They're going to go in for Venusaur, Serena, Blissey, Cramorant, and Hoopa. But for the side, of Renaissance here, they're still gonna be sticking up to what they had from earlier.
There's no point of Renaissance taking risk. You already know what works. You already saw that working. Why would you change it? They are the ones.
Don't fix what's not broken.
Exactly. AFR is the one who needs to deal with it. Try to find a way so you can deal with it. Because if you don't, we're just gonna keep streamloading you.
Yeah, but let's find out, though, if that's going to be the case here once again. Hopefully AFR is going to be able to answer back and get a game for their own to give a little bit of a statement here against Renaissance, knowing that, hey, you might be the APAC representatives here, but it doesn't mean that you are the best in APAC.
Right, but at this point, that Snorlax is causing a lot of trouble in the bottom lane. He is securing a lot of farms. So Blissey if it gets to level 4 before the bees, there's some chance to get it back in the bottom lane to get some dominance up, because then you give a chance for your Venusaur to rotate in the bottom lane, put some pressure in. But it doesn't seem like it's gonna happen because this is a level 3, and it
Mhm.
might be level 4 with that side farm.
Right. So as you can see here, Renaissance is still being aggressive as they were in game number one, and they're gonna be able to take in the first KO as well. That's gonna be the Blissey into the side of AFR, and hard one is going to be picked up as well. Camiro already at level 6 at 845.
Camero is playing such an amazing game at this point. This is exactly what I was talking about. Let Blissey be level 4, then you have a chance at the beast because their Absol is coming
Anti
anyways.
taken down.
Yes, and they are just pressuring up both the lanes. I mentioned it in the first game as well, where you have those two on both the lanes, Blissey and Snorlax. You can actually pressure both lanes, and this is a jungle invade from Camero. It's like your jungle is my jungle is my jungle. Everything is mine at this point.
I mean, to be fair, they have to consider as well, like AFR is also, is also invading the jungle here for Renaissance. So that's
Right.
gonna be another thing here. But at the same time, they were able to successfully do that, successfully invade, and now for AFR they have Serena, whereas Renaissance still have Steenie.
Do you think that's gonna cause a big problem in the top lane? Because Serena getting that buff early, getting those power spikes early, can actually dominate the top lane at this point. Cramorant, yes, it's a good Pokemon, but Serena, if it gets going, it just doesn't stop.
I'm not entirely sure if Rebong still being at level 5 would pose a lot of problems. We saw how Camiro was able to handle everything on its own, and we all know for a fact that Rebong's here as the Serena is just a secondary damage here. The main carry here would be Camiro, and let's find out what's going to be happening here as we see the block here once again. Oh, not quite yet. Doesn't have the block yet, but a hard one here trying to deal some damage. But the heavy slam is going to be held down with that of the amazing Cramorant to take Heart 1 in the process. And let's find out everyone into the side of Renaissance have low health, low HP. AFR wants to take this, wants to get the Dreadnought as well. Camiro is going to be taken down, not quite yet. Heavy Slam is going to be used here, but look at that amazing Midnight Slash coming in from that of the Sucker Punch. Sorry, this is gonna be 2 KO. No, make the 3 KO for Camiro alone. And let's find out if Mio is gonna be able to defend this. Unfortunately, Shua wasn't able to take the Unite move into that of the Dreadnought, but it was able to take 1 in the process. It's gonna be 2 down. Mio is gonna be taken down, and just like that, NT was able to stop AFR from stealing away the Dreadnought and took them for themselves.
So NT did play an amazing role here. We saw before the Dreadnought, he was just a mere Chansey at level 3. He was staying at the top lane, trying to get to level 4. He gets to level 4, he comes down, he steals the Dreadnought from their mouth. They were literally having that Dreadnought for dinner right now, and he just took it out.
Yeah, that was actually pretty good of a choice. Going in for that egg bomb allowed them to steal down the Dreadnought. But at the same time, we have to consider as well that Air Force still has the lead in terms of XP and points. So the one that is on the disadvantage here is Renaissance, unless Air Force is going to give them some opportunities. And look at that right now, Miva is going to be ambushed here by Renaissance.
Renaissance playing a game in a way that's unexplainable right now. We thought at one point Camaro is gonna go down. He was at literally 20% HP, and he still managed to get 3 KOs for his team. Again, in the top lane, it's all Renaissance. It's complete domination from their end. They're not giving any chance to AFR to come back, and the Rotom, I think they'll have it uncontested at this point.
Yeah, they're going to be able to take that one up as well and push them out to their own side of the map so that, there's going to be longer time for Rotom to travel. And I think they're going to be pushing down into that of the second tier Squirgle as well, into that of the top path for the side of AFR. But let's find out if they're going to be able to defend this greatly against Renaissance. But look at that right now. Quintessence is going to be used. And that's going to be 1 down, -1 into the side of Renaissance. They need to pick them up 1 by 1. Even more so, there's going to be 2 down. And Akeno here still trying to survive, but they're going to be able to take down this Snorlax as well, and quite heavily defended, quite greatly as well. AFR is going to be able to take not only the Rotom away from Renaissance, but take the Dreadnought as well.
So JJ, I want to ask you this. Do you think that was a bad decision on Renaissance's to push that Rotom? Because the Dread was already going to come in like, what, 40 seconds after that? They had already delayed Rotom for a long while. And when the Dread was already going to come up, you're going to push the top lane. You're either going to push the Rotom or you're going to get the Dreadnought. No team is going to commit on both at the same time.
Yeah, and here you go. You know, the scores here, you know, a little bit of what do you call this? The scores here are kind of tied up a bit. You know, it's pretty close to one another, but like the XP is actually tied up as well. You know, it's on an equal footing. But let's find out who's gonna be able to win this team fight. That's gonna be 2 down into the side of AFR right now. They'll make that 3. Kamiro with the 2 KO as well, and Kamiro currently at level 13 at 3 minutes and a half.
Right, and this is the difference in jungling. So if you're taking constant kills, you're getting those constant experience. And provided the fact that he did die a couple of times, but he was still managed to get that experience from the kills that he has been getting. And the team is providing him such scenarios that he can go wild with his Absol. And again, he has his Unite up. I'm not sure he's gonna use it right now. It's already 3 minutes on the clock. But that final Rotom is gonna be very tough for AFR to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if anything here, I think AFR would need to be able to take in this Rotom, because if they can't, it will be quite devastating for them. And look at that right now. Renaissance is going to be able to secure that Rotom, and with only 45 minutes left, you know, that gives a huge space here for... a huge space here for Renaissance to be able to just burst down the last Dreadnought while they're still, you know, trying to repel away this Rotom.
Final Rotom is such big of a map pressure. It's giving them so much information. They know exactly who's trying to defend that Rotom. They know exactly what Pokemon is gonna be available for the fight if they push this, the other lane, or if they decide to push the Rotom itself. They exactly know the positioning of AFR right now. Renaissance is again looking in a very commanding position in this match, and this Zap fight, I have a little tilt towards Renaissance, because again, it's a level 14 Absol with a Unite. Everyone is here, and the fight has just begun.
So here we go. You know, if AFR is going to be able to win this team fight, they're going to be able to take in that Zapdos as well, and going to be able to win that one. But there you go. Bliss Assistance. One's going to be down into AFR. They'll make the 2. But everyone is low into the side of Renaissance. They're going to be 2 for 2 trade for both of the teams. Let's find out if he was going to be able to survive this. Not quite yet. Kamir's going to be able to deal a lot of damage here, but the sustain here from the moves from Miva is going to let it live. And that's going to be 3 down into the side of Renaissance. They need to prolong this if they want to win the team fight.
Right, if you see, Serena hasn't even used his Unite move, and that's a big difference, because one, I have no clue if he's running Buddy Bear or not, but no matter what, it was one Pokemon down for CC. And Box hasn't used the Unite move yet, and it's still up. Zapdos is stolen by AFR. This is their game. It's a comeback by AFR. Hoopa securing that Zapdos. That's a big overdone there, Hoopa, for you. If there's a chance to push, Renaissance needs to do it right now, because there won't be any time left out of this.
Yeah, and here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. At least for what I didn't like about that is, you know, number one, obviously, I like that, you know, AFR was able to get in the Zapdos and was able to answer back against Renaissance, but at least, I guess, a little bit of a mistake here coming in from Mevius and NT is that they were a little bit too early when they popped up that Egg Bomb and the Heavy Slam, which actually helped down AFR to take that for themselves.
Right, and the fact that Absol did survive for long in that fight, but I don't think the players of Renaissance were around to support him that much. We did see, as soon as the Serena went down, AFR Serena used a Unite move to take him down instantly, so they don't get a chance to use the Unite. Another 40 goal here from Blissey. I think the game is done and dusted in the favor of AFR anyways, but the team fight here, AFR was prepared for it. They learned from their mistakes in the last match. This is going to be one heck of a final, JJ.
Yeah, you know, what's interesting here as well is that, you know, what do you call this? AFR was actually on the losing end, you know, for the first, on the early game, into the mid game. But The moment that they know for a fact that they need to catch up against Renaissance before the Zapdos comes up, so that they would have a fighting chance against Renaissance. From there, they were able to take them out, get 3 of them actually in the process, and from there extended it in a bit that they're just picking off one by one Renaissance during the Zapdos and then take in the Zapdos for themselves as well. And when it was only NT and Kamiro left on the Zapdos fight, they know for a fact that they can already take them out. And from there on out, like most of their damage dealers were already out and they're not going to be able to do anything at all. And AFR was able to secure that Zapdos for themselves.
Talk about the match data here for a second. Miva getting that MVP for AFR. It's a well-deserved MVP. We saw how big of a difference he created in the top lane in the early game. Kamiru, yes, again, that Absol is wreaking havoc all day long. And 8 KOs for him, that's pretty big number. Details, let's look at that damage on Miva. 129k for his Serena. It's not a thing that you see every day.
Yeah, I mean, especially that, we are looking at Shua here being the, the main damage dealer, but, Miva obviously dealing a lot of damage as well and helping out on their team fights compared to the previous game where, they were getting picked off one by one. And this is it, this is the answer that AFR is looking for against Renaissance. And this is going to be a 1-1 right now. And since this is a best of 5, right, they still is going to be playing a best of 3 left. So whoever wins twice from here on out is going to be our grand champion.
Well, somehow this best of 5 has already converted into a best of 3 right now. I think this was the time both the teams were testing each other out. They both showed their potentials here. And we're talking a lot about how Renaissance being the bigger team having a better skill cap, but I was proven wrong instantly by AFR's team fight here at the Zap Pit. What I want to know right now and what I am thinking, do you think Renaissance will have a change in the composition?
Honestly, knowing Renaissance, I don't think they're going to be having any changes at all. I think what they're going to be changing on would be how they're going to be approaching AFR. Obviously, we know for a fact that, AFR already learned from their mistakes and know how to take more risks and be more aggressive. But this time around, I think, at least for Renaissance, if they, if AFR was able to adjust, then, what gives if, Renaissance won't be able to adjust against them going into game number 3. But right now, I think we are seeing Kamiru actually hovering into the Gardevoir. Actually used this earlier as well. And it, provides a lot of CC as well. And here's the interesting thing, right? Here's the interesting thing. We usually see Rebongs on the Venusaur, but we're going to be seeing Yang here instead. And likewise, Rebong right now, still being one of the damage dealers. I think what they need to do here, at least for AFR, is to ensure that they're going to be targeting this Gardevoir coming in from Kamiru, because if not, if they're going to be allowing it to just scale up, it's going to pose a lot of problems, especially with the Zapdos fight, especially with its fairly singularity Unite move, which deals a lot of CC. But then again, that's also the reason why there's the Blissey. That can actually, Blissey's how do I say this? Blissey's safeguard can actually, negate the CC coming in from the, fairly singularity. But still, whoever's not going to be able to, get out of that, or, perhaps not have a full heal, will definitely suffer a lot for not moving.
So one thing I did notice here from Renaissance, they are finally dropping that Snorlax behind. And in my opinion, that Snorlax was doing a lot. It was really causing a lot of trouble to AFR, and AFR had to find a way to deal with that every single time it was in the bottom lane, because it was taking farms from there with this tackle every now and then, and it actually denied Blissey a lot of times to get to that level 4 mark. Dropping that Snorlax and picking Hoopa, yes, Hoopa is obviously better supported than Snorlax at certain situations, but Snorlax in early game is very dominant.
It is, and we saw especially in game number 1 that Renaissance was able to utilize it greatly. But this time, they're going to be benching out the Snorlax and going to be going for a. This is something about Kamiru as a player. They they play all Pokemon, and sometimes they just they just like to fool around. But I don't think Gardevoir is one of the Pokemon that's getting picked here by Kamiru as well. So this is not especially if this is the grand finals, right? They're not going to be fooling around here, and I think they are in it to win. That's why they changed up a lot and put in the Gardevoir now.
Right, and Gardevoir, talking about the items on the Gardevoir, it's a double spec energy amp Gardevoir. And
Double glasses.
Yes, double glasses, and I'm so sorry, I said double specs. Anyways, double glasses.
That's gonna be OP, dude. That's gonna be OP.
That's like too much
double
damage on that
stacks, double the
Gardevoir.
stacks. Yo, you don't want that. Nobody wants that.
Well, let's talk about Kamari. He would definitely want that. Anyways, at this point, that Gardevoir Bennett reaches his level 9 spike with that Unite move. It's gonna be devastating. It has a lot of damage potential. With double glasses, you already have Scopelins, you already have your Vice glasses. It's gonna deal a lot of damage. I guess 7% from that Vice glasses plus 39. That's a lot for Gardevoir, who already has the highest special attacking stats in the game.
Right, and let's find out if that's going to pose a threat here for AFR, as they are just being chill about it, honestly, especially that, the second set of beasts is going to be coming out in just a bit, and Viva's going to be poked out as well, picked up here, coming in from Mebius and Rebongs, but now they're just going to be, trying to take down the beast, and then after that, obviously going to be, rotating down to that of the Dreadnought, but as we can see in the minimap as well, it looks like Renaissance does have the positional advantage, and the pressure advantage as well over AFR into that of the bottom path, but right now, the beasts are now out, and we're just going to be seeing the rotation down the bottom path.
Right. One more thing that Hooper allows you to do. It allows you to take in extended fights, which they were not able to do without it, Hooper. Yes, there's Blissey.
Yep.
Blissey heals you a lot, but Hooper can actually save the entire team, and it's Renaissance again. It's the Blissey we were just talking about, NT, and he just secured a Dreadnought and casually walks away.
Yeah, uncontested as well for, Renaissance to be able to take that one up. And right now, Kamiro is currently at level 9, does have access to the Unite move, so you definitely don't want to be, you don't want to be together when facing off Kamiro, because if you are going to be together, look at that, that's going to be, at least nobody was there. At least nobody was there, only the Rotom was taken down. But with that, at least AFR is going to be able to take down the Rotom as well, but not quite a lot of an effect as well, as they were able to take it down quite quickly. That's going to be 2 down as well for AFR. Quintessence is going to be used here as well. Shu is not going to be able to survive on that 4v1 situation, and from there, AFR might have been able to get the Rotom, but it is Renaissance that's going to be able to destroy a score goal.
So right now, at this point, that Gardevoir Unite could have been huge, because there was already Cramorant there, there was already Venusaur there. You're taking down the 2 most damage-dealing Pokemons on one side, you can easily push. Anyways, AFR being the team there, they completely avoided it. Not completely, just a fraction of the damage that it could have dealt. But then again, the positioning it provided to Renaissance, they capitalized on it.
Yeah, again, as I mentioned earlier, they were even at the second set of beasts, right? They were already positioning themselves towards that of the Dreadnought. And from there, they were able to just utilize that. Were able to maximize their positioning, and was able to take that one up. A guarantee without any contest. And they might have not been able to get in the Rotom, but at least they still won the team fight.
Right. And here again, I just saw one more thing. I just noticed one more thing. So both the teams have been doing their jungle invades in one way or the other. And for that very reason, when Gardevoir was walking back to their jungle, Sarina was accompanying it. So it had to be a bodyguard with Gardevoir, because Gardevoir, being such a high damage dealer, doesn't have that much of HP, doesn't have that much of defenses.
It does have a decent amount of HP, but its defenses is actually kind of trash. But look at that right now. They're gonna be able to take in the Dreadnought, and Kamir's gonna be able to take down a 1. No, make a 3 down for AFR right now. I think this is the Renaissance that they're looking for right now. That's gonna be 4 down for them. And Miva is actually split pushing here, trying to take in the Rotom. Not gonna be joining in the team fight. And from there, yes, they're gonna be able to take in the Rotom again, but we might be able. This is going to be just a repeat of what happened on the earlier Rotom.
Exactly, they're again going to secure that Rotom, and I don't see Unites here on Renaissance end, so there is a possibility that at this point, AFR might just push the bottom lane, because they need that tier. If you want to nullify a Hoopa, you have to take the tier 1s.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Yang alone with Mevius, they're they're all enough to take in the road tournament. If they do need some assistance over to the bottom path, Hoopa can just put down a hyperspace hole and immediately rotate.
Right. Exactly. I'm pretty sure AFR is gonna push the top tier here again, and I'm not sure why they're doing it. Yes, there's no farm here ready, but if you want to push a tier, you need to push the bottom tier first. It's tier one. The team is not gonna get that much HP. If I'm not wrong, they're gonna get like 200 of it.
I think
And
I think what AFR wants to do here is they want to catch one, want to ambush, some players into the Renaissance, and that's what's happening right now. They were able to ambush Kamira, they're going to be able to take them out in the process as well. But is it going to turn out greatly for AFR? Not quite yet. And I like this. I like what they did. They were able to disengage immediately, knowing the fact that they're going to be eaten up here by AFR, and just like that, there's only at least one casualty from them. That's actually a very, very huge micro play here. Sorry, a huge macro play coming in from AFR. They were just wanting to ambush, probably, pick them off one by one. They were able to take down one as well, and that was Kamiru as well. The carry of the carry of Renaissance, and that's actually pretty huge.
Right, and I completely take my words back saying that I don't know what they were doing it. They were beating the entire Renaissance team top while Venusaur went down and scored in the bottom tier. That's exactly what they went for. They needed an opening for Venusaur to score. And we can see Venusaur is already level 13. He already has his boosted attacks. And they're all set for the team fight here at Zapdos.
Yeah, but the biggest catalyst here is Kamiru actually being at a level 14. But let's find out if that's going to pose a lot of problems. And Miva is actually just waiting into the top path for the team fight to start so that they can split push. Now, Renaissance, if they want to win this, they cannot go to Miva and just let them score in, because if they can take it to Zapdos anyway, they can just catch up on points. But here we go. We're going to be seeing that Hoopa Rings and Bounds is going to be used here. Here's going to be the final Zapdos fight here. And whoever's going to be winning the team fight is going to be able to take down that Zapdos as well. Both of them, Hoopa Unbound Form right now. There's going to be one down into the side of AFR. No, make the 1-for-1 trade to no one's favor right now. But everyone is low into the side of AFR. There's going to be 3 down. Heart 1 right now. Low HP. Rebon's is going to be able to catch up. Oh my goodness. The dive. The dive coming in from Heart 1, but not going to be quite enough to take down that Rebongs with this arena, and they're going to be able to take down this Zapdos as well for themselves and perhaps take in the game in the process.
So that was a very good team fight here. So one thing I did notice, both the arenas went for a back cap and both of them were successful. Now the thing that happens is that Rebongs went for the back cap a bit later. That means you're getting the Hoopa Unite a split second later, and from past experiences and the matches that I have seen, if you're using your Unites late and you're all 5-man up, you have an advantage in the fight. And that's what happened here, because their Unites came in second, they got the Buddies second, they got the Steel second to AFR, and they were able to capitalize on it.
Now, here's the thing, right? There's still a chance for AFR to catch up here, really. If they're not gonna be able to defend this, against AFR. And look at the scores right now. 10 more seconds. If they can push it. Oh, actually, never mind. Only Heart 1 here does have 50 points, but are they gonna be able to score this in? Let's find out in the last 3 seconds. 2, 1, and they're gonna be stopped by Renaissance at the final push. That could have been anyone's game.
Exactly, that was anyone's game. At one point, I did see 76 go in from Brizzy. I'm not sure was it during the final stretch of. Oh no, yeah. So 466 to 595.
That was pretty close.
It was very close, but the point is they actually needed more than one goal here, and they had to do it on the center goal, and they had no goals. And
yeah, and it's something
it's pretty easy to defend your final base if you have all man standing.
Yeah, a lot of people would say that, hey, the moment that, one team gets in the Zapdos, that means the entire world anymore, so you have to surrender. No, that's not true at all. That's not what, well, I mean, that is 90% true, but there's still the 10%, right? There's still the 10% that you can still defend, and that's what happened. Renaissance, yes, they were the one who got into the Zapdos. Yes, they were the one who won as well on game number 3. But you have to consider as well that AFR actually gave them a pretty difficult time, especially at the final push. That could have been their game. if Renaissance wasn't able to answer back, wasn't able to defend their score goals, their final score goal against AFR.
Right, so let's talk about the match details here. Reebok's getting the MVP again with 5 chaos. On the other side, it's Miva, so it's a Serena versus Serena game. And we can already see who's a better Serena. The better Serena won here. No offense to anyone. Anyways, battle data again. Let's talk about the damage here. Camaro with 78,000 on his name. That's a little undermining seeing all those 100k damage games. But then again, he was able to completely do his job. He was able to completely shut off AFR at places when he had to. And that's why that costed them the game.
And honestly, I'm sorry for my dog really asking for attention. As I said, a lot of attention is being asked from me right now. But yeah, that's what I'm talking about earlier, right? Like, it's how do I say this? That Gardevoir only, it wasn't much of an effect. It wasn't much of an effect for that game in specific. I'm not saying the Gardevoir is trash. Not a lot of players are playing Gardevoir, but you have to know as well that Gardevoir is actually a pretty strong Pokemon. Right. But what I'm trying to say here is that it wasn't as useful, it wasn't as helpful as it was in game number 1. Yes, they were able to pick off Heart 1 actually being on that 1v4 situation, but again, that's a 1v4 situation. It wasn't that much of a help, especially in team fights. The Unite moves, yes, they were able to do that as well, but at the same time, it's I think they, if they want to do more, if they want to put up more of an output of a result, I think they would need to remove that Gardevoir from their game.
Right. Considering Reza sells picks to Gardevoir, anyways, it's a do or die game for AFR right now.
Yep.
If Renaissance is able to take this, provided with or without the Gardevoir, I don't know what Kamir is gonna pick, but it's gonna be interesting. Heart, I can already see picking that Ninetales. Is it gonna bring a difference? I really love Ninetales, but he changed it to caster skills. Never mind. Camaro is actually picking the Machamp.
With the attack weight, actually, for both Rebongs and Kamiru, and into the side of AFR, only Shua actually has the attack weight, which for Ninja, despite having the lowest HP in the game with only 5,252, at max level before items, still provides a huge amount of damage, and with the help of the attack weight, that huge damage will only get higher.
And another thing with Machamp, with its Unite, you can actually displace a lot of people. It's huge damage, it's huge disruption. If you're able to pull off a big Machamp Unite, you can actually wipe out the entire team in an instant.
Yeah, and with huge, as you mentioned, like displacement coming in from the Machamp, does have a lot of command grabs. What's this, a fighting game? Sorry, a lot of CC, submission and all. Definitely going to provide a huge help here from the team of Renaissance, especially that after the CC here coming from the Egg Bomb, from NC, and then displacement coming in, the CC coming in from the from the Machamp. It already deals a lot of damage, but we also have to consider that there's still the Serena and the Pikachu at the back.
So here's something that I want to point out. The Serena on the AFR side. So right now there's no Serena on the AFR side. So
yeah,
whoever the Blaster is on the AFR side can actually be a really good counter to Serena. Provided the bulk it has, if it plays Rapid Spin, Water Spout Rapid Spin, it can actually cancel Serena's Unite. And that can be pretty big in a team fight. I think
Quintessence is not going to hit, if they are on the animation of the Rapid Spin, right? And then from there, they can, after negating the Unite move coming in from the Serena, they can then use their own Unite moves to disrupt everyone from the side of Renaissance. It's actually a pretty good clearcraft.
Yes, exactly. And the fact is, whenever it gets cancelled, it goes back to being at 90%. So you have that window of negating Serena from the fight. Yes, exactly. So that's a pretty big play from Miva and from AFR. They thought that Serena was causing them damage. Serena was causing a lot of problems to them. Let's counter that one first, and then we'll see about the rest later.
Right, and here you go. We're in just a minute. We're gonna be seeing the first major objective in the game, but we're gonna be seeing the second set of beasts first before that happens. And again, we have to reiterate that this is going to be this is a do or die here for AFR, because if Renaissance would be able to get in the first objective, major objectives, take in the team fight as well, they're going to have a hard time, as they're going to be crowned the winners if they do win. But look at that right now. Shua going to be able to take down one into the side of Renaissance, but they're not going to let that slide as they take down Shua as well. And that is huge, because Shua is the carry of the team.
Right, exactly. And taking down a jungler just right before the Dreadnought fight, that means you're denying him the Unite. And again, Miba goes down. So there's some problem going on with the AFR side. They're not prepared for this Dreadnought right now, JJ.
Yeah, this is essentially what happened in game number 1. Was that game number 1 or game number 2? I don't quite remember. My apologies. But this is the same problem that was on the side of AFR. Like the Blastoise still wasn't a Blastoise before the Dreadnought, and when the Dreadnought was spawned, it was still a Water Tail by then, and definitely didn't help out on the team fight. And as you can see, Renaissance is going to be was able to secure the Dreadnought without any contest, and it looks like we're seeing a repeat of what happened in game number 1.
Well, if you're seeing a repeat of what happened in game number 2 again, then there's still
There's still a Zapdos. Obviously.
Right now, Renaissance is
Barrage Blow.
Yeah, they're destroying AFR at this moment. This is the second tier, and it's already down to 40 points. And points are set. Oh my god, Renaissance, stop proving your worth. We already know how good you are. You don't have to bully people around.
Oh my goodness, look at that. 19 points is left before they can destroy the second tier score goal into that of the bottom path, and I think they don't want to do it, not yet, until they can ensure that they can dominate. And well, I mean, they're already dominating, but you don't need to rub it in. You don't need to rub it in.
Oh, the bad thing I feel about here is that look at the levels on Renaissance team. Everyone there has their Unite already. AFR, they are gonna struggle a bit here. Hoopa doesn't have his Unite. Cramorant doesn't have his Unite. Thankfully, Blissey gets it at level 8.
Yeah. And, let's find out, though, if that's going to be a lot of help. That's going to be Hydro Typhoon here coming from Miva. Definitely helping out a lot. A lot of, knock-ups as well that they're going to be able to take down too. Miva in the process, yes, they might have been late for the first Dreadnought, but they're not going to be late for the school bus into the second Dreadnought.
Right, and look at this point. So both the objectives are gonna come right now. And to speak for AFR's end, they don't have their tier 1, they don't have their tier 2. There's no point of you going and contesting for that Dreadnought. Just go to the top lane, take the Rotom, just even out the goals at this point. You have goals, you can go for that objective. This team fight
they were able to steal down the Dreadnought. They were able to steal down the Dreadnought away from Renaissance.
That was big.
Renaissance good going down. Oh no, there's going to be 2 down. Low health right now for Renaissance. Let's find out if they're going to be able to survive this. Camiro going to be able to get in some close combat as well in the process. But there goes the Bliss Assistance just so that, Camiro is going to be able to survive. And unfortunately, they weren't able to, see, destroy the first score goal into the side of Renaissance. An amazing Egg Bomb coming in from NT, denying them any access for their own teleportation.
Let's talk about the Dreadnought. I don't know where I messed up because I saw it was going in the favor of Renaissance. There was no chance for AFR to take it. How did the Hoopa even get that Dreadnought?
We weren't able to see it, but well, if we're gonna be speculating it, because we weren't able to see that on the stream, right? Perhaps that might have been a boosted attack, boosted basic attack, or if not a basic boosted attack, then Shadow Ball.
Oh my god, that Hoopa is insane. Renaissance need to be scared of that. If it can take away a Dreadnought in front of 4 people, this with a Shadow Ball, it's insane. And they also got the Rotom here. So right now, what AFR has done, they have somehow from that dreadful situation, managed to pull off a level advantage here on Renaissance.
Yeah, AFR having that advantage, knowing, when you're saying that, they should have just like, pushed in the top path. I was actually thinking that, they need to take the Dreadnought as well, just because of the fact that they were already leaning in terms of points, right? So all they need to do now then is just, equalize all the points. But if they can take down, the Dreadnought, which they did, they're just going to be, increasing the gap, widening the gap that they already have in terms of XP against Renaissance. And from there, Renaissance would be able to answer them in terms of when it comes to the Zapdos fight. So that's actually a very good decision coming in from, the side of AFR, taking in the at least contesting it, at least taking the risk of taking it taking it out. Because like even if they can't get that, at the very least, they still have a lot of space. That's just gonna put Renaissance at the same levels as them. But if they can take it, they can just like increase the gap that they already have.
Right, and look at this positioning right now. Renaissance did go for the Dreadnought, and that means AFR already know where they were coming from, and that's why they have positioned themselves on the top of the Zap pit. They're ready for this fight. They know they need the Zapdos here. The score difference not that big considering it's the 2-minute mark. Blastoise initiating the fight, and if it goes well, we might just
We're
see
gonna
a
be
game
seeing
fight here.
Yeah, if it goes well for AFR, we're gonna be seeing game number 5. But I don't think Renaissance is going to let that slide. But look at that eject button with the Hydro Typhoon just to reposition themselves. Going to be able to knock up a lot into the side of Renaissance. But look at that, there's gonna be 3 down into the side of AFR as well. My goodness, Miva, you're not gonna be able to survive, and that's going to be 4 KO. Akeno right now, gonna be the last one left here. But let's find out if they're gonna be able to contest this. I don't think. Not yet. Here comes the egg bomb. Egg bomb. Oh no, they're not gonna be able to do that. And Akeno's just going to be, trying to defend the score goals. And let's find out if RNS is going to be able to score in for their team. Because if they can then score in, all they need to do is just defend their score goal. And oh, okay. Never mind. That's it. That's it. Renaissance is going to be your PUPL Season 3 champions for this tournament.
Yes, Renaissance, you did it again. You did it in APAC. You did it here in India. Congratulations on your win. But on the other side, AFR, the game
Good
you
game.
have showed us. It's an amazing game. And Akina, I was really rooting for you and your egg bomb there. But amazing game. It was so good to see you guys here. So good to see you play. It was amazing team coordination. Such amazing compositions and rotations. You have taught us a lot of things. Renaissance, on the other hand, though, kudos. The game you have played, the level you have showed us. You guys are just amazing. Let's talk about the match data a little bit. Miva getting that MVP for AFR. Well-deserved MVP, Miva.
Definitely. Like I was talking about, like how, the Blastoise was a little bit late, but like the moment that they were able to get in their spike, it wasn't as late as game number 1, in terms of the Blastoise. But now in this game in specific, they were really helping out the team. And if it wasn't for Miva's micro plays, right? If it wasn't for Miva's micro plays, Hydro Typhoons, the right timing with the Hydro Typhoons, I don't think that AFR is going to be able to deal a lot of damage against, Renaissance. But again, 3-1 is going to be the player of the game here. Renaissance really just proving us why they are worthy of being the representative of APAC for World Championships. That is just a huge statement coming from them. But getting in at least one game away from them is a huge feat already.
Right, and apart from that, I want to talk about Kamedo here. So many different Pokemon, so many different positions from him, and he has done well on every single one of them. You don't see that from a player often. He's a player of a different kind. He's like this born different.
Yeah, I mean, we see a lot of players who, usually players stick to just one role, and they stick to that role, and the pool of Pokemon on those roles, right? But Kamiro here is that's all I can say.
That's what I wanted to point out. So we saw a speedster, Absol. We saw an attacker, which was Carnivore. Then we saw an all-rounder. And on each one of them, he was able to wreak havoc.
Yeah, we were just given. Yeah, we were just given a little bit of a salt, a little bit of a taste, a little bit of those breadcrumbs of
Right.
what to expect on the World Championships, and I think their opponents for the World Championships are going to be watching this tournament as well.
I hope so. I hope so because you need to prepare for Renaissance. They're gonna bring the destruction to you, and you need to prepare for this. If you don't shut down Camaro, they're gonna shut you down.
Yeah, and that's again, congratulations to Renaissance for winning PUPL Season 3 with quite a huge fashion.
Right. That it was literally a treat to watch. JJ, before we leave, there are certain things that I want to discuss with you. Let's take the game aside for a while. So, Pokemon Unite, it's
Right.
a very new game. It's still in its development phase. It's still
Just a
growing.
year old.
Yes, exactly. Just a year old. Exactly in a year old. What do you think is the future here for Pokemon Unite, for India and for APAC?
Right. So, honestly, I made this statement as well, before that I am getting blurred out. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. I'm just having a real bad connection right now. But like, hey, I said this before, right? Like, and this is a way of me criticizing as well, the esports here for Pokemon that I told this in a Facebook post that if you're gonna be investing into Pokemon Unite, yeah, investing to Pokemon because of Pokemon Unite. I urge people not to do that. Not yet. Not at least not now. Obviously, we do now have the esports. I made a statement way before UCS got announced because with the history of Pokemon, they do this like 1 year. One circuit per year, which honestly, if you're gonna be thinking about it, yes, it's a good thing. It's huge for Pokemon competitive side, but again, competitive is it's not as sustainable as what do you call this, as other esports titles. If I'll be really honest, especially that we only have like the grand prize was 500,000 500,000 USD, right, for the World Championships. Then okay, yes, let's suppose that you won, right? Let's suppose that you won, you got in your 500,000 USD. Okay, you're gonna be splitting it down to all of your, all of your members, or if you're on an organization, obviously your organization would still have a cut on that before it gets, transferred to you guys. But it's when I say it's not sustainable, it's just a one-time thing. After Worlds, then what? That's how it usually were for Pokemon. So I really do hope, at least with the start of the Unite Championship Series, that they're not gonna be stopping after Worlds, because that's usually the case. After Worlds, they wait for like the next year before they can actually like start up again another one. So I do hope that we're gonna be seeing some off-season, championships, tournaments, unofficial events here for Pokemon Unite, so that it's and how they're progressing right now. Yes, it's not what we're expecting. It's not as like other esports title that we're expecting that they're going to have a full blown esports title, because Pokemon, this is their first actual the actual esports genre game, which is Unite, which is a MOBA game, which they call a team battler. This is the first time, this is the first of the Pokemon has this, so they're taking it step by step. And again, all I can say here is that they are it can only get better from here on out.
Exactly. So that's what I feel as well. It's gonna get better from here because it's just the start of this amazing game. I love Pokemon Unite and the way it has been designed. It's been designed that anyone and everyone can play it. And the fact that it has been launched on mobile phones.
Yeah, I mean, like especially in our region, right? Especially in our region, and that's actually one of the reasons why I liked their decision as well with Pokemon Unite. At least they were able to cater not only to the Western players but also to the Eastern players who were, how consoles are a thing. That's like the most used system in the West, but here in the East, in Asia, the one that's dominating are mobile phones. And for it to be free, for it to be very accessible, everyone can just play it, compared to other esports title, which has a lot of ceiling, right, like skill ceiling, for you to be able to enter competitive play. But here, as long as you know Pokemon and as long as you know how to rotate your Dreadnought, you're fine.
Well, the Dreadnought is definitely important, but also it's not Zapdos. So anyways, anyways, There's one more thing I want to ask you, and that's probably going to be the last question here.
Yeah.
How did you feel? How did you feel about this tournament? How did you feel that India against APAC, all the teams were here? It was a good competition that we tried to provide, and I hope
Right.
we were successful in it.
At first I was if I'll be really honest, right? Like I was kind of skeptical as well. At first, just because of the fact that I was
Right.
worried that there's gonna be some lag, some ping issues,
Yes, exactly.
from India to APAC that could, hinder the player's experience, which could perhaps hinder it being I say this be repeat, in the future.
Right,
But
right.
with this tournament being played out quite smoothly and being run down smoothly as well, I think I would want to see more of this. I would want to see more of India versus APAC. Obviously, I've been locked down to the APAC, so I know mostly APAC, but it's not gonna be it's not bad to see more regions.
Yes, exactly. That's what we're hoping for. We want to take it to a level where India and APAC actually can compete a lot together. So we get to learn a lot from each other as well. So this tournament was just the start of it. And
Right.
there's gonna be a lot more after that because this provided a platform for the rocket to just launch off. And with that, everyone, thank you so much for joining us tonight. It has been an honor casting this tournament. It has been an honor, JJ, to cast beside you because I really loved it. I really loved your company and I really loved how everyone responded to this amazing PUPL Season 3. With that, we have come to an end. And JJ, any final words before we go?
Well, you did say that you love being with me, but all I have to say is that I love you. Thank you very much for asking me to be here in PUPL, and it's quite an honor to be here, to be one of the guest casters. Quite unfortunately, one of our friends, Fixes, wasn't able to be here, but other than that, it's quite an amazing experience, and I want to see more of Indian versus APAC.
It's just me and JJ saying good night and take care.
Wake up, wake up.